And thank you for joining us for our closed session. City Attorney Chopra, do you have any remarks you'd like to make before we take public comment on all three items for closed session?
Yes, I just want to announce the closed session items for Tuesday, January 26th. The council will be meeting on three items. The first, item 2.1, conference with legal counsel, formally initiated litigation, Government Code Section 54956.9. Name of case, James Arzugo versus City of Mountain View et al. United States District Court, Northern District of California, case number 517 CV 03249 BLF. The second item, item 2.2, conference with legal counsel, liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3. The claimant, Selena Smith, against the City of Mountain View. And item 2.3, conference with legal counsel, liability claims, Government Code Section 54956.9 D2 and E3. The claimant, Joel Alejo, against City of Mountain View. And now it'd be appropriate to ask if there's any public comment for any of these three items.
Attorney Chopra. On the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 914-2330-7533. Any emails today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, will be entered into the record for the meeting. Would any public on the line like to provide public comment on the closed session items? If so, please raise your blue hand in Zoom or 9 on your phone. The city clerk will display the timer on the screen. So for a moment, but it went down. Does anyone? I'm not seeing anything. So this time we will close public comment and we will sign out of this Zoom into our closed session Zoom. So I see a hand. If you have public comment.
Yeah, we're
not
hearing you.
Okay. I unmuted, but the hand's been lowered. Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Well, the hand is down and we've tried to unmute. So I think at this time we're going to keep public comment closed, and we'll move to the closed session. I'll see everyone in the closed session.
All good.
Welcome to our regular City Council meeting on January 26, 2021. I'm going to read the usual announcement as required. This meeting will be conducted in accordance with the State of California Executive Order N-29-20, dated March 17, 2020. All members of the City Council are participating in this meeting by video conference with no physical location. Members of the public wishing to observe the meeting live may do so at mountainview.legistar.com or YouTube at mountainview.gov/YouTube and on Comcast Channel 26. As noted on the meeting agenda, members of the public may provide oral public comments during the public comment period for the item by signing up at mountainview.gov/cc_speakers or by phone by dialing 669-900-9128 and entering webinar ID 914-2330-7533. Any emails received by 5 p.m. today were forwarded to the City Council. Emails received after 5 p.m. will not be read during the meeting, but will be entered into the record for the meeting. All votes will be taken by roll call vote. Tonight, Spanish interpretation services will be provided for item 4.2, urgency ordinance extending residential eviction protections. When this item is called, please follow the prompts on your Zoom screen for interpretation and select the language that applies. And before we go to the Pledge of Allegiance, did we want to have the Spanish interpretation let people know about item 4.2, please?
Buenas tardes a todos. Quería dejarles saber que la porción o el artículo número 4.2, la ordenanza de urgencia que se extiende a las protecciones contra el desalojo residenciales, va a ser interpretado en español y cuando lleguemos a esa sección se le va a dejar saber las instrucciones, cómo es que puede recibir instrucción a escucharlo todo en español. Gracias.
Great, thank you. So if you'll please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Great. So I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and freedom for all. Great, thank you. Now we'll move on to item 2, roll call. City Clerk, will you please take attendance by roll call?
Certainly. Councilmember Avicova?
Here.
Councilmember Hicks?
Here.
Councilmember Lieber?
Here.
Councilmember Matichak? Here. Councilmember Showalter?
Here.
Vice Mayor Mears?
Here.
Mayor Kamei?
Here.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll move on to item 3, which is presentations. So we'll first take item 3.1, the HRC report on immigrant needs / assessment. So I think we'll turn it over to our Assistant City Manager, Audrey Seymour Ramberg first.
Thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, members of the council. If I might ask the city clerk or IT director to move into the panelists, Julie Solomon and Fernando Romero. Those are the 2 of the 3 HRC subcommittee members who worked on the project to do a immigrant services needs and asset assessment that was approved by council in the HRC work plan. The HRC has considered their findings and recommendations at 2 or more of its scheduled meetings, and now they are here tonight to share their findings briefly and recommendations. Staff has met to discuss the recommendations, but this is not an action item for council this evening. No council direction is sought. It is for council's information. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Julie and Fernando.
Thank you very much. Can everyone hear me? Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening to everyone. My name is Julie Solomon. We are currently in a national context in which COVID-19 has highlighted longstanding social inequities. Xenophobia continues to coexist with the idea of the United States as a nation built by immigrants, and the direction of U.S. immigration policy remains unclear. In this context, it is essential that local jurisdictions understand needs and provide appropriate resources and services for their local immigrant populations. The HRC's Immigrant Services Needs and Assets Assessment aims to inform the city's efforts to support Mountain View's immigrant communities. The assessment report was authored by myself, HRC Vice Chair Fernando Romero, and former HRC Commissioner Linda Batten. We thank many other parties for their input and support, including everyone who provided data to inform our analyses and recommendations, Assistant to the City Manager Christina Gilmore, the city's multilingual community outreach program staff, the Spanish Civic Academy ambassadors, and our fellow HRC commissioners. We also thank Kristen Bard for data analysis support. This evening, Commissioner Romero and I will provide some report highlights, including recommendations for City Council consideration. Next, are the slides being shown, may I ask?
Just
So,
show them right now.
Julie, are you able to? Oh, never mind.
Okay, great, thank you. And my understanding is that you will be advancing the slides, correct, on your end?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So given limited time, we are on the next slide, please. Thank you. I'd like to call out that our data sources for this assessment included U.S. Census statistics for Mountain View, key informant interviews with community organizations and city staff, focus groups with immigrants in Mountain View in Spanish, Mandarin, Chinese, and Russian. And we also conducted a survey of immigrants living and or working in Mountain View, and that survey was conducted in English, Spanish, Chinese, and Russian. There was extensive outreach, resulting in a convenient sample in which 268 respondents met the inclusion criteria. Most data were collected in late 2018 and in 2019. However, in 2020, we conducted some additional interviews, reviewed documents, and considered input obtained from other HRC projects, particularly pertaining to the pandemic's effects on immigrants. Next slide, please. So we organized our findings by stakeholder group. I will highlight a few findings from the survey, focus groups, and interviews. Among immigrants, first of all, Mountain View and city government were usually reported to be welcoming. So per the survey, by 90.8% and 80.8% of respondents, respectively. However, some reported that Mountain View and city government were less welcoming to low-income immigrants, particularly given housing costs. Spanish and Chinese language respondents to the survey most commonly reported needing translation and interpreting services, while English and Russian-speaking respondents most commonly reported needing legal services. Community organizations expressed that a wide variety of services were available to immigrants through the city and community organizations. They reported positive views of city services overall, but wanted to see more people and more groups reached, and also better communication by the city. They also reported that some important service needs remain, especially in relation to low-income housing. Some expressed that the city should be a more vocal advocate and example of a safe space for immigrants. City staff reported that the city is providing many services and resources that address needs and preferences of immigrant communities. However, they would like to have additional staff and or volunteers that speak clients' languages and to offer more resources in diverse languages. They also reported a need to expand outreach services to diverse communities in ways that would be accessible and appealing. Fernando Romero will now speak about additional findings and also share our recommendations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Julie. Hi, everyone. On the point about the pandemic, it is important to note that in Santa Clara County, immigrants are among those most impacted by COVID-19. Many immigrants are among those considered essential workers in frontline work, which puts workers and their families' health and lives at risk. Many immigrants work in sectors with shutdowns or layoffs, which put them at an economic disadvantage to support their families and provide the basic necessities such as groceries and rent. Immigrants have lower rates of health insurance. The CARES Act excludes many non-citizen immigrants from receiving relief funds. However, the state of California and private founders have offered some relief funds to undocumented immigrants. Among immigrants, the digital divide has been exacerbated, particularly for low-income immigrants. In light of the findings, many more of which were detailed in the report than what we are able to cover in this brief presentation tonight, the HRC offers the following recommendations. So we had broken down our recommendations in three sections in order of priority. So I will start with the first section, recommendations reflecting urgent needs that the city should consider prioritizing. Recommendation 1, develop and roll out a communications plan focused on immigrant communities that leverages a variety of media pathways and spans the group of organizations and volunteer immigrant community license who can assist the dissemination of information. Recommendation 2, conduct an information campaign around the city's multilingual community outreach programs, interpreting and translation services, and investigate the potential need for services in other languages, especially based on the 2020 census findings. Recommendation 3, collaborate with the nonprofit, education, and business sectors to continue to reduce the digital divide among immigrants and non-immigrants communities in Mountain View. Now, we want to offer the recommendations for actions already identified in whole or in part as a city council priorities. Recommendation number 4, continue to offer the Spanish Civic Academy, provide up-to-date information in the Academy and the Associate Ambassadors program on the city website. And plan and implement similar linguistically and culturally tailored academies in other languages, for example, Mandarin. Recommendation number 5, in developing programs and policies addressing housing costs and displacement, community police relations, and other equity-linked issues, consider impacts on diverse immigrant communities. And for the future, just thinking post-pandemic, we have recommendation number 6, which is develop an orientation in several languages for non-English speakers who are new to the city, addressing diverse services offered by the city, county, local public schools, and private non-profit entities. Consider partnering with other organizations on this effort. So I think we can take questions now. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much to Commissioner Solomon and Commissioner Romero. Thank you very much. So do council members have questions at this time? Please feel free to
raise your hand or physically or via Zoom. All right, Vice Mayor Ramirez, I saw your hand first.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. So first, I know we're not taking action tonight. There are some really valuable recommendations. And from staff's perspective, are those some, will that be sort of implemented just in the course of the HRC's work plan? Is that something you're going to come back to council with? What's sort of the next step?
Thank you for your question, Vice Mayor Ramirez. Staff will prepare a written memo to council regarding the status of current city efforts in many of these areas. These are fortunately things that staff and our communications and outreach division and our city manager's office more broadly have been thinking about and working on, and we can update the council on those current efforts, as well as some things that we think we could incorporate without requiring significant trade-offs of priorities within existing staff resources. Beyond that, some things would require more resources and therefore might more appropriately be considered by the council as part of its prioritization process for the council work plan, and which is part of the strategic plan this year. So I think you'll have more information from staff soon around what we see as the things that are underway, possible to be undertaken within existing resources, and things that the council may wish to consider.
Great, thank you. That's very helpful. And then does the city offer a pay enhancement to staff who are able to speak a second language? I know some cities do that.
Yes, we do.
Fantastic. That's all I've got. Thank you very much to the HRC for your work on this, and to staff for helping compile this very useful information.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter.
Yes, I'd like to second the thanks. I attended one of your meetings when you were giving a presentation on this, and I was really blown away by the breadth and depth of the work that you had done. So kudos to that. And in that end, is there a report, the whole report that we can view versus just this small one? Is that available?
Yes, it is. It's currently on the city's website with the HRC agendas for the last two HRC meetings, but I will include a link to it in the update that I just mentioned to the Vice Mayor, so that you can easily go right to it.
That's great. And then the other thing I wanted to ask you about was the orientation idea. I think that would actually be good for many people, whether you spoke English or were an immigrant or not. I wondered if there are examples of this in other communities that we can benchmark, or if this was just, a good idea that you came up with.
Thank you for that question. And I will certainly say I remember moving to California from the East Coast in 1992 and scratching my head over a lot of things like, what is this concept of county government, which is not something that we had where I was moving from. So even not as an immigrant coming from another country, I certainly experienced some culture shock. Thank you for your question about whether there are examples of other kinds of welcome programs. There are. And I apologize, I'm hard pressed to remember the specifics. Perhaps Commissioner Romero does remember specifics, but I know that there are some other examples. Then we could certainly take a look at what some of those might be and think about, how they might be adapted for the city of Mountain View. Commissioner Romero, do you by chance remember where, I know there was at least one example that we discussed, and I'm not recalling where it was, and I apologize.
Right. No, I'm sorry. I don't remember that specific example. But I know, I'm a graduate also from the Spanish Civic Academy. And, during the Civic Academy class, we learn about the Mountain View different departments. So I think that was very useful, especially, for people like me who had never been, involved in the city politics. So it was very useful for me to learn, how department work, how the City of Mountain View works independently from the school district. So those things, sometimes you would think, those two things, those two body of governments work together, but,
Right.
they don't in Mountain View.
Yeah, and thank you for bringing that up. That is, the materials from that program could be leveraged. And I haven't attended the English Language Leadership Mountain View, but perhaps there are also materials there that could be leveraged as well.
I'm sure there are. Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. Really appreciate your work.
Great. Thank you so much, everyone. So in true virtual fashion, we have a little bit of a virtual snafu. We have reached a capacity in terms of how many people have joined our Zoom, and I believe I'll turn it over to our Chief Technology Officer, Mr. Roger Jensen. Is there more that you would like to add here?
Yeah, the meeting was set up with a limit of 100, and so we want to restart this with a limit of 1,000 because we've reached the limit, and I don't know how many people are waiting to start. So the meeting ID will not change. So I'll end the meeting and I'll restart it in about 30 seconds. So attendees and panelists will have to rejoin, use the same link that you used earlier, but we will have to stop and restart the meeting to address the issue.
Okay. Roger, before you do that, do you mind if we just have Spanish interpretation convey that as well, please?
Yeah. Okay. So we'll go ahead and restart it.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Yep.
Can rejoin before we start again.
Yes, thank you for letting me catch up with that.
Yes, of course.
Okay, and I'm finding that again, I cannot raise my hand.
Okay. The meeting is live already, but perhaps Mr. Jensen can help.
I also can't raise my hand.
Same here.
Mr. Jensen, you're muted.
Panelists, you're going to get a note that you're the host, and just make me the host back. We have the same problem. Sylvia, you joined before me, and you are the host, and you have a 100-seat max. So we have to restart the meeting again. Sylvia, do not join until you see the meeting started again. So give me a few minutes to do it, and then I'll start as the host.
I will end.
Okay.
Thank you.
dar un momento para que lleguen todos los que van a asistir a esta reunión y vamos a empezar de nuevo con el artículo 3.1.
Great, thank you. Okay. I see two hands raised again. So, all right, I see everyone raising their hands. So I'll just say welcome back to everyone. Thank you so much for bearing with us as we are navigating our virtual city council meetings still in 2021. Everything is what's old is new again. So we're going to pick back up on item 3.1, which is the HRC report on immigrant needs and assessment. And so we had been, council members were asking questions, and I will resume with council member Abe-Koga.
Thank you, and thank you to the HRC for your report. Appreciate it, the work that was put into it. Just a quick question. I was wondering, and it might be for staff, but the census, when do we, and I'm sorry if I'm not up to date, but when do we expect the, the results of the census to be available? And will we be matching this, the work that was done against the new numbers?
Thank you for that question, Council Member Abe-Koga. My understanding was that it was April, but I'd like to see if Julie or Fernando have any confirmation of that.
I myself am not sure exactly when the data will be available, especially because the original timeline for the census was delayed with the pandemic, and there were a lot of challenges with counting folks, actually in particular counting members of immigrant communities, which can be challenging for a number of reasons, but especially during the pandemic. So I myself I'm not sure when the data will become available. I'm hoping that when it is, there may be some discussion of potential undercounts and adjustments for undercounts to help local jurisdictions use the data more effectively.
Yeah, I don't have any information other than what you guys provided. So.
Mayor, you're on the census committee. Do you have any sense of when we might get the info?
We haven't received an update on the new date, but I was going to mention that I'll reach out and I'll ask and I'll find out.
Thank you.
Great. Okay, Councilmember Hicks.
So first, thank you, Julie and everybody else who worked on this. I have two quick interrelated questions on process and sort of the weighting of these the 6 different recommendations. First, I'm wondering if after you surveyed people, and maybe you mentioned this, and I'm sorry, maybe if I read the full report, I would get it. But after you surveyed people, did you kind of circle back and ask them at any point which of these 6 recommendations were the most important to them? Was there any sort of weighting of the recommendations?
Thank you for that question. We did not have an opportunity to circle back and do another survey or another series of focus groups. It was a very heavy lift, shall we say, to do the first round of data collection. We're very appreciative of all of the support we had for that from the city. We did have a series of meetings in which we talked, HRC meetings, actually 3, at which we discussed findings, 2 at which we discussed recommendations. The findings and the draft recommendations were sent around to folks who had provided input through interviews and focus groups and who had provided contact information so that we could follow up. The MCOP also circulated summary findings and recommendations in four languages to folks as well. And so we welcomed community input. We had I would say a very small amount of community input in response to the recommendations. So ultimately, it fell to us as an HRC to have discussions, and we did talk about ways to group the recommendations, and ultimately decided on the categories that you see in the slide that Fernando sent. That we felt that was the best way to group the recommendations as a full HRC. And Fernando, do you want to add to that?
I think you said pretty much everything, Julie. I don't have anything to add.
Okay. Yeah, you know, my from the groups that I talk to, which are mostly the Mountain View Tenants Coalition and Cafecito, which may be a particular set of people, your point number 6, number 3 and number 5, the digital divide, the housing, affordable housing and displacement are the ones that by far get the most mention. So I'm interested in some weighting of the issues and focusing on the ones, and that some of that may be pandemic related with remote schooling, but I'm very interested in some follow-up with weighting on the issues and making sure we're working on the ones that are most heavily weighted or most important to people. And thank you again for all your work.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So actually I had a very similar thought as Councilmember Hicks. When our assistant city manager summarized what would be in a memo or a report to council, the items that we may wish to consider caught my attention, and I thought, well, gosh, I would like them prioritized because we often have to make difficult choices given limited resources. And so I actually would like the HRC in conjunction with staff to absolutely prioritize the recommendations that council should consider. And as part of then our strategic planning process, we can consider those. So I'm hoping that's possible. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. Well, thanks to the HRC for bringing this product forward. I don't think that there could be a more important time for this. The immigrant community is going through so many cross-cutting pressures right now that this is a very valuable snapshot in time and roadmap for us. I'm very interested in the future, and Mr. Romero referenced this somewhat, the leadership opportunities and the opportunities for empowering knowledge and opportunity within the city. I think that that's very critical, and I'm very interested in what we could be doing in terms of the need for mental health services across the board. So often it's difficult, I think, for the immigrant community to access those services that are so vitally needed. And if there's a way that we can help, even if we're not doing it as a city, to ensure that it's out there in the community and accessible to individuals, I think that would be very valuable. So thank you for your work.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So I'm going to, I do have a quick question. One, I want to thank our HRC Commission and our Commissioners Solomon and Romero for coming tonight and presenting. It's so nice to have you on video and seeing your faces and joining us. It's been really nice. I think one of the things that I had a question on, and this might be for City Manager McCarthy, is I think that, you know, we recently have on board a chief communications officer. Is there more that you can share about what the city's doing in terms of communications and our multilingual program?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm happy to answer that question. So yes, as you noted, we did hire a new Chief Communications Officer, the first position of that level in the city. She started in October. Linka Wright is her name. We have also hired a new Digital Engagement and Marketing Strategist position to help with our efforts. And as many of you know, we do have our Multicultural Outreach Program led by Nancy Ducos and her team, of which some are here tonight doing interpretation in Spanish, Mandarin, and Russian. And we also have a communications coordinator. So we do have a full communications team now, although we are kind of ramping up as several of this team members are new. And so a big part of our effort is going to be working on outreach to our immigrant communities and continuing to do the great work that we've already done, but building upon that. So I think that we will see a lot more outreach underway over these next several months on many of our projects.
Great, thank you so much. I think my only comment would be, if there's a way to sync up what our communications team and the recommendations from the HRC, that would be, I think, really great to find a way to integrate. Okay, so would any member of the public on the line like to provide comment on this item, which is 3.1? If so, please click on the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on your phone. And the city clerk will display the timer on the screen. I see 2 hands, so why don't we just set it for 3 minutes, Ms. Vonderlinden? Okay, hold on just one moment. I need to head on over. Okay, Michael, are you there? Michael? So it's saying talking permitted, and I'm hitting ask to unmute. So if you can click the unmute button, I can hear you.
I'm sorry, I guess it was me. I was not wanting to talk to this. I was waiting for the monoloma fencing thing.
Okay.
I apologize.
No problem. So that'll be item 3.4.
No, I didn't know my hand was raised. I apologize. I thought I could do it.
No problem. Okay, I just want to make sure. All right. Okay, we have a phone number. It's a 408 number. Please feel free to unmute.
The caller should hit *6 to unmute their phone.
Okay. Oh, is it *9 or *6?
*6.
Okay. So if the 408 number dialing in who has their hand raised could hit *6? All right.
Could they please try *9, please? Thank you.
All right. Can our dial-in caller hit *9, please? All right, I'm going to move on to the next person, and maybe we'll come back to that individual if that works. All right, Brent.
Yeah, sorry, I had signed up to speak under the fencing issue as well.
Okay, all right. So the fencing issue is going to be 3.4. So you can, everyone who's on the line for 3.4 can just raise their hand at that point. So I'm going to try one more time, the 408 number. Please hit *9. Okay. I'm not seeing that working, Ms. von der Linden. Is there anything you can do on your end? No, they have to hit *9.
Correct.
Okay. All right, well, perhaps we can try to circle back. I don't know. All right, maybe we can take the timer off the screen. Thank you. All right. All right. So let's move on to item 3.2, which is the CHAC update on current programs and services by Executive Director Marcia Desailliers and Diana Ritter, the Director of Quality Assurance. Okay, I'll move you over, Marcia. Just one moment. Okay, Marcia, you are moved over. Would you like to unmute yourself? Would you also like me to bring Diana over to the panel?
That would be great. Thank you so much, Mayor Kamei.
Okay. So I don't see her name under the attendees.
She's already here on the screen.
Perfect. Okay, someone else moved her over. Perfect. Great. All right,
good.
We'll turn it over to you.
Thank you so much. And I was asked to speak briefly tonight, which I'm delighted to share with you some of the CHAC updates during COVID. Let me share my screen with you. Give me a moment to do so, and we'll get started. Here we go. Great. So thank you so much, Mayor Kamei and council members, for the opportunity to update you on CHAC's response to COVID and some of the other community needs. As I said, it's been asked to keep it brief, so I'm going to share some information from this very busy year. As a mental health agency, we continue to strive to support safer and more harmonious communities through healthier relationships with ourselves, with our families, in the workplace, the communities, and the school. And we do so through these services that you can find on our website that are listed here as well. And all of these are supported by our 52 employees, our 87 clinicians in training, and our 15 licensed staff. And I want to pause here for something that we've just heard from the commission is very important. And building a safe and harmonious community requires serving a diverse population. And in 2020, CHAC formalized our diversity, equity, and inclusion work with a statement of our commitment because we saw firsthand the disproportionate impact on our BIPOC communities and our employees and our clients. The DE&I work has been a focus of ours for the last 5 years at a minimum to ensure that our clients and our employees feel a very deep sense of respect and inclusion through every interaction that they have with CHAC. To do so, we have expanded training each year, and in the spring of 2020, we formalized the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee and raised it to the board level. I would also add that this training allows 90 new clinicians every year to be graduated into our community, so it is expansive. But before moving to a COVID update, let me say that prior to COVID, CHAC was meeting another critical need in the community after the unfortunate death by suicide of a high school student in Mountain View in October. Our response was quick and in-depth. We immediately diverted 12 experienced and/or licensed staff to our campus within 90 minutes of the early morning call we received, and we remained on the school campus for weeks. The experts at Stanford and the CDC advised us that death by suicide can put a community at risk for a suicide contagion for a full year thereafter. So this defined a lot of our work pre-COVID. We identified slightly more than 400 students potentially at risk and implemented a careful intervention to ensure their safety and coordinated efforts with the MVLA staff. And now together we have thankfully passed that 1-year mark last October. That led us quickly into the pandemic in March and our response. Within 5 days of the shelter-in-place order, we converted more than 100 clinicians to telehealth and began outreach to our 1,100 clients to ensure that the continuity of care, which is so very important when everything else was around them was changing, that they had this consistency. We provided 20 hours of telehealth training with national experts in order to increase the efficacy of our work, because it is a very challenging venue for kids to be engaged on. And we also invested in the technology for our electronic health record system, which we fortunately implemented in 2018. We added a new patient portal, a new phone system so clients could reach their therapist more easily, and even a process, many changes to processes, but one in particular was for receiving cash payments to ensure that no group felt that they were excluded. Our initial adoption rate for telehealth sessions was only 50%. You know, at that time, people were in shock and making this adjustment. And telehealth proved to have a middle-class bias, as it required not only the technology, but also the skills to use email and Zoom. So, and we required emergency contact in the home to replace the school personnel or our clinic personnel that had always been available to us for a crisis with a student. So monolingual parents and caregivers required greater translation services. Our responses quickly included more than 190 translations to facilitate the appointment times, but far beyond. It was everything from preserving the dignity of the families and helping those that had both a Chromebook but needed to know how to use email or other tech questions and were very embarrassed to ask. With the volumes increasing, it quickly became apparent that we needed to contract with a translation service agency, as well as continuing the outreach and a lot of creativity from our clinicians to engage clients. With the adoption rate, it was clear we had to pivot to parent support. You know, we know that parent behavior, it has a bidirectional effect, so our efforts shifted to parents. The kids, many who could not sustain a full therapy session of 40 or 50 minutes, we used the balance of the time for parent coaching and support, increasing the hours of contact with parents 91% over last year. A big upside to telehealth was the advantage of a virtual home visit and the chance to observe live parent-child dynamic in the home, in real time, and provide parent coaching. And additionally, our social emotional learning program, which had to be suspended at that time, went forth and produced more than 40 videos of fun activities for the kids to do independently without the need for parental support. And when the kids were abruptly left school, we reached out to all of the 150 kids in our groups in Mountain View to help them and bring a sense of closure and reassurance for them at this very strange time for them. But we started anticipating a surge in cases for the fall, and we created a bridge program, which was an expansive counseling service over the summer for existing clients that we identified as potentially at risk, remembering that we were still working very much within the framework of that containment. So this was a free service to all that were in the program. And our own staff were also being parents while working as clinicians. So they required a substantial amount of staffing restructure to do. So we were very pleased, of course, that we could continue to provide access for the parents for their care and support through the summer program as well. But we had also heard from community members that they were hurting. Maybe didn't want individual care, they were just hurting. And so we initiated community outreach to provide support through webinars. We delivered the Coping and Thriving During a Pandemic in May. And then with the news that schools were returning virtually, we had a community town hall supporting families' mental health during COVID. And in October, as schools had resumed, we helped teachers and parents with a How to Keep Calm and Carry On webinar. With the fall and the pandemic continuing, we really had a challenge of hiring virtually 55 new clinicians and virtually placing all 87 of our clinicians in schools and the clinic. We adjusted hours to ensure kids were not taken out of classrooms for their sessions. And with the economic situation worsening, the requests at the clinic for free and reduced services increased threefold, and has required us to introduce a temporary reduction to the lower end of our sliding fee scale from $20 to $5 a session. Some of the things that we're seeing for counseling requests, the top four that we are seeing is anxiety, issues with academic performance, depressed or unhappy, and social behaviors, both acting out and acting in, as we call it. Our Family Resource Center has programs to help young families to give them a healthy start in life, the 0 to 5 age group, and they are extensive. And again, these are some of them, and you can see them on our website for more information about them. But the FRC had to pivot to virtual recreations of all of those classes in parent education and coaching and consultation. We saw families not normally able to participate, maybe due to time and traffic constraints, that now could participate, which was a benefit. And we also had that great opportunity of staff being able to observe families in our home. But the families are also facing difficult situations. So we really supported by forming some social media campaigns to address the DE&I situations that they were facing as immigrants and members of BIPOC communities as well. I am very proud of our team. The Family Resource Center teams did both an essential supply distribution at the Castro School, multiple distributions of essential supplies, both for the kids and diapers as well. And the photo on the left is our very young clients continuing to engage in Zoom classes. These are 3- and 4-year-olds, and kudos to the leaders who could actually continue to keep their engagement. And we are servicing more than 350 individuals in these programs every month. And finally, our Latinx program of our Spanish-speaking clinicians served 196 unduplicated families in 2020 and continues to provide extensive support for these families. Again, with translations around tremendous issues around privacy challenges of people being able to access services from garages, from cars, from RVs, etc. The ability to access the technology, and most importantly, how to use it and the ability to use it. So in closing, let me say that we think the long-term impact of the pandemic on our mental health is just yet unknown. There will be a significant tail on the mental health effects, and the secondary effects will certainly outlast the pandemic. Mental health demand is expected to spike after the pandemic with upticks in many issues, OCD or germophobia, etc. But cultivating support and supportive interventions are really important for the healing and cultivating a sense of caring, of self-efficacy, a sense of hope, sense of safety, and all of that makes connectedness imperative. So fostering connectedness will be a key for all of us to heal, because connection reduces anxiety and increases hopefulness. And that's in part the essence of some of our work. So building connection and relationships is, we're there to help. And I thank you very much for the time. I think I'll stop sharing now.
Okay, thank you very much, Marcia. It's always good to see you. I'm proud to be on the CHAC board as part of the JPA. So just to clarify, I think what we'll do is we'll turn to council questions, and council members can ask any questions they have. Then we will turn it over to public comment, where if the public has any comments on this item, which has to do with CHAC, they can raise their hand via Zoom, or to raise their hand, it's a *9. And then we'll bring it back, and if anyone has any further comments, we can take those. So do any council members have questions? All right. Okay. Seeing none, does anyone have any public comment on this item? Okay. And just to clarify, this item is the CHAC item. All right, just making sure. And I will click on the names now. Joan McDonald. Joan, please unmute yourself.
It came back. Okay, I wanted to say that I hope that the HRC recommendations note that CHAC is available with translation so that the immigrant population does need to know that CHAC exists and mental health services are available to those people in the immigrant community. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Tim McKenzie, please feel free to unmute.
Hi, my name is Tim McKenzie. I use he, him pronouns. I've been part of MVPDX cohort 2, and just last week we talked about school resource officers. And one of the major things that they mentioned that they end up trying to deal with is mental health issues that kids have. This is a really serious problem in this area. I was shocked when I moved here and learned that there were 2 suicide clusters right in this area in the past 2 decades. It sounds like CHAC was able to do a lot of work to help avoid that. And it's great work, and it seems like it needs to be funded more. I would recommend that we move money from the police department towards CHAC, because these are people who are well-trained and qualified to do this work. And the school resource officer program currently does a lot of this work, but it's with people who aren't qualified to do so because we ask far too much of our police. And I would just like to advocate reallocating resources in that manner.
Thank you. All right. Robin Lynn.
Hi there. Thanks for the chance to speak, and thank you so much for the work that you, Marcia, you and CHAC do. Like, I am blown away with the amount of effort and thoughtfulness that you're putting into this, and I don't know, I really appreciate it. I don't think it's work that most just anybody can do, and so I just wanted to express my thankfulness and gratefulness for it. And I think one of the I was reading in the New York Times over the weekend about in Las Vegas a spate of suicides in high schoolers, and how it's, although exacerbated by COVID, kind of indicating that we do have something missing in our community, and I guess it is community. And I hope that we all take a few moments to think about how we can help build community, just even amongst the folks that we know and our immediate neighbors and things like that. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you, Robin.
Thank you. All right, those are all the hands I see. So we'll bring it back to council. Do council members have any comments on this item? All right, seeing none. Marcia, we will think, Councilmember Hicks.
I just wanted to underline what Joan had said, that it would be nice if the HRC and CHAC could get together and kind of look at some of the things on the list, maybe things that they want to interface with CHAC over some of the 6 priorities on their list. So maybe a little interfacing between the 2 groups presented to us tonight. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other council members? All right, seeing none. Marcia, Diana, thank you so much for joining us virtually tonight. We really appreciate it. All right, we will move on to, Thank you. We'll move on to item 3.3, a COVID-19 update by City Manager Kimber McCarthy. And I think before we get started, I'm going to hand it over to City Attorney Christian Chopra, please.
Thank you, Mayor. It's come to our attention that the Q&A feature on this Zoom meeting was inadvertently added. That's normally not a part of Zoom City Council meetings. So we would just ask the public to not use that feature, and just a notice that those comments and questions won't be addressed during the meeting, but you'll have the opportunity to participate via the standard public comment policies during the balance of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, and I'm going to share my screen now. All right. So good evening, Mayor and Council members. It's my pleasure to be before you this evening to present the latest COVID-19 update, as I do at every council meeting. And my last update was December the 8th. So I think we all know that in that time period, there has been a lot that has happened, a lot of changes, a lot of development. So tonight's presentation is intended to be really comprehensive, to not only update the council about all of these various changes that have happened, especially related to the vaccine, and also let the public know about resources that are available. So the first thing I'm going to do is start with the data and just give a snapshot of where we're at right now. This is data as of today, where we're at the county and in Mountain View. And then I want to compare the data from today to where we were in my last update on December 8th. So unfortunately, you can see in that top box, countywide, we are approaching almost 100,000 positive COVID cases. And unfortunately, over 1,200 deaths from COVID-19. We're at 555 hospitalizations. And just for context, just how quickly things have escalated in a little over a month, in my last update, there were 41,000 cases countywide. So we've jumped from 41 to almost 100,000 in just a little over a month. And then at that time, there were 511 deaths, which, as you can see, where we're at now. So we've more than doubled our numbers, which at that time, in December 8th, we were just kind of ramping up from the Thanksgiving holiday and the positive cases. And then obviously now this is factored into the holiday in December and the New Year's holiday. So we have certainly seen widespread community transmission. So in Mountain View, we have about 2,400 cases, a little over that, 2,460 cases. At this time last month when I presented, there were 1,100 cases. So we've also more than doubled in Mountain View too. So we've certainly seen the surge in our county, and these numbers here show the surge statewide. So the top number on the left corner, the 3.1 million, that's how many positive cases there are statewide right now. If you go to the second row, you can see that the majority of those positive cases are still remaining to be seen in that younger age group. So 1.8 million of those 3.1 million cases are in the younger age group. So this has been a trend that has continued throughout COVID that we've seen since March. And it's really something that the state has tried to address with certain business closures, obviously what they've tried to address through some of the orders for things to close at 10 p.m. and not open till the morning. That really was intended to get at certain age groups, frankly, and that you can see why that continues to be the biggest number statewide. So I wanted to show this slide to let you all know that as of yesterday, instead of being in the restrictive stay-at-home order, we have now moved back into what the state calls the blueprint for a safer economy. So if you remember the different colors of tiers, and the website that the state provides that anyone can visit that has information about these different tiers, what the colors mean. It also has interactive interactive county where you can see where the counties are at and the data for the county, www.covid19.ca.gov. I encourage you to visit that site to really see where we're at statewide. And then this snapshot just shows what all of the different color tiers remain what they mean. So right now we are in the purple tier, which is the lowest tier. It's the widespread tier. So what that means really is that most of the counties in California are in this tier, and we are at more than 8% of a positivity rate. And you don't start moving into a lower tier until your numbers start lowering. So this is a snapshot of where we're at. And as I said, most of the counties across the state are in this tier. So as I mentioned, being in the purple tier means that it is the most restrictive. However, some things have opened as compared to the restrictive stay-at-home order we were in over the holidays. So right now, under the purple tier, indoor retail capacity has returned to 25%. One of the things that has not changed is the travel restrictions. So for folks traveling more than 150 miles, unless it's for work, there is still a requirement to quarantine for 10 days when you get home. One of the things that has opened was that high school and youth sports can resume now with a stable cohort outside, but not inside. Other things that are now allowed outdoors are religious services, museums, movie theaters, gyms. So workout, dance studios, things like that can open outside, but not inside. Also, all businesses have to submit a brand new social distancing protocol. So what that means is when you go into businesses and you see the signs on the door with the check marks and there are different protocols, businesses are required to resubmit new ones now with this new order. So the other things that have happened that were closed over the holidays were outdoor dining. So what this means now is that Castro Streets is now open again. So we're happy that our restaurants, hopefully when it's not raining, will be able to serve folks outdoors downtown. Also, personal care services, which have been closed, are now open. So hair, nail salons, barber shops, tattoo, cosmetology services, all of those are open now with 20% capacity. This is a snapshot from that state website that I mentioned a couple slides ago. And what you can do is hover over the county to see every single day where the metrics are at for each county. So how many cases per day that each county is seeing per 1,000 people. And then you can also see the positivity rate. So for Santa Clara, we are at 45, about 45 and a half new cases per day per every 100,000 folks. Our positivity rate right now on the 7-day average is 6.6%, and this does change daily. So if you are interested in seeing where we're at across the board, Santa Clara County, you can go to the drop-down menu and see where we're at. In terms of nationally, I think we all know that we do have a new national strategy to really tackle COVID-19 and have a more aggressive strategy in place, certainly for the vaccine rollout. So the new presidential administration has put out a blueprint, so their national strategy for COVID-19 response and pandemic preparedness. And the biggest part of that is really ramping up over these next 100 days to ramp up the vaccine production, to make sure that the American people really trust what's happening in the federal government, and really try and mitigate the spread of COVID through mandatory masking, at least in federal facilities and other places where it wasn't mandatory before, and also making sure that we can do safe reopenings for schools and other businesses and travel. So I think over these next several weeks, we're really going to start seeing more news on the vaccine front, because I know that that's one of the things that we are all most interested in, and it's also one of the most confusing things about what's happening now. Really, how much is happening with vaccines? When are they available? When is it available to me? So that's something that I'll touch on in a few more slides. The first thing that I wanted to do, though, before we get into that, is present a picture of how vaccines are distributed from the state to the counties. And so this is something that I think a lot of people don't know how it works. And it's also something that has, I think, contributed to a lot of the misinformation and just lack of clarity as to what's going on. So how it works is that the federal government provides the number of doses and the vaccines to the state. And the state gives the doses to what they call the multi-county entities, or MCE, that's the term that they use. And multi-county entities are essentially the health or medical providers that function in different counties. So that would be Kaiser or Sutter Health or PAMF. They get their vaccine doses directly from the state. They do not get the vaccine doses from the county. And the state is also giving the vaccine doses directly to the county. That's in the middle in the blue boxes. So what happens is the county distributes those doses to their facilities and their health system and other providers that aren't multi-county. So for example, they would distribute to Stanford, or for here in Mountain View, to El Camino Hospital. So the state is giving to the private medical providers and the county. One of the difficulties that's happening right now is that the county is not able to see, or hasn't been up until recently, how many doses were being provided to these entities that weren't coming through the county. So they do have more insight into that now, which I'll touch on in a little bit, but that's how it works coming from the state. Then on the right side, you can see that the federal government is not only distributing to the state and then going to the counties, but the federal government is giving vaccine doses directly to CVS and Walgreens through contracts that they have with them. And then they are also distributing to facilities such as Indian health centers and veterans like VA hospitals in Palo Alto. So that comes directly from the federal government. So you can see through this slide that there are a variety of ways that the vaccines are getting provided to the entities. And so what we are really trying to accomplish now, or what the county is in these entities, is understanding the number of vaccines, and so what's happening, so that they're able to actually have insight into each other's data. So where you can go right now to find out more information, including the slide that I just presented, is sccfreevax.org. This is the county's website that is really the official source of all of their vaccine information in the county. And right now, as of today, and I say as of today because it could change tomorrow or any other time this week. As of today, we are vaccinating folks in phase 1A. So those are medical workers or first responders or people and staff in long-term care facilities. Also, new news today from the county is that anyone over the age of 65 can get vaccinated at a county health system, including our site in Mountain View, which I'm going to talk about in a little bit, or Stanford Health. Now, as I mentioned before, the Kaiser and Sutter Health or PAMF doses are given in a different bucket, right, from the state. So they don't have the number of doses right now that the other providers have. So they are not yet vaccinating folks who are over 75. Right now, anyone, over 65. They are only vaccinating people who are over 75. So what you have are kind of two different phases right now happening depending on where you have your medical provider. So again, if you are 65 and over and you use the county system or Stanford, you can get a vaccine and contact your provider. If you use Kaiser or PAMF, right now it's just 75 or over. We have heard word that the state might be changing the way that this phasing is working. So we're waiting to hear if this is going to change within the next few days or weeks. But for right now, this is what the vaccine eligibility is. So as I mentioned, we're really pleased that we were able to step up when the county called us and asked if we were able to provide a mass vaccination facility. And our community center opened this past Friday as a site to provide vaccines for the county health system. This is just a snapshot of their operations that just started on Friday. And a little bit more details about it. It is appointment only. We do have limited appointments that are available daily, but we will be hopefully ramping up to at least 1,000 vaccines per day, or 1,000 appointments per day, I should say. And so we're going to be seeing how operations go over time. I can say that just over these last few days, things have appeared to be very smooth and have gone very well. So we're really hopeful about that continuing also in a smooth manner. And we're also really thankful for that partnership. And we're really happy that we're able to provide this service to residents in Mountain View who use the county system, and also to residents throughout North County who may need to come to Mountain View. So as I mentioned, the way that the phasing works now, this is as of today, we're currently in phase 1A, where healthcare workers and long-term care residents and employees can get vaccinated. And then phase 1B is next. So we're also in phase 1B for the county system. So you can see that 1B tier 1 are individuals who are 65 and older. And then the next kind of phase after people who are 65 and older are people that work in education or childcare, emergency services, food and agriculture. Then the next tier in 1B are other different sectors of work who have risk of exposure. So transportation, industrial, commercial, and congregate settings where there are a lot of people together with risk of outbreak, including prisons or homeless shelters. So that's all part of phase 1B. And as I mentioned, this is how the vaccine eligibility works now, but we are waiting to see if it is still going to continue to be this way over the next few weeks. Then the last phase, phase 1C, includes individuals who are 50 to 64 years of age, and then people who are 16 to 49 who may have an underlying health condition. Then there are also categories for employees who work in different sectors who could possibly be exposed or have further risk of exposure. So this is, the rollout of this now is very, I would say, broad, and it involves millions of people. So I think the thing that I really want to underscore about what's happening now is that we don't have an issue of will to do this. There is an issue of supply. There are just simply not enough vaccines right now that not only the state has received, but that the county and the medical providers have received to quickly vaccinate through these phases. So one of the things that we're hearing from both the state and the county is that as the vaccine production can ramp up, then we can obviously start vaccinating more and more people. So that really is the goal right now. The city does not have any say-so over how the vaccine rollout or production goes. We try and work hand in hand with the county in getting the information out, but cities do not have any control over how this works. So what we can do is advocate for a quicker rollout, and obviously for more doses to come to California and Santa Clara County. So one thing that the county did launch recently is this vaccine dashboard, and I know that the font is a little bit small, but this dashboard is found on that sccfreevax.org site, and essentially what this shows is all of the vaccines that have been received and administered by all of the providers throughout the county. This is updated daily. It also has on the far right column the number of appointments that are going on in all of the different medical providers. And at the very bottom of the screen, and this is updated, as I said, daily. So as of today, there have been 160,000 folks who have received their first dose of the vaccine. And then there are around 78,000 people who've received their second dose of the vaccine. So this is a really handy chart if you're interested in seeing who's getting what. So they finally have the data to see how many doses that have been received, and then how quickly they're administering it. So you can check this out every day or every week just to see how it changes. But as I mentioned, we're hopeful that it starts to ramp up very quickly. I also wanted to note that the state has rolled out a new tool that people can go register for online to find out when it's your turn to get vaccinated, and then you should be able to schedule appointments. It's myturn.ca.gov. Now I will say this is a pilot site right now, and the state really, up until this point, has only rolled it out to a couple jurisdictions in Southern California, I believe in LA and San Diego counties. So I'm not certain that you would be able to at least book an appointment now in Northern California, but they have rolled this tool out officially today. So I'll continue to provide an update about this, but this is something that the state wants all residents to be able to use to just find out when it's your turn to get vaccinated. So then moving to testing, even though we have the vaccination site, we are still also providing testing opportunities for residents in Mountain View and people in North County. So just since this summer, we've provided over 13,500 tests. And just this year alone, in our testing, our past couple testing events, we've provided over 1,400 tests just this month in January. You can schedule your tests at the sccfreetest.org. You can also still go get a test at El Camino Hospital Monday through Friday from 7:30 to 7. And then our upcoming 2 testing events will be at our Center for the Performing Arts. The next 2 are on February 2nd and February 16th, respectively, and they are from 9:30 a.m. to 4 p.m. Again, you can register to get tested at sccfreetest.org. And I also wanted to give a snapshot update on El Camino Health and what they've been up to and the testing that they've provided. So as of last week, they've provided over 19,000 tests, no-cost tests to folks who live or work or who go to school in the El Camino Healthcare District. They've also provided 6,000 COVID-19 vaccine doses, and I know that they are starting plans to look at more vaccination sites and providing more vaccinations to folks in the community too. So we're happy to partner with them on our testing events, and we're glad that they're able to provide these testing and vaccination opportunities as well. Then I'm going to pivot now to some updates on our programs that we have that have been in place for quite a few months now before this year started and as we've gone along this month. So the rent relief program, which I know we're going to be talking about later in an agenda item, to draw your attention to the bottom in yellow, you can see that so far we have cut over almost 1,800 checks to households, and we've spent about $3.8 million. The average amount of the check is a little over $2,100. That's been pretty consistent throughout this time. But there is absolutely still a growing need in the community for rent relief, as you can see, and CSA is moving through those requests as quickly as they can. In terms of our small business efforts, we have made progress on a number of fronts for our small businesses. And one of the things that you may recall that we did in partnership with the Chamber was create this Mountain View Marketplace where people can go buy local from Mountain View businesses at ilovemv.org, shop.ilovemv.org. And the program is going to have some fun Valentine's Day marketing and some new services and things to shop for. And then if you're interested, they also have shop safe, shop local lawn signs at the Chamber of Commerce for people to put in their lawns if they are interested. One of the other things I mentioned is that our Castro Streets program will now reopen now that outdoor dining is allowed. We have our small business grant program. Actually, I'm excited to announce that that is expected to launch next week. Council approved in November $250,000 for us to launch a grant program. So we're expecting to provide around 50 small businesses with $5,000 grants. And the way that the businesses will be selected is through a double-blind lottery system. So everyone who qualifies will be put in this lottery and will be able to award grants to at least 50 small businesses. So that will be great to do. And that's also on the back of our Small Business Resiliency Microloan Program that had $1 million of seed money, and we've served over 80 local businesses with more still in the application process. So we're glad that we've been able to do that too. Then I have an update about Project Home Key right now. The picture here is a snapshot of the construction that's underway for our modular units. So those modular units have arrived and they are being stored right now. Right now, some of the construction activities that are taking place are we're installing the sprinkler lines, we're pressure testing it. There's pier foundations that have been constructed and they're going in, and these range from 6 feet to 12 feet deep. They're doing trench work right now, and the timing, the anticipated timeline for this is that we will be ready to accept those modular units in mid-February. That's contingent on PG&E installing power to the site, hopefully by mid-February. And then we're expecting that we will have, full completion and folks moved in estimated now in April. So that's the timeline right now, and CSA is managing the interest list for this project. For safe parking right now, we have 67 vehicles right now across our 3 lots that operate 24/7. And so we are serving right now 148 people on average weekly at all of those lots. Then I do want to highlight and thank our community services staff and our recreation staff, 3 folks in particular, for just the amazing work that they did to work with the county to help stand up this vaccination site. So the photos are of John Marchant at the top, our community services director. On the middle right, Christine Crosby, our recreation manager, and at the bottom, Michelle Peterson, our recreation supervisor. So these 3 have just done yeoman's work working with the county and El Camino Hospital, Planned Parenthood, all of our partners, and not only standing up testing sites, but now this vaccine site that they worked with many other city staff. I know that I'm leaving a lot of folks out, but they did this within a week, less than a week, and over a holiday week to get this vaccination site up and going. So I do want to thank them and recognize and acknowledge them for the work that they did in getting this going and collaborating with the city departments and our partners, and just doing an amazing job serving the community. So with that, I am done with my presentation. This last slide just shows some of our Mask Up MV campaign that we've been doing over these last several months of Mountain View residents wearing their masks, and we will continue to promote mask wearing and social distancing and being safe and healthy. So with that, that's the end of my presentation, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much, City Manager McCarthy. So what we'll do is, if council members have questions, I see Councilmember Abekoga has her hand raised already. We'll go to questions, and then we can go to public comment and come back if anyone has additional comments. Councilmember Abekoga.
Thank you. Thank you, City Manager, for that update. And I just want to echo thanks to our staff and in particular our Parks and Recreation staff for all the hard work that they put into first the testing sites. We were the first in North County to have testing, and now I believe we're the first to have a vaccination site in North County. So I'm very proud of that, and I just want to thank staff for all their hard work. As I had a chance to tour the site, the vaccination site today at the community center, and it was quite an effort, and to do it so quickly, it was just really quite a tremendous effort. So thank you for that. But my question has to do with the vaccinations. I posted on social media today after my tour, our site being up, and the questions, I've got quite a few questions already, and it mainly has to do with and I know you explained it with that chart, which was really helpful, but folks who are patients of Kaiser and PAMP, and I don't mean to call them out, but I will just to be more clear. They've mentioned that it's been very difficult for them to get their vaccinations through their provider. Are they able to come to the community center to get vaccinated there if they're not having trouble getting it from their own provider?
Thank you, Councilmember Abacoga. So I will tell you what the county's answer is to that. And then I know that Community Services Director John Marchant is in the box, and he may be able to fill in any gaps. So we are told that if people do have Kaiser or PAMP, Sutter Health, that they should call their provider. That because there is a limited number of doses that the county is providing at their county sites, which this is ran through Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, that this site serves people who do not have Kaiser or PAMP. But I would ask John if he has any further information about how that's being treated or how they may think about that in the future.
Thank you, City Manager McCarthy. And your description is correct. And we are actually going to be working with the county as well as our communications folks to work together and further clarify those questions that have been asked. Thank you.
Thank you. And then another question was in terms of our own employees, frontline workers like our parks maintenance folks, are they in 1C or are they in 1B? Trying to understand where they fit in.
Thank you, Mayor Orks. I'm former Mayor, Councilmember Abacoga. They right now would be considered to be in 1C. And that is where the majority of government employees are. But as I mentioned, we are waiting to find out what's going to happen with the rollout of the vaccinations. I have heard that it may be changed based on age, and then all of what we're talking about tonight might be a moot point in a couple weeks. But as of now, most of the government workers are in 1C.
Great, thank you. I did hear that about age just a while ago too, so thank you for that. That's it. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Does anyone else have any other questions? All right, so I don't see any other hands, so I'm going to move over to public comment. And so these are going to be questions about the COVID-19 update. Gabriella Breton, please unmute yourself.
Hello. Thank you for all that very useful information. I have one question regarding the community center in Reinsdorf. I noticed that when I went to help someone enrolled, it asked for Social Security, then it said that you needed to sign papers and that if you didn't have insurance, you needed to pay. So I'm wondering if any undocumented immigrant is eligible to go there?
We can't directly answer your question during public comment. Is there more you'd like to share? We can bring it back after you're done speaking.
No, that's it. That because I noticed that in the county those requirements weren't needed. So I'm confused in which someone who's an immigrant can go to one, or do they have to go to the other? That's all. And if the one in Reinsdorf is not free.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, anyone else wishing to give public comment on this item? All right, we can bring it back. City Manager McCarthy, Mr. Marchant, I don't know if you have answers to those questions.
Thank you, Mayor. So for the first part is that all COVID vaccines are free. So wherever anyone goes, there's no cost to the vaccine. We have not seen any charges anywhere. So if there is a charge that is new news, they should be free. And then to the other part of the question about undocumented folks, I do not know the answer to that right now. I have not heard that. I think that the county's intention is to have everyone vaccinated, but we can find out further information, and I can provide an update about that in my next update. And we can also put that out through our communication channels.
Great, thank you so much. Appreciate that. Do council members have any comments at this point? All right, seeing none. Thank you, City Manager McCarthy. Thank you, Mr. Marchant, very much. All right, so we'll move on to item 3.4, which is a presentation from the Mountain View Westman School District Superintendent, Dr. Allende Rudolph, regarding school fencing. All right, Dr. Rudolph, I see you. Perfect. All right.
Hey, how's it going? Thanks for allowing me to grace your presence. I guess my 2020 goal of not showing up in 2021 has already been broken in this short start of the school year, but it's always great to see everybody. So thank you for having me back. Give me 1 second to tie into my screen, and then I'll jump in. Sorry for 1 second. I got a couple slides up here, so there we go. Let's see. You know what? I'll just do this. Okay. There we go. Ah, shoot. Wrong one. All right. Can everybody see that?
Yes, we see it.
Great, great. All right, so before I jump in on this, because I know that there's a bunch of community comments probably about this, I do want to share a passage I just read real quick, not to toss in religion, but I think this is really important. What we focus on impacts the direction that we walk in, essentially saying what is seen as temporary and what is unseen is eternal. And I think, in thinking about all the different topics that have been coming up as of late, around mental health, things that we don't see, but also about safety and security, things that we can't really measure, we have intently focused ourselves on a physical structure and not the needs of our students as well as our teachers and community members. So I'm going to talk a little bit about perimeter fencing and just sort of dive into it and sort of talk about where we are and sort of how the needs are. And then, of course, I'm available to answer questions too. So there's a couple of guiding principles. The first one, which is a partnership that we really enjoy. In 2000, we entered into a joint use agreement with the city. I'm sure that it's probably a little bit older than that, but at least as far back as we know, 2000. And so the city maintains the fields of the schools and the district maintains the ownership. And I just want to be clear, because I know we often refer to these as parks. These are not parks that I'm going to be talking about. I'm talking solely about the fields that are adjacent to the school. We do give after-school priority access to the city, who coordinates community activities. And I do want to bring up, just real quick, although we're a little bit down this year, we're responsible for the safety every day of 5,200 students, more than 600 staff members, actually close to 700. And while many of us enjoy the open campus feel, including myself, who will sometimes at lunch go run onto campus and then come back off, our members have regularly approached, people who are on campus who are not authorized to be there. And I do want to point out just real quick, because I know that there are going to be some community members who are going to say, well, we're walking. It actually is against penal code to be on school grounds during the school day. In fact, it's against penal code to be on school grounds 1 hour before class starts and 1 hour after class starts. And I think sometimes although we're not someone who enforces it all the time, I think sometimes we forget about that. And they are subject to different penalties. We have had dog bites. Those occur pretty frequently. And we have had bike thefts, and we've had to install bike cages, most notably at our middle schools. We now have 2 large bike cages to try and deter thefts. And then parents and staff members have also shared their concerns about the potential of violent events. And so one of the big things that has came up, and I want to be clear about this, the idea of securing the campuses actually came from our principals and our teachers and our staff. This was not something that we were sort of aware of, and I'll bring it up and I'll show you some examples in a second. But securing our campuses to deter school violence, protects our students and staff was a priority. And we had a safety town hall where members of City Council as well as MVPD participated with us to talk about it. And I know some people are going to argue that, having a fence there isn't going to deter violence, but if you do look at the FBI's report that came out, as well as the Secret Service reports, what they do note is that while there is no foolproof method to deter violence, every second counts, especially in school shootings. The most important seconds are actually the first 30 seconds to 1 minute, right? And so part of this is about how do we deter this. Fences as well as cameras were listed on our master's facility plan as a priority 1 need. The MFP was approved December 12, 2019, and this also was included as part of our ballot measure. Now, I know that some community members have also said that we're putting up floodlights and we're putting up all these other things. We're not doing any of those things, but we are adding cameras as part of our safety priority. And we have also talked about adding swipe cards to all of our doors as another way of helping to protect our staff members, as these are concerns that continue to bring up. And again, I've already brought this up, like it's not going to stop things, but it does provide a deterrent. And again, I want to point out there is no full safe deterrent across the board. So no one is sort of idealizing that putting a fence is going to stop things. But we do need to be concerned about individuals who walk off the trail and onto campus while kids are present. One of our bigger areas of concern is actually around landos, where we tend to see a lot more vandalism right off of the trail, and it's pretty hard for MVPD to sort of track individuals. And I do want to point out that we did consult with MVPD to talk about some safety measures, and they did suggest that it could also assist us. So thought exchange, one of the big things that we've been trying to include is student voice, and sort of what does that look like across the board. And then so this was a recent thought exchange. Visitors signing in, the office should know when people come on campus. Again, that's an ed code that is also a part of the penal code. So we need to make sure that it happens. And then students should be able to feel safe, very safe and secure during our school time. We also did a thought exchange just to sort of get some other thoughts. Part of the reason why we do thought exchange is to allow people to anonymously bring their opinions out. And then of course those opinions get sort of starred and ranked based off of needs. And so you can see that perimeter controls actually kept popping up over the course of the last couple of years. And so the master facility plan identified a couple of different items. Need to secure perimeters at all campuses, especially with schools, share public park facilities, trails, access, and multiple frontage. Need for real-time situational awareness by schools. One of the best examples of this is actually the principal of Crittenden pointed out that they are unaware of what occurs on what most people view now as the front side, the middle field side, when compared to the Rock Street side, because it is a complete blind spot over there. And so that's one of the areas that they're uniquely concerned about. And then administrative buildings are not always situated as the most visible and accessible areas of the campus. So we've been trying to change that. There are obviously some schools that are better and easier to get this done than the other ones. And so the principal interviews, both principals, the previous principal of Montaloma and the principal of Bub, have noted that there are some, there's no gate controls, there are some serious concerns, and so that across the board, right? And so this was obviously something that came as a surprise to us because up until this point, it really wasn't an area of focus that we had. But Montaloma, because that's where most of the conversation is going to come, and I just want to point this out, right? So it's located and shares, it's actually a field, not a park. It has a perimeter fence around all of its buildings, but not around its parking lots. We actually had a teacher who wrote to the board just recently and said that one of the concerns about the SDC, we have our special ed classroom there, as well as the kindergarten classrooms, is that it is adjacent right to the field and that individuals constantly are coming up to windows and sort of interacting, and it's kind of hard. There are also doors along the backside that open directly out into those areas. And that is the case with a couple of our schools too. And so that was one of the big concerns. And then while the school and park, and I apologize for the typo that's in there, has residential properties on 3 sides. There are 2 pedestrian access points at the rear of the campus, including a pedestrian path on Anna Avenue and Elka. And these paths are open at all hours, and the school needs to have the ability to close those off during the school hours. Even sort of pushing this, and probably part of the reason why there's more people who are concerned about this is when we did our focus groups, and then we started talking with so we had 3 focus groups consisting of parents, community members, staff members. And then we also had a reopening task force that's considered that it's just an internal task force. And this was comprised of members from every group, right? So classified teachers, principals, and district office staff. And all of them brought up the concern about safety with COVID. There was obviously the California Department of Public Health requires us to limit contact between the public and students during school hours. There was a sizable concern that was raised about what happens when people are walking the campus or sort of accessing it. And then, of course, even in our staff town halls, and this is, I'm not trying to argue that this is the feeling for everybody, but there was enough people who said that they do not feel safe to return to campus when members of the public are allowed to walk on the campus without masks. And we know that at least at that time, wearing a mask was politicized, but it's obviously a big concern. And one of the requirements we have in order for anybody to walk on campus is actually a mask. I do want to point out that part of the reason why this was brought up is originally we talked about using thermal scanners to sort of scan similar to what you see in the airport. If you're traveling overseas, to sort of scan all of our students as they walk in. And we sort of shot that down because of the cost, as well as the logistics in order to, sort of adjust the camera every day and make sure it's warmed up. So we had to move to another approach for doing temperature checks. But again, the major concern still that was still there was just how do we limit the number of contacts across the board? And that's a serious concern. And our kids do use these fields for recess. Our teachers are out there. And of course, there's been a big push about getting kids outside when the weather's good so that they can sort of do outdoor learnings. And of course, our teachers push back and say, well, we can go outside, but you have to deal with the elements and you also have to deal with dogs and parents or community members coming onto the campus. And so that's obviously a big concern of ours. So what are our current plans? So actually at most of our sites, although I know it says 5, there's actually a very minimal amount of fencing that's required, including at Montaloma, which has fencing almost completely around the school, but those fences are actually not connected, and that's one of the areas that, that we've talked about. And by connecting the fences and adding a few gates that automatically unlock, on the evenings and on weekends, we can eliminate some of the safety concerns while still giving the community members the same access to our fields and playground that was allowed before, which again, I want to just reiterate that is not during the school day, it is before, it is 1 hour after the school day, and then it's supposed to be 1 hour before the school day. Landos and Montaloma have a little bit more fencing that is planned, but again, our idea is to connect the fencing that already exists. And I'm going to show you some of those. Just to talk about sort of the involvement, we've been partnering with the city to sort of talk about this. We've been sort of working behind the scenes, just making sure that we get feedback. Again, we have a shared interest with the city to make sure that our fields are accessible to our youth and they're used regularly. And so that's one of the big concerns that we've had. And it's been a lot of a great back and forth to sort of understand some of the needs and sort of make adjustments across the board. In terms of community input, obviously the Safety Town Hall in 2018, the master facility plan where every school site was included. We've had more than 200 residents participate in community meetings across the board. We've also advertised these using as many social media platforms. And of course, we were very transparent with the passage of our bond that perimeter controls was one of the items that we would do. And while it may not have been focused on by everybody, there was a lot of these projects that have been sped up as a result. HVAC is one of those big things. Fencing was another one. We have since conducted a second round of community input for Landos and Bub. Those were held a couple of weeks ago, and we are now working on creating a working group for Montaloma. I do want to point out that, I know that there are several residents who wanted to pick the individuals. We also heard back from the community that they felt like certain groups didn't necessarily represent them. And so we used a similar process that we used for boundary changes as well as enrollment priorities changes, where we allow people to apply and use a district advisory committee to select. But it also means that our goal is to make sure that we have individuals who are going to work with us to find some creative solutions to resolve some of these issues. How do we advertise to make sure that we can get people for the working group? We put signs on fields. We sent notices out to neighborhood associations. Obviously, we did direct mail homes, notices on next door, school newsletters. We actually worked with the social media marquee signs. And so we put them up as many places that we can, including some postcards. And of course, in the presentation, there's a couple links in here. And so just real quick so that everybody can see, so this is what one of the postcards actually look like. I hope y'all can still see this. And so these were mailed out to everyone across the board. Let's see here. There we go. So what adjustments have we made? I'm going to take you through some of them. Originally, we did not think about having automatic locks to open the gates, but we have since moved to those. We have been repositioning fences back and forth based off of community feedback to make sure that we sort of get it right. We've added some additional gates based off of feedback. For instance, you'll see that there are some access points for the city to have so that they can get the mowers in. We're adding landscaping and fences depending on some of the projects. And of course, we want to also add more signage that clearly indicates the hours of use. And so I'll give you a good example. If you go to the back side of Montaloma, there are actually 2 signs. Both signs have different times. I think one sign had like 4:30, and I think the next one had 5:30. So obviously we want to make sure that we're consistent across the board and that we acknowledge that it is 1 hour after the school day ends. So now let's look at what fencing looks like. So the gray right here, and I hope you can see my cursor, the gray represents all of the existing fencing that has been there, that when you walk on campus actually disappears into the background. And so what we've done is we've added a couple gates so that people have access, but we've also added mower access to those. And what we're also going to do is add access for parking. These missed parking people can pull in, and sometimes we frequently have people who are driving up and down, but we're going to add fencing access here. Huff, Bub, and Landos also have what we call our special day classes. It could be our autistic kids. It could also be our medically fragile kids. And unfortunately, in the last round of the bond, or CBO added some fencing that closed off the doors, and some of the complaints that we heard from our special ed families was that it felt like kids were being caged in because the fencing was right next to the door. We can now remove those fences and allow kids to have access. We do have kids who elope or like to run off, and so we need to make sure that we're mindful that we don't have a kid who's running to the front of the street, especially because the special day classes are actually right up in the front. This also allows kids to walk to the library without having to be escorted, as it would create sort of a gate right there that creates a safety net for our kids. Again, so if we look at Bub, which actually sits right next to a park, has an extensive amount of fencing that exists. Some of it is covered by brush, so we're going to take some of that brush off. But again, it is the exact same thing. We want to provide a couple of new fences, as you see in the blue. And the blue represents the chain link fences that sort of connects with the existing fence. And then the green represents the ornamental fencing. I'll show you some examples of those. But again, we want to make sure that we provide access. And what you can see is there is also where the city said that we want to provide more access, and then there will be a gate that's actually right next door. And one of the changes that we've heard is sort of this idea about the good neighbor fences. We did recently just pay for someone's good neighbor fence to get fixed, even though we're not sure who really installed it. So if we do allow the good neighbor fences to sort of stay there, we'll need to do two things. First one is we'll need to make sure that all of them are in good shape. So that we don't have to pay to fix someone's fences inadvertently. And the second thing is that there are some of these good neighbor fences where a community member has access onto the field, but the school does not have access backward to get out. It's not that we want to go in and out, but in the event of emergency, we need to be able to unlock any of our doors. And so we'll probably have to have a conversation with those individuals who have a good neighbor just to come up with a solution for that. And that's a smaller problem. One addition that was added, similar to what we do at Google, Google provides access to the kinder lots that are closed off. Some parent feedback was to extend the kinder lot so that it's a little bit bigger in the front of the school, so that and obviously allow parents to have access to it because it's normally closed on the weekends. And that would allow parents, and put some extra seating in here, that would allow parents to use this little kinder area to sort of play after hours or on the weekends. And I think that's a great solution that allows parents to feel safe as they bring their kids to the campus. Darakoff Stevenson, again, a lot of fencing already exists. We put a lot up. One of the big concerns we had, because this is actually 3 different entities sitting on the same campus, we have the district office, which is over here. I know right now it looks like a hole. We have the future preschool, which has its own requirements and needs its own fencing. We have Stevenson, and then we have Darakoff. Originally, when the new Stevenson campus was built, we had parents who were taking their kids in, and so our district office starting time, most of our staff arrive at the exact same time, and we've actually had a couple close calls of accidents. So we actually installed fencing to sort of close off or delineate access from the district office to Stevenson. And that has actually helped to control traffic patterns. Obviously, most families use the front. They do park on the other side, but if they do, they use this gate and come up through the back area. And just to show you a good part of the great neighbor partnership that we have, this is actually right up here, part of the city's property. Part of the tennis court belongs to the city. The other part of it belongs to the actual school district. As we started talking about how to help with traffic patterns, one of the things that city staff brought up was the notion of, could we line up the entrance of Stevenson to the actual street to sort of help control some of the help mitigate for for traffic patterns at the beginning of the day, which we were able to do, and that's really helped. And the city provided us with an easement onto that property. Over here is the part of the Google campus that I talked about. Parents and community members have access to this area on the weekends, and that's something similar that we were talking about for the preschools. But again, for Therakoff, there is actually a trail that goes all the way back here across. We've had a couple kids and we've had a couple instances on this trail, so we want to just close that off. But again, it would only be during school hours that those areas would actually be closed. Here's Crittenden. Crittenden has a sizable amount of fencing already. Obviously, the track is used, especially after hours. This fence right here, there's already a fence that sort of exists. It is I want to say a 4-foot fence, maybe a little bit shorter. I've seen people toss their bikes over this fence and jump onto the track. And this is again another partnership between the city and the school district. So we want to make sure that people have access to the trail. This is a newer feature once we built the track. And so all we're going to do is extend the height of the fence so that we don't have people tossing their bikes and other stuff over it. And that also allows for the trail to be used during the school hours, but it also allows for our students to walk the track and not have to worry about anything. And then again, minimal fencing just to control some of the perimeters. And this addresses Mrs. Gomez's major concern. The front office is actually all the way up here. And as you can see, the sports center is back here, but there is a lot of blind spots that exist over here. Here is Graham. Again, same thing. There's already a lot of fencing. Actually, the fencing comes all the way back here and then sort of around. So all we are doing, and there's fencing that exists on this part. All we're doing is simply blocking off some of these areas. There's actually a fence on this backside over by the MUR. Again, that fencing is probably a 3 or 4 foot fence. And there is actually a kinder parking lot over there. We're going to increase the height of that. This is an active preschool. It has been active preschool classrooms. It is a special education preschool. It has been active for the last couple of years. It's one of the 3 sites that we use. And so we want to make sure that the preschoolers have the ability to play on the playground without having to worry about any other additional access points. And then, of course, there are some gates. There's a large gate back here, and there's another gate back there. The gate, this backside gate, which heads to our maintenance facility, is open pretty much 24/7. The gate in the front is only open during certain events. Here is Landos. Landos requires a little bit more fencing along the trail. We will still have access to the trail, but we will route it to the front of the school instead of having access right to the back of the school, which is where the kinder wing is, which is right around here. We want to make sure that we limit people coming off of the campus. There is also sort of a city-owned tot lot that exists over here. We want to make sure that people still have access to that. But again, it's a similar thing. We are connecting the buildings, even though there's some existing fencing. And as I talked about before, the good neighbor fencing is one of the areas that we're looking at. We would just look at whether or not these are adequate to meet our needs. And if so, then we'll come up with a different solution for those and try to sort of replace the ones that need replacing and sort of build up the ones that need building up. Montaloma, which is probably the most contentious one. Montaloma actually has fencing all the way across. I've walked this campus extensively since all this process started. There is a fence that goes all the way along this area. It is actually, I believe, a 10-foot fence. There's another 10-foot fence that exists all the way in the back around here with an entrance right here, and then there's one more. The original idea, because we heard from community members that they wanted access to the parking, the kinder lot, as well as the snack shack and some other areas. So originally, after getting community feedback, we decided that we were going to put a fence just around the field to allow access. And then, of course, we got more feedback that from parents that they would cut them off from the soccer tournaments that sort of occur, and that they would be behind the fence while the kids were playing and would sort of limit access. And so then we worked on another design, and so this shows you where the fencing is. This one is more consistent with what we already have, which is a minimal amount of fencing, and we even decided to make it look like Eagle Park with archways for both one right here, which is a double wide archway, and then obviously an archway for the trail that allowed people to go in with just a couple of gates that could be open and closed. But again, and then this will close off sort of the walking areas. This is the back gate that I was telling you about a little bit earlier. Both of these ideas, while they were suggested by community members, have also been shot down by different community members. And so this identifies part of the challenge that we've been having with trying to figure out an adequate solution to keep our staff safe. Our gates. So we've looked at, and we'll be purchasing electric strikes. These can be unlocked after hours, and obviously we will be adding a phone number and allowing staff to sort of address this issue. The fields will always be accessible as they currently are with no new limitations. However, I do think that there is a level of teaching that needs to take place to remind people that these are fields that are not accessible during the school day, as many residents have said they enjoy the fields during the school day. And we're not talking about right now, even though we do have kids on campus, I'm talking about when school is really in session and we have somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 to 400 kids sitting on Montaloma's campus. But it's not our goal to limit any type of access whatsoever. So what does it look like? So here's an example. This is Stevenson Elementary, or this actually could be Vargas Elementary. They both look exactly the same, but this one's Stevenson. As you can see right here, there's actually fencing right in the front of the school. The same is true for Vargas. Vargas actually is our first school that has been completely enclosed. And we heard both from the principal as well as teachers that they feel safe and they appreciate the fact that it's closed, but it still provides community members with access to the soccer field as well as the play structure after school hours. And so it's not obtrusive, I guess I should say. But what does this sort of look like? So here's a conceptual rendering of what it would look like at the front. These gates open wider than what is currently shown. But again, this sort of shows the way that we can provide access to the library, which will be this building, as well as control. And there's actually this rendering right here. There are windows as well as a door for office staff. So that provides us with a pretty sufficient amount of security in the front of the school. So what are the next steps? Montaloma is obviously one of the biggest areas. So again, and I think this is clear, there's been staff, parents, as well as students who have reported that they feel unsafe due to the open campuses, and we do have a responsibility to address those. Now, not doing anything is not an option. I know there are going to be people who say, just don't put up a fence. We got to do something to provide safety and security to our employees, our students, and our parents. But it doesn't have to be one of the current designs. We obviously have been pretty flexible and we'll continue to work to come up with solutions. But what we can't have is what people continue to argue is just continued 24/7 unfettered access to the campus, even while school is in session. So we have to come up with a better solution than that. But it doesn't mean that there's not a solution that sort of exists. The fencing is sort of limited depending on which way you want to look. There are community concerns about access to green space. I completely understand that the community believes and feels that this is their neighborhood park and they should have access to it. It is also the school's field, and obviously we believe that the school should have access to the field during the school day. So that's one of the areas that we're going to have to find common ground and sort of go, but is again not our approach, not our intent to deny anyone access to green space whatsoever. But we do have to take everything into account, and that cannot be done through a large community meeting. And so our solution to that is to come up with a work group that can provide some safety, provide some recommendations on how to address some of these items. These representatives come from all walks of life and include and will take all perspectives, including MVPDs, into the consideration when making recommendations. And of course, we will be providing ongoing communication to the community as well as the Board of Trustees and to City Council about what we are doing. And of course, I will bring my final recommendations to the Board of Trustees. What does it look like? There will be 2 community representatives. There are 2, there's a Park and Recs representative. There are 2 parents. One will come from Moffettfield, which represents about a third of the campus. Another one will come from the actual community. The principal, 2 staff members, and a district administrator. I will not sit on this committee. I will not be involved in meetings, but they will bring this back. Applications were taken, and we had 16 people apply. They were ranked by the District Advisory Committee. I have not met with Dr. Westover to talk about what that looks like just yet. Our first meeting will be February 25th, and then after that, we'll start scheduling a series of meetings with ongoing cadence. We do not, as I've told the Board of Trustees, we do not know what the time frame for this will be, but we expect this will be our longest project out of the group, just based off of sort of some of the contentiousness that's already been expressed across the board. And we'll keep going until we sort of can come up with a recommendation that meets all of the needs and balances all of the ideas, or balances all of both the community's needs as well as the school's needs in terms of safety and security, as well as access to the community. And it also needs to meet Park and Rec's need so that, Parks and Recs can continue to use the field on the weekends. And that concludes my presentation. I do want to just grab my cookies out of the stove before they burn. So just pardon me for 1 second. But I can hear you.
No problem. Well, now all of us want cookies, Dr. Rudolph. We'll wait till you. We'll wait till you come back on screen. But I think there's so much public interest. What we'll do is, council members, if you have questions, we can ask those of Dr. Rudolph, and I believe Mr. Marchant is here as well if we have questions on the city side, as well as our city manager and city attorney are here. Then we'll turn it over for the public comment portion, and then we'll bring it back for council members if they have comments or any insights that they'd like to share. So council member Hicks, I see your hand, and Dr. Rudolph is back.
Hi, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you so very much for taking time out. I know that you're facing a lot of extra pandemic related work. So yeah, I wish we could talk to you at some time when you didn't have all that extra work. Out of respect for the many people who are here to comment, I'm going to keep my questions pretty short. And I think the structure is that we get to comment that council gets to comment after the public comments. I also wanted to thank the mayor for this is a really important issue, I think, and thank the mayor for putting it on the agenda. So first, I have to say, so my children went to Castro School, and I have to say, frankly, I'm a little shocked to hear the information about the penal code and that one is not supposed to be on campus for an hour before or an hour after school. It leaves me with questions about hours, and I have to say that is just so different than the way I interface with the schools. I had a son in school while my daughter was in preschool. The hours were not the same, the preschool and the school hours. We would come with my daughter and maybe a friend, play on the playground while we waited for my son to get out. Then he would join us, maybe with a few more friends from school. We'd hang out. It sounds like so to me, there are many critical things we're talking about, but one is hours of access that seem to be continually eroding. And I'm wondering, so are you seeing the gates locked to people? Like, for instance, when I was a young parent with a child who was not going to the school and her friends, would it be would I essentially have to play with my daughter somewhere else, drive to the school, pick up my son, and drive his friends somewhere else? Is there no ability to do that kind of interfacing with the playgrounds once they're fenced off? And will they be fenced off an hour before and an hour after the school, in accordance with what you said was the penal code?
Yeah, so penal code as well as ed code both concur on this one. I don't think anyone's ever enforced it that strictly. But what I will say is that community access has to be limited while kids are on campus. And so typically what we see at almost every school, and I want to point out, I think we're also at a different point in life, right? So my experience, even with my daughters versus my son, are two totally different things, and they're 11 years apart just based off of the circumstances. And so I try to keep that in mind, just knowing that it's a little bit different. But after hours is after hours. I don't think anybody's going to be out there after hours running around and saying you need to get off campus. And that's when the gates start unlocking. What we are concerned about, though, is the during school hours, right? And so probably, and I'm just thinking about my own experience, I can't speak to yours, but when I would gather with other parents, it would always be after school hours, after I picked up my kid. It wouldn't be that I walked onto campus while school was in session and decided that I wanted to play on the fields or bring my dog on the field or anything like that. And so I think the distinction here is that what occurs once we have a mass gathering of individuals coming onto campus is totally different than what occurs during the school day while teachers are trying to provide instruction to kids, or while kids are going to the bathroom during the day, or any of that type of stuff. And so I think those are two totally different things. But the gates, the unlocking of the automatic gates starts right around dismissal time, because you want to provide access for parents to sort of come in. And, just using Castro and Mistral, since you mentioned it, actually Castro and Mistral have both instituted sort of waiting areas for parents. They do not let parents to come onto campus until a particular time, and then they pick up their kids. And they've been doing this for at least since I've been here for the past 6 years. And one of the things, if Principal Lambert was here, who's been at Castro the longest, one of the things that she says is that the Latino community at least has been adamant about providing more fencing. And I know in the cafecitos, not the ones that the district has, but the city has, but the cafecitos that I hold myself with families, when we were talking about just improvements that we can make, they also brought up the desire to see more fencing across around the campus to keep their kids safe. And so I think it's a different time.
Yeah, I don't want to belabor the question because I want to leave room for, I think many people have questions and comments, but yeah, essentially my question was, since you had said the penal code doesn't allow people an hour before and an hour after, and I also have seen signs that say 4 p.m., I wanted to know, and the locks, I want to know when are the locks going to be open? And because this does allow, there can kind of be mission creep that can keep creeping later. And so I kind of want to know what the hour is, because already the hour is very scarce. In the winter, you get very little access time for.
Well, I mean, if we were just to go by the community sign that I mentioned before, I mean, it would be consistent. Montaloma, I think, ends around 3 o'clock. I think the sign said 4:30. So technically, if you use the penal code, you're right around the exact same time. Around 4:10 is what it is. I don't have, that's a Dr. Westover question about the specific time. I just know that we have committed to providing access after hours. And again, I've never seen anyone enforce penal code on the school unless there's been a serious issue across the board. But I do want to point out that it does exist. And it's also a part of ed code that people have to sign in. And I think that's been one of the larger issues as people have talked about access to fields on the school campus. They continue to say, well, I walk the fields all day long. And, my point of bringing it up is to say that, we're not supposed to be on campus before and after hours. And there's exemptions within the code both ed code as well as penal code that says who can and who can't come on, and that people need to go to the front of the school to get access. But,
Okay.
you know, as soon as, you know, that's something we can follow up. I'll get Dr. Westover to send to John Marchant, and then we can get that question answered for you, because I just don't have
I probably have hundreds of questions and comments here. So I do, though, I don't know whether, I'm still not knowing whether it's 3 or 4 or 4:30, but I don't want to belabor that now. I also, a second question, you know, I understand and sympathize with your concern about safety. One of the comments I've heard from people living around the Monte Loma area is that a suggestion of tighter perimeter fences more tightly around the school rather than in the way you're pictured, and that would offer, you know, possibly as much or more safety. And I'm wondering if that's something, while still kind of keeping the fields open, and I'm wondering whether that's something that you would consider.
Right. The irony is that Monte Loma already has fencing around or next to the schools. It doesn't provide access to the field. I mean, it actually blocks off the classroom area from the fields, but all of those classrooms have, you know, either have windows or back doors or some type of outdoor access. And that's actually where teachers have brought up some of the concerns. The second area of concern is that if you just put the fence, which already exists right next to the school, then what about when kids are outside playing, and how do we provide access to that? And so are we suggesting that we remove green space for kids to play on so that community members can walk during the day? And I think that's why, you know, we're open to, and that's why we've had 2 designs, and we'll probably have 3 or 4 after this. That's part of the reason why we're trying to figure out what is an adequate solution to provide some type of modicum of safety for our staff members, especially on the backside, the kinder wing, the special ed classrooms, and then I think it's like 4th and 5th grade. But at the same time, and give them access to the fields, and at the same time, still allow people to have utilize some of the green space without disrupting the instructional day.
So you're saying that that teachers are they're afraid that people will, it's not just fencing, they're afraid people are going to break in the windows?
Yeah, so we had a community comment last week from a teacher, I think.
Breaking windows.
Well, no, I didn't say breaking windows. I think that's more of a sort of a extreme version. But what they did say is that people do come up to the windows, they do knock, they do look in them, they do bother the classrooms. And when we do evacuations, that's a serious concern for theirs. So that was an issue that was raised by one of our teachers, and it is something that we have to take into account. Now, does that mean that we need to acquire the full field? That one I don't know, but but we do have several of our buildings that, you know, because of the design back in the day, that have dual entrances or 2 doors, one on the front, one on the back, that allow people to have access inside and out, and that's where the concern was raised.
Okay, so out of respect for other people and their comments and questions, I'm gonna close my questions now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Councilmember Matichak?
Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Rudolph, for coming to our meeting here tonight. Councilmember Hicks asked some of the questions I had, but I have a couple more. In terms of the work group, so on the slide it talks about the first meeting on February 25th, and that they will go until they can make a recommendation to you and the board. And I was wondering, is there something that's going to drive like a deadline for them? Like, is there could this go on for 6 months, 2 years?
Well, let's hope this doesn't go on for 2 years, right? Like, I think all of us will get tired at that point. But I would assume that it's probably going to take us, you know, somewhere in the neighborhood of probably six or 7 months. I think this will easily last into, you know, through the summer and sort of over the break or into the start of next year. It's the last project that we have on the list. And so we anticipate that it will take a little bit longer for us to get done. There is a time frame in terms of the funding. Once we issue a bond, we only have 3 years to spin it down, but we haven't issued a bond. We haven't issued a bond to finish that fence yet, and so we're not under any time constraints. And I think ultimately the goal here is to find a solution that sort of meets the needs of the school and also meets the needs of the community. And so if that takes a little bit more time, it just takes a little bit more time.
Okay. So speaking of the bond, you said you were very transparent with it. And I should have looked at this before our meeting tonight, but did it say in the actual ballot statement about the fences?
Yeah, it talked about safety and security controls. And then we sent out a flyer. And what we had was these little icons that talked about perimeter controls would be at which sites. And so all of them except for Vargas actually had perimeter controls as one of them. We had solar listed on there. And so there was a graphic that was used.
So sorry, in the actual ballot statement. So if somebody doesn't have time to read the entire pamphlet that comes, for the election, but in the actual ballot statement that says, do you support or not, a certain thing, was it in that?
I don't know if I think there's a limit on it, on the actual ballot language. I don't know if it listed every single project. I think it said something about making improvements to facilities and stuff like that. It would have been standard language, which would have been as a result. And that's one of the things, but I do know the mailers that we sent out to the whole city included examples of what we would be doing. And then again, we've been pretty transparent about our concern about safety since 2018 and sort of addressing that. But what the actual ballot statement says, that was over a year ago. So yeah, I would have to look it up.
Okay, yeah, I forgot to look at it before I came to City Hall for this meeting tonight. Okay, thanks.
Yep.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak. Councilmember Showalter.
Yeah, I was just going to ask questions about the hours again. I know when my children were attending the schools, the hours they went to Bob, and the hours for kindergartners were completely different from the hours for first, second, and third graders, which were different from the fourth and fifth graders. Mm-hmm. So there was an overlap of 45 minutes between when the first through third graders got out before the fourth and fifth graders got out. Mm-hmm. So that was a period in which essentially, parents would come to pick up their kids, and there would be a lot of parents over, watching the kids who had just been let out and waiting for their older brothers and sisters. Uh-huh. So that was a time when the community used the facilities a tremendous amount. So that kind of split schedule was, and frankly, the teachers didn't supply any, at that point, they didn't supply any oversight to those children. The parents did. And in the morning, it was kind of the same thing, only the reverse. So it seems to me that there's kind of two basic ways you provide security. You do it with physical barriers, and you do it with people and programming. And it seems like what we're talking about here is all about the physical barriers. And I think that the trust that I just find it hard to understand the trust of the fence versus personnel being out there. And so I wanted to ask you about the balance between physical barriers and increased personnel providing security.
Well, personnel costs money, and it's an ongoing cost at every single site. And so I think when we looked at it, I don't think there's a combination of one or the other, but that was one of the factors that went into some of the conversations. And and again, I think the concern that at least was conveyed to me through principals as well as through the architect is more about people coming on campus, and personnel are addressing them. but it's the ongoing need to constantly stop them. Do we have the funds to pay for security guards at all of our campuses? We don't have the funds to do that. That's an added cost that we weren't prepared for. The city provides walking guards to us. And I think, a year ago, right before when Vargas opened, it wasn't budgeted in there. And so, we didn't have security. We didn't have a crossing guard over at one of the sites. And the only solution was we could remove one from an existing school and move it over to Vargas. So personnel is something that would eat into our operational budget and reduces our ability to do other things for our kids. While yes, we are a basic aid district, we are not fully in as a basic aid. And I think, there without going into all the details, I think there are other considerations that impact our budget that, reduce our full take of the tax base. And so if there was a way to pay for security personnel, and if that's one of the solutions, and we can find a way to fund it, then that's a possibility. It's not that we've ruled it out, but it's, when the architect went out and asked all of our sites their thoughts, this is what was brought up by staff members. And so this is what I represent is the feelings of staff members. Not once did somebody say, I need a security guard to do X, Y, and Z. Doesn't mean that it can't be a solution, but it doesn't change the fact that people are walking on the fields during the school hours. And so I think there's a myriad of options that sort of exist, but funding is, fences are a fixed cost versus personnel is the ongoing cost that you have to account for. So I think that was just part of the consideration.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I had some of the same questions that Councilmember Matichak had, and I was trying to scroll back through my memory banks and think about what my understanding of things before the election for Measure M was, and I didn't recall anything about it. So I kind of dug down and I saw that the ballot language, the ballot question was to improve the quality of local schools, make health, safety, and handicapped accessibility improvements, modernize/renovate classrooms, restrooms, and school facilities, and replace outdated heating, ventilation, air conditioning systems. Shall Mountain View School District Measure be adopted, authorizing $56 million of bonds at legal rates, generating an average $2.9 million annually, as long as the bonds are outstanding at a rate of approximately 4.5 cents per $100 of assessed value with annual audits. No money for salaries, all money staying local. And in digging down and doing the research, I did note that prior to the ballot question being put out, that there were meetings where fencing was discussed, but I don't think it actually made it to most people's understanding of what the ballot measure was all about. And so that's a concern. This is a question for the city attorney. Can
I clarify one thing, because you read the wrong ballot language?
Oh, yes, please.
It actually does say in the first 3 words, to provide safe/modern classrooms, and then it goes art, science, and everything else. So it was one of the first things that was brought up, and we were very clear about the safety, which is why through the master's facility plan we prioritized what it would look like, and it's also why we, in all the informational stuff that we put out, it was also included in that too.
Yes, I completely agree with that. And there was only one argument for the measure and there was no argument against. And it wasn't included in the argument for, but it was definitely part of the planning process. But I think that, myself included, most voters don't dial down to that level of being a part of that process. And so on Google Maps, it describes Montaloma Park, and it says that it's a family-friendly park next to a school. And so my question is for the city attorney, is this a family-friendly park next to a school, or it's just the school site? And I know it's sort of a little bit complicated because it goes back through time to the joint use agreements and et cetera. But how do we look at this property?
Councilmember Lieber, I'm not actually prepared to answer that question with specificity right now. It's something we'd have to look at and get you an accurate answer. I think it's probably complex, and we'd have to review the agreement, and also I would have to get input from the community services director. It's not something I could answer right now.
So
okay.
The property records, just because I can't answer this one for you. The property records indicate that it is school district property. The joint use agreement states that we have a shared use agreement, and that, essentially if the city wants to make it, and John can add into this, if the city wants to make an adjustment, we can't deny them the right, and the same vice versa. But we do have to consult with each other. And then, so that would be the full interpretation of it. And again, I just want to reiterate, because I know we're focused on access during school hours of the school fields. It is not our goal to limit anyone from having access to green space at any of our sites, nor is it our goal to remove or to deny our youth services department the ability to schedule it. It is simply to address the safety concerns that have been raised by the schools. But Montaloma Field, which is often referred to as Montaloma Park, is actually the school's field and has been since the school is opened.
And maybe I could clarify a little bit. Dr. Rudolph is correct. I was focusing on your question of the specific nomenclature and designation of the park or field. I'm very aware of the joint use agreement, and it is correct that the district does need to consult the city for input on any physical installations. I believe the agreement reads. I was focused more on your more technical question about park designation, but the agreement governs, and that's correct what Dr. Rudolph said.
Okay. And then, Dr. Rudolph, if we could take one more short look at the advisory group. And I was trying to study that, and that went by kind of quickly there.
Dr. Rudolph, you're muted.
It's my typical Zoom thing. Okay, give me 1 second. By the way, Christian, I wasn't challenging your knowledge on it. I was just clarifying.
Oh, not at all. I just wanted to provide more color to Councilmember Lieber about the agreement. I was more focusing on the technical designation of the land, but no, everything's good.
Okay. Give me 1 second. I closed out the presentation because I figured that there was going to be a lot more questions about start times and end times. And so I switched over to that. So if you give me 1 second, you want to look at the makeup of the committee?
Right, right.
Okay, here we go. Share. There you go.
So I think that it seems to me that there would be 3 individuals who aren't associated with the school, and then 6 who are. Who would be on here. And so I want to make sure that we still have a way to work through what the real meaning of the joint use agreement is. within this process. And I know that you're planning on starting the advisory group process very soon. But I want to make sure that we have time to really work through what the joint use agreement means for us.
So I just want, I think, you know, in the spirit of transparency, the joint use basically says that we wanted to put a fence up, we could put a fence up. That's not our intent. Our intent is to work collaboratively with as many people as possible to come up with an adequate solution to meet the needs of everyone. And so the work group is a reflection of that collaboration. And while, yes, we do have, you know, while we have people who are associated with the school, I don't necessarily think that a parent, you know, one who's from Moffett, the other one who lives within the community, along with two community members in a park and recs, are going to necessarily reflect the desires of, you know, one or two individuals. I also think that you have two staff members and a district administrator, specifically Dr. Westover, whose real job is to come to an impartial decision and make a recommendation to me that I can make to the board, who represents the school district, that sort of says, this is what we've come up with that meets the needs of every single person. And that's really what we're trying to do here. And we're just trying to get as many people from all walks of life without having it be unwieldy. And we're fortunate that, you know, I think it's John who said that he's going to volunteer, but I don't want to volunteer him for it. But we're fortunate also to have Parks and Rec there so that they too can say, like, these are the other considerations that you have to take into account. Because I think part of this is, you know, when we started down this road and we're getting perspective just from a principal and we're getting a perspective just from teachers, you're getting that, you know, that sort of siloed mentality. And this group now takes into account all the stakeholders that sort of utilize the school site, not Dr. Westover. I mean, her job is just to make sure the building's functioning, right? But all the stakeholders who utilize the site and to really come up with some good recommendations that say, this is how we can move forward and this is how we can meet the needs of everyone. So I actually believe that this is, and just, you know, we've used this process a couple of times, both with changing boundaries, which was even more contentious than this and took us a lot longer to get through. And we use this with Enrollment Priorities Task Force. And the process actually does work. It just gets a little messy for the group to sort of come to some type of agreement. But what we came up with, at least with boundaries, while it may not have pleased everybody, was actually a lot better than what we initially thought for boundaries. And I think that's more in line with the spirit of the community because, you know, as a consultant that we brought in for boundaries stated, most school districts just change boundaries and keep moving. We did a year-and-a-half-long process or a year-long process just to talk about boundaries, and then another year-long process to talk about the enrollment priorities for it. And then we took another couple years to actually execute it. And that was more in line with what our community needs. And I think this task force, this advisory group will also reflect that desire too.
Mm-hmm. And I have no doubt that they would reflect the best thinking of the community. But it seems like other than the person from Parks and Recreation, I know that John has a pretty heavy workload, but he can handle it. And but all those individuals except for one would be chosen by the district. Is that right?
No. I mean, if you count a principal being chosen, I mean, obviously, so the principal and the, I mean, the people who have been chosen, obviously John volunteered, the principal has been volunteered. Two staff members are chosen by the principal. The parents are, you know, basically, whether they're school site council or PTA, whatever process the principal wants to use, they'll make sure that happens. The individuals who are the district advisory committee is made up of parents who work on the site councils, and they're the ones who made the choice, but they did it blindly. They didn't look at any names. They just looked at what people put in on the application as sort of like, what is your work history with the district? What is your experience with facilities and stuff like that? So really, I mean, outside of John, the principal, and Rebecca, who was, you know, sort of put on there. Everyone else is chosen by someone outside of the school district or someone at the school site. It has nothing to do with us whatsoever. We have no influence whatsoever on what DAC recommends. We have no influence on who the city or the school chooses as their representatives, nor do we have any influence over who the principal chooses as their representatives. And we actually did offer to Montaloma community that they had to meet our timeline, but that they could have chose their representatives. But, there was at least what was conveyed to us, there was a dispute about whether or not the neighborhood association represented the needs of everyone, which is why we continued forward with the application process. But had Montaloma's neighborhood associations or the neighborhood just agreed to send 2 people, we would gladly went with that and would have saved us the time and effort to have DAC read through applications and rank them. And by the way, Councilmember Hicks, and as well as a couple other people, my phone's been pinging nonstop. So Dr. Westover says, we said at a minimum of 20 minutes before the bell, the locks would unlock. So that at least addresses the before school. And I think she's in here right now. She may be listening. So if she texts me and tell me what the after school is, I'll have that answer too.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rapikoga.
Thank you. My question has to do with the joint use agreement. So I'm not sure who could answer, and there may not be an answer now, but I was just wondering, my understanding was that it was a joint use in the sense that after school hours, it would become a park or a field open space for the community. And I'm wondering, it's a kind of a rare arrangement, is my understanding, between schools and cities. So do you know in school districts or cities where there are not joint use agreements, what happens to the school site, the properties, after school is out? Are folks allowed to go onto the campus fields or not?
So I can just speak for, I live next to two elementary schools and a middle school. And when I lived in San Jose, I lived next to another one. People go in the fields after hours all the time, even though they have fencing around me. And I live next to Central Park, and granted, Central Park is this big area that sort of exists. But the middle school that was just built does have a fence. Even the rec center has a fence, but people are there all the time. They're just not there during school hours. And so again, that's part of the reason why we don't want to limit access at all. And I see people using the skate park or any of the other people. I saw some people playing flag football, obviously not today, but playing flag football a couple of days ago or a couple of weeks ago when it was warmer out there. But typically that's what you see. Even if a school does have fencing, there's some way that people can get in and out, which you would have to anyway. And then you see people utilize the schools, and the gates only are closed during the actual school hours.
So I guess I'm trying to understand better than the benefit for the city or the community residents, whatever, the neighborhood, by having this joint use agreement. Is it mainly, and I've learned, it sounds like when you're scheduling like youth activity leagues, it's the city that programs that, and perhaps that's not the case in a non-joint use agreement arrangement where the school does that. But I guess, yes, I'm trying to understand if, other school campuses are open and they don't have this joint use agreement, what's the extra benefit that the city receives for that?
John, you want to take that, or you want me to take it?
I'll start, and Dr. Rudolph can jump in after. So yes, this is not necessarily a typical arrangement between city and school district, and I think we're lucky to have an arrangement such as this. Number one, typically if we do not have this type of arrangement, yes, the school district then has the right to utilize the fields as they see fit. In this case, we're able to create a youth sports organization process. And so we can determine who uses the field when. And in this case, we have a number of playgrounds that are associated with these school locations that become available after hours as well. So we're getting additional access to more playgrounds, not only the fields in this situation. And so by having the city be responsible also for the field allocations citywide, we're able to then look at what sports season it is when, and make sure that all of the teams have equal access based on Mountain View residency. Are they a recognized youth sports organization? We give the priority to the youth sports organizations over adult sports. So we have more control over who is accessing those and when. So those are some of the benefits of this relationship compared to others where, and so we're providing some of the extra structure around that.
Yep, and I would just add, I think, the city does an excellent job of maintaining the fields, which allows us to have some really beautiful manicured green spaces. But it also allows the city to run other programs and allows other organizations to run programs. Girl Scouts during the summer run programs and utilize our campuses. Obviously, every soccer organization you can think of in Mountain View is using it. Softball is using it. And so those are things that and I'm only going to speak for my counterparts, right? But most school districts are just very leery of renting out space. And so they just kind of keep things closed off. We're in a very fortunate position where we provide access, except for, right now when it gets dark at 5, but we provide access on the weekends for a myriad of sports leagues. And then again, the city, we don't have to purchase the equipment to maintain it. And the city maintains the field, which makes our fields and our schools look beautiful across the board. I think the other thing I would say is that, we partnered with the city to create the two AstroTurf fields, and actually 3. We're still waiting to bring Vargas online. But even more importantly, we also put up lights at Crittenden. And I think anybody who drives through or past Middlefield, even though you can't really see the lights because of the way that they are, anybody who goes to Crittenden after hours, I think almost to 10 o'clock, 11 o'clock at night, will see people utilizing the track, running around it, but also to see multiple sports teams in and out. And I think that is one of the benefits of having it, and especially the high school who didn't have lights at the point. I'm not sure if they still have lights, but even they were able to utilize the field in practice. And that's as a direct result of the fabulous partnership that we have with the city that wouldn't be there. I also want to point out that when the field is not in use, community organizations do utilize those areas too. And again, it helps that the maintaining of that isn't subject to the school district. It is the city is able to maintain it. And I think one of the challenges, and I'll just speak when I lived in San Jose, one of the challenges is that when a school district makes cuts, they start making cuts of everything around them except for what's in the classroom. And even when we made some cuts, we never once had to think about, do we need to cut the water off, or do we need to, stop maintaining the fields, because we knew that the city would take care of it and that they would stay manicured. So I think all those are additional benefits, as well as, John and his team. And John, by the way, you call me Allende, you don't have to call me Dr. Rudolph. John and his team making sure that, community organizations have access to the parks and the different areas.
Great, thank you.
Great, Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask some of the same good questions that my colleagues have asked, but just with different words. So first is for the Mauna Loma proposal, are unsupervised students permitted to access the periphery of the campus? So like the fence area near the playground structure and that kind of thing?
Yeah, so teachers do send kids sort of off to do assignments outside. Sometimes it depends on, whether or not a teacher feels like it's safe, or whether it's going to be a disruption, but kids do go outside during the instructional day to do different projects, or maybe if they need a break or something like that. It tends to be a little bit more monitored by the teacher, but they do have access to it.
Okay, so that's during instructional hours, and it's generally supervised during recess. Do students go out to those areas unsupervised, or is that discouraged and enforced?
They have almost complete access to the full field. Montaloma, typically where you see kids, the back playground area, which is the biggest playground area, the softball field, the swing set, and then the kinder area. And normally they sort of stop where the kinder area is, like the field. And hold on one second. Let me see if I still have. I can show it to you real quick. Hold on. Sorry to do that to y'all. Let me see. Okay, Montaloma. So here we go. Can y'all see my cursor, by the way?
Yes.
Okay. So this is the back playground area. There is a small fence that sort of exists, and then it opens up right here. So kids use this playground area. They use this area right here. They use this part of the field, and they will use this part of the baseball field. You normally don't see people go beyond this building right here, just because, and that's, you can see the soccer outline. That's just because it's a little bit harder to see, but normally you'll see kids sort of in this general area across the board, just doing various activities. And then you see a group of kids here. Obviously, when the full school is out, it's a lot harder to provide access, especially with the older kids, because they need to stretch their legs a little bit more. But you don't see no kids go all the way over here to this top lot, and you don't see kids up in the front area over here. So this is where almost all the attention is. There is, and these are where these fences are. There are some areas in here that are sort of green space, but these are in between classes. And so this isn't used at all. It's all on this side. And that's pretty consistent with what we see at all of our school sites. Stevenson uses, pretty much the 17 acres, Stevenson Therakoff, to let kids run, and then they call them back.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So to what extent is the utilization of the field taken into consideration for the proposals that you've put forward so far?
So the initial proposal, the first proposal, took into account that we wanted to provide the community with the ability to walk. So the biggest thing we heard is we use the trails, we sort of walk through, we want to have access to different areas. And so we drew the line to allow for that to have access, so that you could have a fence and kids could play and they could still utilize the whole field. But then, sorry, how about this? I'll show it to you again. I think it makes a lot more sense than you looking at my hands go which way. So this design, you can see this, I'm assuming?
Yes.
Okay, so this initial design was based off of the community feedback that we had, that the community wanted to be able to walk this trail all the way around here and go back out. So you can see we connected, this play field actually is open, so the fence is only partially there. And then they wanted access to the snack shack, and they wanted access to the tot lot. So that's what we initially heard, and that's how we drew the designs. Then the second iteration of this was, well, it'd be a lot easier if you just put a fence right up at the top. You just close the school grounds during the school day, and then you opened it up and allow people to sort of walk in after hours. And so that's how we came up with the second design. And within the second design, I will show you, give me 1 second. You can ask whatever question you have next. I'll show you what we, based off of the feedback that we had, how we adapted the front of the field using that initial design so that it reflected more of an Eagle Park look, so that, you know, it had a welcoming entrance and really sort of projected more of this open space that we could open these wide gates. So if you give me a second, I'll find an example of that, but I can still answer. So we tried to be responsive as many times we heard feedback from the community to keep making adjustments. And so we're technically on our third iteration of this.
Okay, and then I guess sort of separate from that, and maybe this is a question for city staff. It appears many of these schools were designed with some public access component in mind. The pathway, for instance, into the Mauna Loma campus that the second proposal is gating off was designed intentionally, I imagine, once upon a time, with the idea that there's some level of permeability. And then for anybody who knows, was there ever like an easement to guarantee permeability and in perpetuity? Or was that just a nice thing that was incorporated into the campus when it was designed?
So the school district has a couple of easements where it is necessary. Specifically, Stevenson has an easement. There is one at Crittenden. There's an easement for the trail. And I believe what most people refer to as Cooper Park, or the Eunice property has an easement, and then Sylvan, I believe, is a joint. So it has a completely different arrangement across the board. The rest of it is just more a reflection of when the school district purchased the land and sort of what the needs were. And there aren't that many easements outside of that. And just so you can see, this is exactly what the third iteration of what the design looked like to make it feel more like Eagle Park, just one fence up in the front. And this is what it currently looks like. And so we were opting to do this one if that's what the community wanted. In our master's facility plan, there's actually property lines that you can look at, and you can find the easements more readily there too. And you can look at where the property line lies and sort of what area and stuff.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then final set of questions on the working group. It might be helpful to better understand exactly how that will function. Is this a Brown Act restricted group that will have, publicly agendized meetings and be required to take public comment?
No, it's not subject to the Brown Act, but it will be open for people to sort of observe. I mean, obviously, if we were in session and allowed to see each other face to face, we would publicize where it was, and similar to what we did with the Boundaries Task Force, Students Areas Attendance Task Force, as well as the Enrollment Priorities Task Force, we had an area that the community could sit and sort of watch. And then we always told them they could be involved. In this case, we would provide access via Zoom, but participants or observers would not be able to interact with anyone whatsoever. They would be muted, and it would only be for observation purposes. The only way we would, obviously if we felt there was a concern about someone's safety, or if we felt like some of the topics or some of the conversations that people were having were so charged that we didn't want people's views to be out there, then we wouldn't open it up for people to sort of observe. But it is not subject to the Brown Act whatsoever. And it is our goal after one of these meetings that we provide a community with sort of an update, and then we will go back out to the community to say, here's what we've talked about, here's some ideas, gather some feedback, and take it back to the group too.
Okay, but there will be noticing, and the agendas will be published and publicized in advance, so the public is aware of what's going on and knows when to provide comment.
We wouldn't post. It's not subject to the Brown Act, so we don't do public comments. We don't post an agenda. We would say we're having a working group session of the meeting. It would be on our website, and so if someone wanted to access it that way, we would. But it wouldn't be we post an agenda and this is what it looks like and this is when they're going to meet, because again, we want the work group to really work. And our goal is that when we do a community outreach, when we take it back to the public meetings, that's when people also have, those are the opportunities for the public to weigh back in.
Okay. You mentioned that it will provide recommendations to the board. Will it make formal recommendations by a majority vote, or are you expecting consensus, or what's the decision-making mechanism that you're anticipating? Will they get to decide?
Yeah, so we define consensus as when the will of the group is evident and all voices have been heard, and they will make a recommendation to me. Now, what that looks like is different depending on the committee and how well they can work together. Some committees or task force were able to vote. Some, they were sort of not landlocked, but they were sort of stuck where they were, and so we just went with the will. But normally, at least with the task forces that we've used, they normally find a way to come to some type of agreement and some type of compromise that everybody can sort of live with. Not that everybody's pleased with, and then they make that recommendation to me, and then my job is to take that to the board, and then the board deliberates and provides feedback, and then we bring it back one more time for the board to make a final decision. But
thank you.
It's my job to bring the recommendation to the board. It's their job to provide the recommendation to me, and I've never went against the feedback of a task force or a committee or the recommendation of a task force or committee, so I don't make changes. But I will bring back, if the board says, have you thought about this and this, I'll bring that back to them and send them back to work.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. Question for John. I'm curious about how you envision your role on this working group. Do you see yourself as simply providing sort of technical, advice and speaking to sort of the city's role and responsibility, or do you feel empowered to advocate for a particular outcome based on direction provided by the council?
That's a good question, Councilmember Ramirez. So obviously I can provide technical expertise as far as use of recreational facilities. As it comes to the will of the city council, I'm certainly willing to take that under advisement and be able to bring that back to the larger group as well.
If I could, and Vice Mayor, if I could just say this, in my experience of doing this for over 6 years in this community, the more constraints you put on the task, the harder it is for people to get the job done. And so it's my hope that John reflects your interests, but also when we bring it back to you, both John or Rebecca and I, it gives you the opportunity to provide feedback. And then we take that feedback. But if we provide explicit direction based off of emails that we're getting on what people have said, it really constrains and puts the whole group into a very tough position, and it won't allow John to really be as creative. And so I've said the exact same thing to my board: allow the group to start working in the beginning, and then there will be ample opportunities for city council as well as the board of trustees to provide feedback and direction to sort of steer people along the way, as well as the community members that we will also do this for.
Okay, no, that's helpful. The intent of the question was to clarify if the working group does vote and there's a majority decision, it wasn't clear to me whether John would vote or sort of sit out more as an ex officio member providing representation from the city and technical expertise. So I think this is if the council provides some direction, it would be helpful to know, would you be comfortable voting and sort of actively participating in the formation of a recommendation that way? Those are all the questions I have. Thank you.
I know I expect John to participate fully and to vote whatever way his heart and the city desires. So that's the expectation there. And I hope he feels the same way.
Okay, thank you. We are into the second round of council members asking questions. So before we do that, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question for Dr. Rudolph. So it sounds like the working group will have virtual meetings of just a working group. And then there will also be public opportunities that will be virtual for everyone else to be able to join and attend throughout the process. So there'll be both, and that you've moved your model from the other initiatives that you talked about to completely virtual. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, well, I don't want to go into comments, but I think that, perhaps that could be part of the communications to everyone after. But okay, Councilmember Hicks, I saw your hand, and then Councilmember Matichak, I saw yours, and just want to also say we have a very patient public who's been waiting, so want to make sure that they have their opportunity to speak as well as we're approaching 9:45. Okay, Councilmember Hicks.
Yes, I totally want to get to public comments. I just wanted to piggyback on a question that Councilmember Lieber had asked, and because I think it's actually the heart of the issue, or one of the hearts. And ask it from a different angle. She asked, is Montaloma Park a park or a field? And it was, the answer was that it's owned by the school district, which I think we probably all know. But I also think that, and maybe John Marchant can clarify this for me, I also think that these sites are listed as our neighborhood parks, in fact, in multiple documents. And in fact, I think that that the school districts own, I think I've read that they own 66% of the city's neighborhood parks. So I want to get to public comment, but I believe that hasn't really come up or been expressed, and that they have been for 70 years. So I think that's the reason for the amount of council concern that you're hearing, and probably public concern as well. And John, you can please correct me if I'm wrong, if everything I've just said is just totally misleading.
No, you are correct. Where within the 2014 Parks and Open Space Plan, it does call out all of our park spaces. It does call out the type of park, and there are a number of them that are called school/park locations. And those are all the shared use sites. And so for all of the school acreage that we utilize, it's about 44% of our city's open space. The Mountain View Wisman School District specifically is about 33% of that, of the city's open space, not including North Bay Shore. So yes, those are called out as open space within the city.
Yeah, so I'll say no more because I really want to get to public comment, but I think that is the heart of the issue, that what has been considered for about 70 years as the vast majority of our neighborhood park space, what's happening to that?
Well, I just want to point out just one more time, and I say this as respectfully as possible, it is not our intent to restrict access to the field after hours. It is not our intent to restrict access on the weekends. It is not our intent to rip up the grass and take it someplace else and put it any place. It is our intent to provide safety to our community, mainly our students and our teachers. And I think while I completely understand what you're saying, I also want to just reiterate that my job is also to represent the needs of the students as well as the staff, and that when people are accessing the fields after hours or the parks the fields during school hours and creating safety issues for staff and students. That is where this concern lies. And figuring out a solution for that is the task of the group. And so I don't want us to get caught up, at least in our world, we try not to get caught up in the nomenclature of it. What we are concerned about is the unseen concern of safety that exists amongst students, staff, and parents.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. Just one quick question, and I was going to have this in comments, but Dr. Rudolph sort of brought it up when he talked about the process, and he said that, when this comes back to you. And so I was wondering, what did you envision as, how the council and the school district would work together on this?
Well, hopefully we all, on February 26th, have a solution that we all can live with, and we, give each other high fives and call it a day. But ideally, I don't know if that's what's going to happen. I mean, ultimately, what I expect, and I think our board feels the exact same way, is that we find the best compromise that we can. Both City Council and the school board provide as much input as possible to sort of guide the working group, but that we all sort of walk away after various input sessions or input points, that we all walk away with something that we all can live with and feel comfortable with, and that our teachers and mainly our teachers feel safe, and that community members feel heard as well as teachers feeling heard, but also that they have the ability to continue accessing the green space after hours and on the weekends. That's really what I'm hoping occurs, and that City Council can say, it may not be ideal to everyone, but it's at least it's a great compromise and it's a great way to use it. And that the school board can say the exact same thing. May not check all the boxes, may not make everybody happy, but you know what? It is the best solution that we have. And again, I want to just put it out there. That doesn't mean that the whole field is sectioned off. It could be just part of the field is sectioned off. It doesn't mean that it could be that City Council put a plug in. City Council says we're going to provide you with security guards on our dime, and we run with that. And we're like, cool, we're perfectly fine with it. I think ultimately the goal here is just to address the safety concern that exists, and that we all feel confident that our kids are going to be safe and protected, and that our teachers feel safe and protected, especially, I know right now it's heightened because of COVID, but after that, right? That's really what I hope. And I hope that City Council, which I'm sure y'all will be honest and open, and, will provide feedback, but also understand that there's competing interests here, but we're all trying to find the exact same thing: safety as well as access for our community.
So would you imagine that you would come back to us after the work group has made the recommendation to you?
I will. Could we just try not to have it on a week that I have an extra board meeting? But yes, sure. I will bring it back. I will bring it back in the same cadence, or have Dr. West over here in the same cadence that we would bring it to the board. I think so. What I would say is, typically the way that the process goes, you give the working group a couple meetings to sort of hash some stuff out. They come up with some ideas. You bring that back and you say, here's where we are. Here's what it sort of looks like. And that's probably about 1 or 2 months later. And you say, in this case, because they're starting in February, we probably will have one before summer hits. And I know you all take a recess, we take a recess, right? But before that recess happens, everybody's had a chance to sort of weigh in. They get another chance to do some work. We come back, we do that a couple more times. Every time that they come up with some solutions after they've done some work, we come back, if y'all want to see my smiling face, I'll be like, hey, here's where we are. I'll change my background. I'll bring some other place and say, this is what we have. What feedback do you have? We'll do the same thing with the Board of Trustees. We'll try to get as close to a solution as possible. Rebecca and John will work behind the scenes, trying to hash out some stuff. Our architects will be in there. And then once we feel like we're close to a solution, we'll bring it back one more time and we'll say, here's what we have. Obviously, City Council isn't technically approving it, but you may want to choose. I leave that up to your staff. Obviously, our Board of Trustees will approve whatever the final solution is, and then we go from there. And if we have to bring it back through that process, we also take it out to the community, right? So in each one of those cases, 2 months, 2.5 months of work, we set up a community meeting. We talk about, here's where we started, here are the different iterations. These presentations get kind of long. We sort of model them after City Council because we start from beginning all the way to end, and we say, this is what it looks like, here's where we are. And then they give feedback, we take that back, give it to the work group, and we do it again. And we just keep that iteration going until we feel like we've gotten to a good place. But there's ample opportunity for you to weigh in. And in fact, probably by the time we get to the end of it, you'll be tired of seeing me if you're not already tired by now.
I appreciate us working together on this. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. So I don't see any other council members with questions. So I'd like to ask if members of the public on the line would like to provide comment on this item. If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom. And then you would actually hit *6 on your phone to unmute yourself to be able to speak. So the clerk is going to set the timer for 2 minutes. And I also wanted to say that we received several requests for additional time for public comment on this item by individual speakers representing certain groups of people. Council policy allows individuals up to 10 minutes to speak on behalf of a group depending on size, if those represented agree not to speak. The policy is not designated to allow additional people to be added to the original group to allow more than 10 minutes for any designated speaker. So I understand that we have 2 speakers tonight who are representing 2 different groups, one representing a group of approximately 20 people who will be allowed 10 minutes to speak and display a presentation, and another group of 5 people who will be able to speak for 5 minutes to speak and display a presentation. Names of the individuals represented by the designated speakers have been provided to the city clerk, and those individuals will not be permitted to speak on the item. Thanks everyone for your collaboration on this, and for those who are speaking on behalf of the groups, please feel free to introduce yourself as well as the names of those that you'll be speaking for, just so that council has that information. So I will start with Scott Williams. Ms. von der Linden, can we put up the timer before I unmute?
Mr. Jensen's doing that right now. Thank you, Mayor Kamei.
Great, thank you. All right, Scott Williams, please feel free to unmute.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and the members of the council, and also to our superintendent. I know that when Measure T was first proposed here, we're looking at $10,000 for fencing in Montaloma, and part of it was prompted by the 2018 shootings in Parkland, Florida. And I can understand why our community is concerned about the safety of our schools. In the wake of the school shootings that have happened, the Arizona State University has gathered data from a U.S. Department of Education July 2004 report called Threat Assessment in Schools. Some of the facts here, of the attackers that happen at schools, 71% of them feel bullied, persecuted, or injured at school, and 95% of them were students at the school. And so I wonder about the efficacy of trying to fence out violence if the violence sometimes comes from inside our schools. I think that a safe and inclusive environment at our school doesn't feel like a vacant lot. It feels like an engaged and welcoming community. So I'd like to add my 2 cents here in favor of a tighter perimeter, allowing the community to be present and to help create that sense of community and safety. And is there anything else I want to do? No? Okay, all right, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Alan?
Thank you very much for this opportunity. Thank you, Dr. Rodolph, for such a a complete, a thorough presentation on these subjects of concern to so many in our community. My hope is that being a public forum and it's being recorded, that this presentation and your comments can all be available for the public after this meeting. That's just a hope. And, you know, thank you for the the ongoing stewardship of the open park space for all these years in conjunction with the city. You know, there are a lot of individuals and groups that are out there that wish the same type of equal representation or opportunity to offer their own testimony on this subject as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. All right, next is Heather Scholl. Heather, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Is this unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay. Hi, thanks for the opportunity to speak. Dr. Rudolph made it clear that he does not consider the fields a city park, but the city has conveniently borrowed the fields on the community's behalf in exchange for maintenance and the right to count the park as park space, when doing the math for park space per resident. Clearly, those days of this mushy agreement are over, and part-time park space should not count under the Quimby Act requirements. I'd like to hear what the city plans to do to replace any park space that is officially taken from our community from the hours of 7:30 a.m. to the end of the school day. Secondly, in regards to the communication with us in the neighborhood, we have all made clear already about how inadequate and late the communications were from the school. But today, in an email exchange with Dr. Rudolph, I learned that the city supplied only 596 addresses out of the 1,000 residents of Montaloma neighborhood for the only communication from the school planned to land on each resident's doorstep regarding this plan specifically and inviting community involvement. The city must do better in advocating and informing all of their constituents when these issues arise. Thank you.
Thank you. Shawnee Kleinhaus, please feel free to unmute yourself. Shawnee?
You're still talking to me, Heather.
I'm sorry, Heather. I moved on to Shawnee.
Okay.
So close, Shawnee. Unmute.
All right. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. So there has, I understand that the school district is planning perimeter lighting for all the schools in addition to the fencing, and that is of great concern to Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society, which I represent. We tend to think of artificial light at night as we do about sugar. People crave it, they always want more, and our society is addicted. But scientific evidence increasingly shows that artificial light at night is unhealthy to all living beings. Biologists now recognize light pollution as equivalent to climate change in its global impacts to our biological system and health. And this is because light interferes with gene expression and hormone regulation, and because of that, it affects physiology, metabolism, and behavior to all creatures, whether it's a worm or a tree or a human, from cellular to organismal to ecosystem levels. In humans, light has been shown to cause obesity, diabetes, breast and prostate cancers. It's harmful to children's growth, behavior, and mental health. And it's a potent pollutant and should be treated as such. Globally, light pollution has increased so much that most children, including more than 80% of American children and probably everybody in Mountain View, have never seen the Milky Way from their home. What will inspire children to wish for the stars? I hope the school district recognizes that any new lighting is a threat, not safety. It's time to protect health and the environment. It's time to minimize light for both the health and the safety of the students. And think of it as any other harmful pollutant that you bring onto the school's environment. Use only dim, warm, motion-sensitive lighting, if any at all. So thank you, and please discuss lighting.
Great, thank you so much. Kavita? Let's see. Okay, it says a lot of talk is not available because Kavita Davekumbe is using an older version of Zoom. Is it all right if I just hit promote to panelists there? Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Kavita, did you join us?
Hi.
Hi.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak. So good evening, council members, staff, and Dr. Allende. I didn't know I was going to be on screen. I'm sitting in bed, but thanks for the chance to provide public comment. My name is Kavita. I'm a member of the parent community at Landals with 2 kids and volunteer frequently in many different programs at Landals and through Living Classroom in particular with many of the schools. I do not support the fencing plans because of how it is going to affect our parent involvement and the school communities. I believe it will only push people away and divide our community further, especially after school, as parents are not going to stand around and wait for the gates to unlock so kids can play with their friends. Our public green spaces feel as though they are being taken away. Our teachers also rely on parent volunteers, and parents get involved by making connections while dropping off, picking up, and spending time on campuses. As a school, I'd like to understand actually how the parent transition is going to occur. As a school community, we've already been dealing with years of construction, new school boundaries, which really impacted the school community already, the pandemic, and now a potential return to schools that will look very inviting and even scary to our children. I feel like to date, there has been very little collaboration or discussion about fencing in general with the parent community, but rather simply informing us, and the one meeting appeared to be overwhelmingly negative. This is also frustrating because we have yet to reopen our schools. If our goals are children and the safety of our children and staff, then instead of the fencing, we should focus our money and effort on the mental health of our kids and a plan to get our kids back to school safely. So I urge you to please further consider all these options, especially with regard to priorities, as these priorities were established prior to the pandemic, and that you include all the organizations involved in the school day. The time the gates are unlocked need to be considered as well. Things have changed a lot. So my hope is that we move forward with our children at the heart of this conversation and that they return feeling like they belong, not further isolated. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Scott Cunningham.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay. So the concerns about security for kids, I was wondering if the gates could be unlocked by teachers and by the kids during school hours, considering an emergency where a child needs to leave and go out quickly. Would they be able to? That was my only concern. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Tim McKenzie, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi, my name is Tim McKenzie. I've been a resident of Montaloma since 2015. I'll start with a comment from my roommate that came up during this presentation. He said, "I've seen more decorative fences in prisons." I'll just let that stay there. Also, in terms of the outreach, I feel like I've heard a lot about staff and parents and not as much about students. The one slide that said student voices, it looked very much to me like it was sort of a survey response 1 to 5 and you can circle a thing rather than voices directly from students. I'll also add the outreach for this has been horrible. I got that flyer like 2 or 3 weeks ago. That was the only thing I've heard from the school district. The first time I heard about this was last fall when I happened to be at a city council meeting for something else, and this also was on the agenda, and that's when I heard about it. And at that time and at this time, it really felt like the decision had already been made, and all subsequent work is just sort of engaging with the community to convince us that this is the best decision and fences are the way to go, and we'll pretend to listen and then go ahead with the design that we've already made. That's the appearance that I'm getting from this. It doesn't actually, we go back to 2018 when we showed the timeline of when this decision was made, and we're just hearing about it now 3 years later. And I'll end, we're talking about student safety. We just heard a few hours ago from Jack about a suicide from a Mountain View High School student. There are suicide clusters here constantly. This I view as a much, much bigger issue of safety. I don't know if I would ever want to start a family here because I don't know if my kids would be able to live. That is a much bigger thing of safety than fences. I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Andre Valente?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Andre, go ahead and unmute. I heard you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Andre Valente. I've lived in Montaloma for 9 years. I'm also the treasurer of the Montaloma Neighborhood Association, but I'm speaking on my own behalf today. When I came, I found Montaloma to be a welcoming and open neighborhood with friendly and engaged neighbors, a great school, and a beautiful park. But to my surprise today, I learned 3 things. One, there's no such thing as the Montaloma Park, no matter what Google Maps says or a sign. This is actually the field of the Montaloma School, and they just have been lax in enforcing its ownership and control. 2, like many of my Montaloma neighbors, I've been to the park during the day, and I've been violating the penal code. I did not know that. I suppose I should consider myself lucky not to be in prison. And 3, there's a wave of criminality and safety problems for our schools that's unparalleled in the 6 or so years that the school has been here. And that lack of safety demands draconian solutions that have never been contemplated before, like creating a fence. Interestingly, by the way, those problems don't seem to occur at, say, Los Altos, which is our neighbor city. Now, of course, this is not true. And the big point I want to make is that the school, from the start, has, I think, misled the public about the need for a fence as well as the intent to build one. And I think citizens like me and many others who voiced their displeasure have been duped into voting for the funds that are paying for this. And finally, I want to make sure that the City Council understands that the work group that's proposed by the district is just window dressing. One council member noticed, and despite the statement of Mr. Rodolph, the district will actually choose all participants, including the ones representing the neighborhood. This is just a rubber stamp. The City Council should help drive a solution to create a real Montaloma Park, be it a more reasonable fence, or purchasing the space and making a real park out of it. Thank you.
Thank you. Kate Lorig? Kate, feel free to unmute.
All right?
Yes.
As a public health professional, I know the importance of safe, accessible parks and public places. And I'm asking that you not use either of the current plans about fencing the park, mainly because of safety issues. Even when the park fields are opened, they are often not accessible to the public because they are used by Little League or other groups renting space. This means that fencing the park will create a narrow, and in some places this is only 10 feet wide, corridor, making it a high likelihood that an accident will happen. It's just a matter of how soon, how serious, and who will be held responsible. Montaloma Park is frequently used by 30 people or more, several dogs, sometimes 60 people, and fencing, as I said, will create this corridor. Think of us, imagine this. You have a small corridor, you have toddlers, small children, children on bikes, school kids, skateboards, parents, dog walkers, joggers, athletes. And then there's folks like me, seniors, and the more vulnerable, and those just wishing to find a quiet park bench which won't exist. The two plans that we presented tonight are basically no park except a narrow corridor after hours, the fields being rented, or two, a narrow corridor. As a public health professional, I know that accidents do not just happen. They are caused, often by environmental engineering. The current plans for Montaloma Park are not a matter of if an accident might happen. It is a matter of how soon, how serious, and who will be held responsible when this happens. Please don't tell us in the future we didn't know, we didn't think. It will be too late. Someone will be injured or worse.
Thank you. Okay, Isaac Taylor, we're going to move you over to panelists since you have an older version of Zoom. And I will keep time for 2 minutes on my cell phone. Okay, let me promote you over.
Hello, can you see me and hear me?
I see and hear you.
Okay, great. It was my understanding that the group I represent would have 5 minutes. Is that not correct?
Okay, sorry, I didn't know if that was going to be you. So do you mind let me restart my timer. And then do you mind please letting us all know who else you'll be representing with your comments? And just say their names, please. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor. I represent Jennifer Kudum, Philip Schmalza, Barbara Davis, and Michaela Craig. The clerk has this information. It's also in your email.
Okay, great. Thank you. I didn't get a chance to see it yet. So let me start the timer now. Thanks.
Thanks. And is the clerk going to present my slides, or should I try to screen share?
She's nodding her head, so she can pull them up if that works.
I have those. Can you confirm that's the second presentation I got today and not the first one?
Correct.
Coming up.
Okay, I'm here not to talk about the park, but rather safety. Yeah, if you can go full screen, thank you. Hardware does not create safety. We can't buy what the superintendent says he wants. We have to do it. Safety is the result of work by people. It's the result of leadership and culture, and it requires active supervision by adults. And absent these preconditions, we will fail to buy the safety that we actually need to do. The proposals, any of them, and there are actually more than the two that the superintendent presented, but none of them will provide the desired safety. Next slide, please. We're going to go quickly through a few slides here in the interest of time, but I have spent most of the last 20 years making safety and security, frankly, out of much more dangerous things than a school or a park. For 10 years at Google, I ran the businesses at Google which were most likely to injure or kill someone, and it was my job to ensure that never happened. Examples would be driving Street View cars all over the world, or robot cars here in Mountain View, experimental aircraft, unusual and dangerous buildings, ships at sea regulated by the safety of life at sea, working in confined spaces with mixed gas, where one mistake kills. And frankly, that was a privilege, and I am proud to say that no one died under my supervision. And I believe that, in fact, I personally was the only Google employee seriously injured throughout all of these years of work. In 2016, I left Google to work as the partner and later CTO of the Defense Innovation Unit, an element of the Office of the Secretary of Defense at Moffett Field and in the Pentagon. And I applaud Superintendent Rudolph for his stated commitment to the safety of the 6,000 people under his care. We can go to the next slide, ma'am. Over my long history in the community, it has been a privilege to volunteer in the school, for the district, for the police department, on various task forces and commissions. And I do applaud Superintendent Rudolph's stated top priority, safety and security. So let's talk about that. Okay, active shooters, that's actually a real problem. On the other hand, it's extremely low probability. High severity, but low probability. And we risk creating mental health effects by being hysterical or afraid about things that are exceptionally rare. In fact, we convert a low probability safety problem into a high probability safety problem when we overreact. Especially about things like active shooting in the context of a national epidemic, which, as we all know, has killed hundreds of thousands of Americans and injured millions more. That's what we should be focused on right now, especially given the context for our children, where our media, our screens, our news radios are filled with terrifying things that undermine their mental health in proportion, frankly, to the endangered health of our society. And so I encourage the council, the mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, and Superintendent Rudolph to all reflect, please, on what are we actually talking about here? What is the goal of the proposed enclosure? Is it to, as I believe Superintendent Rudolph said, acquire the full field? Is it to, halt illegal access? Or is it to keep our children alive? Or, away from dogs or kidnappers, predators, or car accidents? What I'm concerned about here is that even if we are completely successful, the proposed fencing gates actually do nothing to mitigate any of these concerns. If anything, they probably concentrate the risk, where now more people are gathering in smaller places, squeezed by gates, squeezed into crowds, which is precisely what we ought to not be doing during our national epidemic. Next slide, please. Okay, I'm going to skip through the next two slides quickly, but I'll tell you, both of my children were hurt on district property, and they were both hurt, seriously enough to have, wounds, stitches, scars. And I don't think it's a coincidence that those injuries occurred actually near fences.
Sorry, let me just get
Sorry, how much more time do I have? Madam Mayor, I can't see the clock.
So, I'm sorry, I'm turning my camera off. That was 5 minutes?
That was 5 minutes? Okay, fine. Thank you for your time. And in conclusion, I'll just state that I believe the plan won't work, and the superintendent's proposal is just incoherent, self-contradictory, and what we ought to focus on is what people do, not things we can buy. Process, policy, manning, and action.
Thank you, and council will add to your slide deck as well, so we can.
Thank you.
The rest of it. Thank you very much. Okay, James Fair.
Okay, you hear me now?
Yes, I hear you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That took a while to figure out the unmute button. Okay, a lot of what I was going to say has already been said by other people. I think this is a solution looking for a problem more than anything. I certainly agree with the last speaker on that. But one of the things I wanted to touch on was something that was, I think, first brought up by Councilmember Hicks, and that was the distinction between school grounds and a neighborhood park. If you can recall, a few years ago, there was a proposed construction of 650 houses on the Mayfield Mall site, which actually was, I think it belonged to Hewlett Packard at the time. And that was just before Google. And one of the things the neighborhood tried to do was to get some more park space. We were told by the city that, oh, you can't have any more park space because you've got Montaloma Park. So it's been sold as park space for the neighborhood. I believe the requirements in the 2014 plan are that there be, I think, 3 acres per 1,000 homes. Well, we're below 3 acres right now, I believe, for 1,000 homes. And if you take away this park space, it's going to drop to virtually nothing. So the Montaloma neighborhood is woefully underrepresented in terms of parks. Some of the, on a different topic, some of the designs they put forth, in particular option number 1, I could consider that narrow pathway around it to be a severe hazard to people. I personally am a dog walker, and I think that it's very difficult to have 2 dogs meet on a path that's only about 8 feet wide. And I just ran out of my time.
Thank you very much. Leanne Rolfs? Leanne, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Thank you. I wasn't sure if that dialog box was going to come up or not. I just want to thank the council members and Dr. Allende. My husband and I have lived in Montaloma for over 26 years. I can't believe it's been that long. But I feel so fortunate to live in a neighborhood with such a special sense of community. I really discovered this sense of community when we had our sons 20 plus years ago. I found great refuge at the playground that met every Tuesday at 10 a.m. and I can't imagine how I would have gotten through some of those days without access to a park nearby or to go to multiple times a day to let the boys run off steam or just get some time with friends or do stomp rockets in the grassy park. I can't imagine being a parent now if that access would be cut off. And you wouldn't be able to go to the park right nearby anytime you wanted to during the day. It breaks my heart to think that it would be cut off. I also want to thank Councilmember Hicks for pointing out the need for parks, as well as for sharing her experience, like mine, of the fun and community of drop-off and pickup time. I know that times change, and unfortunately, experiences change, and rules come into play, and people can't be on campus. But that's really a shame. Anyway, I just wanted to encourage other options for fencing rather than fencing off the whole park. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. Tiffany Dale, please feel free to unmute yourself.
Hi.
Hi.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
I do.
So, firstly, I don't think there should be a fence around any school. It's not solving the problem. I think it is very important in whatever solution is come to at the end that the tot lot, the city-owned tot lot, or city, the access is kept for that during the day. There's always been access for that during the day. Dr. Rudolph said that access wouldn't be reduced. So if that's not included in keeping access all the time, then he's not keeping his word on that. During his presentation, when he was talking about land laws, he, pointed out with the fence, keeping the top lot accessible all the time. And I think you need to, give Montalona the same thing. The working group, I don't feel my voice is going to be represented on it. It doesn't feel fair if, the district has chosen every single member to be on that working group. I think if you're going to include information on slides about who doesn't feel safe, I think you also need to include all the students who do feel safe. My kids went to Montalona, they felt safe without a fence, and have said so again through this process. The postcard, I didn't get it. I didn't see anything on next door. I missed the deadline to apply for the working group. And also hiring staff to increase visibility. Okay, the last board meeting, Dr. Rudolph was asking for money to increase the size of the district office to cover all the new hires. So if new staff have been hired to serve in the district office, why not hire staff to be in the schools? Thank you.
Thank you. Jessica Chohan? Okay, you have an older version of Zoom, so we're going to promote you to panelist.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. And Jessica, just to be clear, are you speaking for a group?
Yes, yes. Let me give you the names, or did you already receive them? I believe the registrar did.
I think that they might have been emailed over to the city clerk, but for my colleagues who might not know, do you mind sharing that? Sure. And then Ms. van der Linden can bring up your presentation while you share that information.
Great. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, Michael Halleck, Alex Winterhosel, Andy Winterhosel, Ashu Chauhan, Nita Chauhan, Vivek Chopra, Rebecca Chopra, Jim Zaorski, Zoe Zaorski, John Grants, Miriam Klubout, Bob Alvarez, Chris Chiachios, Tina Chiachios, Donald Peffer, Heidi Smith, Alan Liang, Aaron Liang, Michael Dinan, Vicky Lee, Jacob Lee, Madison Lee, Jody Lee, and Sydney Lee. And I apologize to anybody if I mispronounced your name.
Okay, and I think we'll pull up your presentation, and then I'm just going to be keeping time on my phone. I'm sorry, with the background, you might not be able to see. Yeah, you can't see it. Sorry, but I'll be keeping time. And okay.
Would you mind giving me like a 30-second time check, just so I can be aware?
Sure.
Or a minute?
Yes. How about I give you a minute? Yeah.
Thank you. I really appreciate it.
All right, starting now. Go ahead.
So good evening, Mayor, City Council members, city staff, and Mountain View neighbors on Zoom. I'm so grateful for your time in listening and discussing the Mountain View Westman School District's perimeter fencing proposal update and hearing community feedback. Thank you for allowing me to speak today on behalf of 25 of my fellow community members, and thank you, Mayor Kamei, for adding this to the agenda on short notice. My name is Jessica Chohan. I work full-time in Mountain View. I'm a mom to an 18-month-old, and I'm a resident of the Montaloma neighborhood. I've lived in Mountain View for many years, and I rely on the park in Montaloma to survive with a toddler while working full-time during COVID. I also grew up in Parkland, Florida, where in 2018, students tragically lost their lives in a mass shooting at the high school. I'm sharing this with you because I understand personally the importance of school safety and its impact to a community. My grandparents were also lifelong teachers, including at MSD High School in Parkland. My cousin is a teacher, and I have a strong interest for my daughter in ensuring Mountain View schools remain safe. So firstly, I want to acknowledge the stresses and significant challenges due to the COVID-19 pandemic for the City Council, staff, the school district, and the community. I'm really grateful for the work you do to keep us safe, and this is precisely why I'm speaking to you today, due to the urgency and concern on this issue by my fellow community members. We're here to request that the City Council does the right thing for the community on the Montaloma Park fencing issue. We're here because you represent us, and our trust in the Mountain View Westman School District's process has been eroding based on our experiences to date. The previous discussion with Dr. Rudolph was enlightening, and there were a number of points made that were unknown until today. Thank you for sharing this information with the council and the community, Dr. Rudolph. Though I'm certain a lot of folks in this call disagree with statements made, and some statements were misleading. However, I'm not going to delve into rebuttals since I have limited time and a lot to cover. I believe the city is in the unique position to bring all parties together and create a win-win-win for all in this issue. And as we thought more about the fencing issue, we've realized this issue is larger than just the school district's proposal. I don't think a lot of explanation is required on why parks and open spaces are important to a community, but I want to highlight on this slide that as the city of Mountain View continues to strategically grow, it is critical that we don't lose sight of the importance of quality parks and open green space to ensure a sustained quality of life and a healthy community for both new and existing residents. Next slide, please. To give you a little perspective on the large open green space in Mountain View, highlighted in the image on the right are city green spaces greater than 1 acre in size. And let me share with you some quick facts. Per the 2010 census, 36% of the Mountain View population lives north of the train tracks. To support 36% of the city's population, 22% of the city's park space is north of the train tracks. Adding to this, 64% of all of the city's parkland is owned by school districts. But in North Mountain View, where we're already limited in our park space, school districts own nearly 77% of this parkland. And 2 of the 3 large green spaces from train to freeway are covered by the fencing proposal and are owned by the school district. In our current state, this is an inadequate, unequal, and inequitable distribution of parks and green space in Mountain View, and with the district's fencing proposal, North Mountain View will be disproportionately affected, and community access to green space will be virtually non-existent. I'll pause here for a couple of seconds so you can absorb the info on this slide, and then we'll move on. Okay, next slide, please. Thank you. Looking towards Mountain View's future housing growth and comparing it with existing open green space, the parkland situation promises to become even more dire in North Mountain View. You can't grow more land, so as it becomes developed, you lose the opportunity to add open park space. And this is what we're going to be faced with unless steps are taken to address this issue before we run out of land. I'll pause again so you guys can have a look at the slide. Next slide, please. Today there is an opportunity for you, City Council, to address this issue. For those who have never been to Montaloma Park on this Zoom call, it is a 5+ acre park in the absolute center of the Montaloma neighborhood, surrounded by 1,000+ residences. It is co-located with Montaloma Elementary, and the neighborhood has used the park freely like any other city park for over 60 years. The community has symbiotically coexisted with the elementary school through shared use of the park space, and until a few months ago, few in the neighborhood were aware the park space was not owned by the city. As I've already brought to your attention, we are deficient of open green spaces in North Mountain View, specifically in Montaloma. Losing open access due to fencing of the park would mean a loss of 88% of park space in the Thompson planning area. I'll repeat that. Specifically in Montaloma, losing open access due to fencing of the park would mean a loss of 88% of park space in the Thompson planning area. That's a lot of space. There is no alternative within safe walking distance from the neighborhood. The Thaddeus Micropark is not an acceptable alternative to exclusively support the community for any length of time. And as you know, there isn't a lot of land available in Mountain View, let alone in Montaloma area, to purchase and recreate an amazing park like Montaloma Park. In addition, the concern and urgency on this issue has been heightened by the communications coming from the school district to the community, where the district had already signed the construction contracts prior to community outreach. The district communicated the construction schedule was to begin weeks after the announcement. The upcoming working group process still has not been communicated clearly, though we had some clarification earlier today. It wasn't communicated in time, nor was it communicated to a large percentage of the community, as you heard in public comments. There are gaps in the justification and plans for Montaloma Park fencing that should be addressed in greater detail. And when the community voted for Measure T, there was no language in the measure on fencing in shared use parks. We feel misled, but we are hopeful that trust can be rebuilt moving forward. Next slide, please. Montaloma Park has, for all intents and purposes, been treated as and counted as a city park since its inception. The community has used the park day in and day out, unrestricted and during standard city park hours per the signage. There is still ambiguity in the district's communications on what constitutes the school facilities, school grounds, school campus, and park, including in the Mountain View Wistman School District Master Facility Plan, which Dr. Rudolph showed a snippet of in his presentation, and I'm sharing here as well. In addition, and we have read the joint use agreement, the agreement provides rights and responsibilities to the city over proposed park changes and CEQA waivers, and we believe it is open for further review and interpretation as to the hours the city, and therefore the community, can utilize the park. The proposed fencing plan is a significant change to current community access and park facilities and should require proper due diligence and council input. Next slide, please.
1 minute.
Thank you. I want to let you all know again how sincerely grateful I am for the strong action and response to the pandemic. COVID has impacted all of us and has changed everything. We all need to rethink our plans and priorities and continue to adapt to this new way of life. I'm here to highlight the urgency during this time that the community, including students studying online, have access to use a city park within safe distance of their home for more than 2 hours a day. This is key during COVID to physical and mental health and safety of Mountain View residents. The COVID-19 complication alone merits a delay to all park fencing discussions until the pandemic ends. Next slide, please. Skip to the next one based on time. To conclude, I want to thank you all again for your time listening to me today. We request that in order for the community and city to focus on enduring the COVID-19 pandemic and the other major topics the city and district are engaged on, we request the council facilitate a pause from the school district in planning and construction related to the park until the pandemic ends.
Jessica, sorry, that's your time.
Oh, okay.
That's your time.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Council will have this presentation for us to review. Thank you very much. Okay. Michael, Reed, Phelps?
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so I'm living in the Montaloma neighborhood too, but I'm also talking because I'm the president of Mountain View Little League, and we use the baseball field over there at Montaloma Park. Looking at the plans, the first plan, the way it was set up, it looks like you're separating the field from the snack shack and the bathrooms and stuff, and where we'd have to warm up kids, they'd have to go to the outside of the fence to warm up, and causes problems that way. The second plan, we're just a little worried about the fact of there's times where we have to stock the snack shack, and we have bags, 50-pound bags of chalk and turf dry and stuff that we have to get into the field. So just having access to make sure we can get the equipment and stuff we need into our snack shacks and into our field are our concerns about how the plans are going. So that's about all I have. So thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Devin Conley.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It's a pleasure to see you tonight. My name is Devin Conley, and I am the president of the Mountain View Wistman School Board. I would like to thank the City Council and City staff for your partnership in serving our students, our families, and our community. City council meetings tend to have a larger attendance by residents than our school board meetings, and I appreciate the time you have taken tonight for this presentation and the opportunity for civic engagement that your public meetings and our board meetings, which are also public, provide. Thank you.
Thank you. Itek Seelig?
Yes, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Good evening. I'm a 23-year Mountain View resident and a 12-year parent at Bub School, and I also serve on the Bub School Site Council. There's 3 points that I would like to bring up. One is that I would like to echo the comments from other community members about the inadequate and misleading communication from the school district. The second, that unlike what has been being presented, there is not widespread support for the fencing in many, many communities, many, many neighborhoods throughout the city. And the third, that if clearly this is a safety issue, and if both the city and the school have to agree, according to the joint use agreement, about physical changes to the fields, then let's ask the city council to vote against the proposed fencing changes, including at Bub, and instead of funding the fences or security guards, funding track counselors to be there, because I think that would address more of the issues. So it was not, going back to the first point, the communication, it was not well advertised in the fall. When we had a follow-up meeting with Bub over this past week, it was a farce. It was 20 minutes where it was a thought exchange that looked preceded, and there were 38 people approximately and 68 comments, and there was 10 minutes spent on addressing those. Though there was a follow-up email sent out, not many of them those questions were addressed. On the second point, I will say that the safety town hall was done right after the Stoneman Douglas shooting, and there was a lot of data bias, both recency data bias and confirmation data bias, and I'm a trained economist, and I think that basically brought about this concern, which was not an accurate concern. And so the data that was being presented to justify these fences was cherry-picked, and I wonder if the community bond measure would have been supported if it had been said it was for fencing, not perimeter control. One last thing is that I have a neighbor here whose children started at Bub School 53 years ago in 1968, and those neighbors still live in this community, and those kids would walk home for school, walk home for lunch.
Thank you. Your time is up. I'm sorry. Thank you. Brent Schroeder?
Yeah.
There you go. Yep, we hear you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brent Schroeder. I live at 168 Thompson Avenue in Mountain View, about a block and a half from Montaloma Elementary. My comments pertain just to Montaloma. My wife and I are parents to 8-year-old twins that attend Montaloma. We've used that park, and I will refer to it as a park because that's how it functions. We use that park weekly, often daily, since we moved here when the kids were 4 months old. Coach baseball there. We've had a lot of firsts in that park. It's a special place to our family and many others. As far as the fence, while we are not opposed to safety measures, I actually support all of the goals mentioned by the superintendent. We do oppose the project as proposed. To me, it seems there are far more reasonable alternatives to provide security rather than fencing off the entire park. Many families with pre-kinder kids use the playground, the tot lot, as was referred to throughout the day. Just as far as the CEQA issues go, as a CEQA practitioner and city planner for over 15 years, I take issue with the categorical exemption the district filed. This is a substantial alteration of community open space and as such should not qualify for a categorical exemption. I take bigger exception to the lack of noticing and community outreach the district has participated in. The notice of exemption I received is unsigned, undated, and gives no indication that it was filed with OPR or the county clerk or the public review, or when the public review period began and ended. In terms of potential significant impacts, the one that immediately springs to mind is that many families in Montaloma will have to walk and bike to Rengsdorf Park and then cross the intersection of Central and Rengsdorf, which in my experience is highly dangerous, especially with young children. In addition, Ringstorff Park is not an equivalent or desirable park. It often feels unsafe due to lots of transients and, frankly, day drinking. In short, our neighborhood park is substantially altering it in this time of COVID, when so many families rely on it for open space and exercise, makes no sense. So I urge the city to strongly encourage the district to really engage the neighbors.
Your time's up. Thank you. Sorry about that.
Thanks. I'll submit the rest of these by letter. Thank you.
Okay, yes, thank you. So we have a phone number beginning in 650 and ending in 233. So you have to hit *6 to unmute yourself, please.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, this is Jesse Cup. I just decided to call instead of zooming in today. So I live in the San Antonio neighborhood, and I supported a new charter school that's being scheduled to be built here soon, even though I'm generally against the idea of charter schools, because we were promised park space as part of the deal. And I'm worried that fencing off the park will set a precedent, resulting in future access to this park being limited. So I understand that it's not the school district's intent to take park space away from residents, but regardless of intent, fencing up a space will result in less people using it, even during the allowed hours, because a significant number of people will see fencing and just move on without getting close enough to read the signage and see the hours they're allowed in. I think there's better ways to do it, like with a security guard. That's something Dr. Rudolph mentioned. We have those where I worked, and it's pretty effective. Sometimes I work at the library. Sometimes we have difficult patrons, but the solution isn't, close off the library to the public. We try to handle it ourselves. If we can't, we refer them to security. If that doesn't work, they can call the police. And I think security could do a good job keeping kids safe, keeping dogs on leash, keeping bikes from getting stolen, all that good stuff, keeping people out during the hours they're not supposed to be there. So in conclusion, I'll say I think everyone's been doing a good job being respectful. I just want to remind people that I think Dr. Rudolph is a good guy and has good intentions for the students. I've met with him in other capacities, and I think we're lucky to have him looking out for our kids. Even if we disagree with him, it seems a lot of people do in this particular instance. So, thank you.
Thank you. Robin Lynn? Let's see. Sorry, Robin, hold on. There we go.
Hey there. Thanks, Mayor Committee, especially for giving us 2 minutes instead of just 1.5 minutes. I know it means the meeting drags on longer, but thank you so much. I'd like to talk about the security town hall that the district cites in its slides as evidence of community desire for perimeter control. It uses a tool called Thought Exchange. I think it's a wonderful tool for gathering ideas and ensuring that not just the squeaky wheels dominate conversations. I do think, however, that it is the beginning of a conversation with the community, not the end. I fear that the district is actually using Thought Exchange comments as a representative sampling of the community, which it isn't. So just as a little FYI, I dug in a little more about what Thought Exchange does. So firstly, they use a proprietary algorithm to rank the comments. So what you see at the top, who the hell knows why, how it, mystery sauce, how it got there. Second, the numbers to the right of the stars in the parentheses indicates the number of people who rated the thought. So in the district slides, 14, 17, and 13 people rated those thoughts. As a comparison, Mountain View has 70,000 residents. Note that the security town hall also occurred in 2018, and it was open to the community. Between then and September 2020, so 2 years, the district doesn't seem to have done any other community engagement on this issue. We don't elect representatives via change.org petitions. Why do we allow Thought Exchange to serve as the proxy for roll up your sleeves, down and dirty community engagement? It may be harder and messier, but it leads to outcomes that the community can support. I also, as a way of kind of supplementing that, I hope that the council will consider agendizing this under item 8 so that council can continue discussion and decide on a position paper to guide and empower city staff on this topic, including providing public direction on how to make the process trustworthy and productive. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you. Alexander Brown?
Yo.
Hi.
Hey, Dr. Rudolph. I know that when I read Measure T, I was probably too focused on the arts and science labs and relieving student overcrowding. And I could have read the facilities master plan, but yeah. Fences ramp up a culture of fear, assuming the worst when faced with the other, creating a sense in children that anyone they don't recognize is an agent of destruction with the ability, if not the intent, to harm. It's unfortunate that in seeking the perception of security, we so often curtail liberties instead of encouraging a sense of community, interdependence, and personal empowerment. It's also unfortunate that we've abandoned public park development to the point that most parks are on school grounds. Fences, cameras, floodlights are a cheap, well, not so cheap, shortcut to creating the illusion of safety. Kids deserve consideration for their safety, but I'm concerned that the psychological impact of the security theater is going to do more harm than someone walking their dog across the grass. Who knows? If your goal is a mere sense of safety, that's fine, but please don't pretend that this will make a real and material difference for your staff, faculty, or their charges. Thanks. Oh, and also with the lights on the field, they're terrible, they're way too bright, and we personally wait until after 10 to go running just so we can avoid them. To one of the earlier speakers, it's ironic to say you can't grow land in North Mountain View when most of North Bayshore is landfill. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Bruce England?
You hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Give me a sec. Thank you, Mayor and council members. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive, and a member of Mountain View Coalition for Sustainable Planning and Green Spaces Mountain View. I have concerns about plans being proposed by the school district on both fencing and lighting on school campuses. While I understand intentions to address school safety, I'm not convinced the extent of fencing is called for, given that Mountain View is not an unsafe city, as our crime records attest. We need to take seriously the message that we send to the community as a whole when we talk about fencing people in and out, in particular when we're dealing with areas we consider park or open space or as providing pass-through access. If we must accept more barriers on our school campuses, I urge you to consider implementing hedges or similar landscaping rather than hard fencing where this is feasible. On the lighting issue, although it's not really being discussed tonight, impacts on wildlife and human mental health need to be factored into plans as they are further developed. Shawnee talked about this earlier. Clearly more work is needed on this project. I ask that you identify a way forward for council attention, perhaps by developing a position paper or similar document establishing what the city expects or needs through district plans on this matter. Similarly, an update to the joint use agreement might be in order. Thank you.
Thank you. Julie Gerdes?
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Oh, great, thank you. I want to start by saying I'm not opposed to protecting our children or school staff. What I am opposed to is the current fencing plan for Montaloma. I have canvassed this neighborhood, handing out flyers and talking to residents, Montaloma parents, and most importantly, children, and everyone I've spoken to is opposed to this current plan. Montaloma Park has been an open and shared recreational space for decades. It is the heart of this neighborhood and has been a solace to many during these uncertain times. To completely fence in such a large recreational space without at least attempting to compromise on a solution that works for everyone is shameful. I'm encouraged by the working group, but I have been involved in many discussions, received emails from district representatives, and attended several virtual meetings on this topic. And frankly, it feels like we are just getting lip service with no real spirit of reaching a compromise. I sincerely hope that I'm wrong about that. There is a better solution if the district representatives push their egos aside and really listen to the community. There are many of us willing to go to the distance to ensure the right solution is found. Thank you.
Thank you. Maria Perez?
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Okay, well, thank you. Good evening, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, and Dr. Rudolph. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. My name is Maria, a resident of Mountain View and a 15-year alumni parent with 4 children who attended Montaloma. I want to start off by saying I stand in unity with community members who shared prior to me, and that drop-off and pickup times are such a special time for the community and an especially valuable connecting time for the Latino community, in which I am a part of and a community I serve. This is a community that is deeply affected by digital divide and a community who relies heavily on connecting in person to give and share updates and information regarding life, school, and community. I want to shift my focus to Dr. Rudolph's comments where he mentioned students, parents, and staff have fears and concerns regarding safety. I'm trying to gauge how widespread the concerns are. As a matter of metrics, there are 5,382 students in the district, 658 staff according to the district's website, and I'm assuming 5,000 or more parents in the district. And I'm just curious to know how many people were polled and to just gauge what was the level of concern. I also agree with the councilwoman's thoughts on exploring added staff before and after school for added safety measures. And it makes me think on yard duty versus security guards, as was mentioned by the superintendent. Students are used to engaging with yard duty before and after school and also at lunchtime. So I think that's worth exploring. Thank you for your time. I yield my time.
Thank you. Trisha Delgado?
Hi, can everyone hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Wonderful. Well, first of all, good late evening, City Council members and Mayor Kamei. My name is Trisha Delgado, and I represent the Montaloma Neighborhood Association as the current elected board president. Now, I speak to you tonight because Montaloma residents and the Montaloma Neighborhood Association have repeatedly tried to appeal to the school district, but they honestly kind of refuse to listen. At all points, they have chosen to avoid what could have been a communal route to engage. For example, working with the neighborhood association to inform our neighbors could have been part of our quarterly newsletter. It's distributed by hand to every home in Mountain View. Or they could have spoke at our spring annual neighborhood meetings in either 2018, 2019, or virtually this past year in 2020, but they did not. The school district made the conscious choice to not engage those that this fence would impact most, the neighborhood residents of Mountain View. They have moved quickly to draw up fencing plans, receive bids, and even set a construction date. To allow either fencing proposal that you saw tonight would not only shut out residents from daytime access to green space, playground equipment, benches to congregate, and pathways to walk, it will break the heart of this Mountain View neighborhood. This is no ordinary park, and it is a park. It is a postcard of what every city wants for its residents. It signifies and builds a community around it. This park during the weekday is where parents of young children meet. They gather for picnics. They have first birthdays. This is the park where memories are made. This heart of our neighborhood creates community, and what it does is bring us together. So I plead with you tonight, drive a solution to keep all-day access to our park. Keep it for future generations as it has been enjoyed by the past generations. Thank you.
Great, thank you. We have a phone number, 408, last three digits are 246. If you could hit *6 to unmute yourself. So it's a phone number, 408, and then the last three digits are 246. Unfortunately, I can't see your full phone number on my end.
Good evening. My name is Catherine. Good evening.
Yes, we hear you.
Hello?
Hello. Hi.
Hello?
I can hear you.
I'm trying to call from the city council meeting in 1820.
Yes, this is the city council meeting. Yes. Did you have public comment for us?
Hello?
Hello? Did you
can't hear you.
I'm talking
about the city council meeting?
Yes. Yes, this is the Mountain View City Council meeting.
Okay, I actually called to talk on a different item, and I just saying that I'm not on my item. I'm sorry.
Okay, no problem. Okay, sounds like that individual is calling for a different item. So I'm going to bring it back to council for any type of comments. Do council members have any type of comments or feedback on the presentation? All right, I'm not seeing any hands from colleagues. Okay, Councilmember Matischak.
Thanks. So I'm guessing we all have a lot of thoughts and comments about this. I do appreciate Dr. Rudolph for coming to the council meeting tonight. It sort of raises the awareness of the amount of communication and working relationships we need to have between the city and the school districts, because there's more than one. I get that the school districts are completely separate from the city, but it really is important that we work together for the benefit of our residents. And I think this is a classic case where we need to maybe step back and figure out what's the right course of action. We do have a history of working together, and it's a good one. It's an important one. We worked on the school strategy. We have these agreements for the joint use of the school fields, and we have another agreement that's in the process of being, you might say, renegotiated or negotiated right now. And there's lots of other things that we work on together. And I don't want that to stop. And I think this is a topic where we do need to work more closely together. Clearly, we're hearing that from our residents. Over, let's say, the past 4 years that I've been on council, we certainly have talked a lot about how important open space and parks are to our community. For all the reasons people mentioned tonight, it's a great gathering place, it's good for your mental health, it's incredibly important right now due to the pandemic. And there is, not just for the Montaloma area, but for other neighborhoods, the sense that the fields associated with schools are more like parks than they are school fields. They've been used that way for a very long time, and the paths that provide connectivity within the neighborhoods are also areas that are have been used that way, and frankly, I don't want to see them shut off. So, I'm guessing that most folks did not read the entire statement or pamphlet for the election and see well into it that it might have mentioned fences. And I don't think safe implies fences. So I do feel like there hasn't been as much visibility to this as it probably deserved, or it did deserve. And as I said, I'd kind of like to step back a bit on this and figure out a process that works better for all of us. I appreciate Dr. Rudolph saying, he would keep us in lockstep with the school board when it comes to the work group. I'm starting to feel like maybe we need a work group for each of the schools because they all are impacted by the fences. That might not be the most efficient way, so it's not like that's the only approach, but I don't want Montaloma to be the only neighborhood that has input significant input into what might transpire at the schools. I agree with all of the comments about safety is important. We have heard there's lots of other approaches to safety, and it varies by people, by person. Different people have different perspectives on that. And I think we need to take those into consideration. So I don't want to define what a process should be tonight, but I feel like maybe together we need to figure out what is the best process to have the city and our residents really involved in this so that we can come up with a solution that works for everyone. Thanks.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber?
Thank you. I have to agree 1,000% with Councilmember Matichak and her comments. And I'm thankful to the superintendent for coming here tonight and for hanging in here with us. And I think we've had some good discussion, and I so much appreciate the offer to bring council together with the school board to talk about the outcome from the advisory group and to make the advisory group public and open, and to really have a chance to deliberate with council to talk about that final product. And I do think that this issue has brought about council being called to talk about the areas of our city that are really have an undersupply of parks. And in some of the other areas of the city, the park with the school district isn't as critical because we have large sections of other parks that are available. And there it might be more of a social emotional impact relating to fencing or issues like that. But I think that this is a great opener and can be the beginning of a real discussion about something that obviously has so much community interest. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Councilmember Hicks?
So I wanted to, again, thank Dr. Rudolph for taking the time tonight, and also thank all the members of the public who were able to, this has been a long meeting, and have been able to stick with us. I agree with what previous council members have said, and I guess there were a couple of things tonight that really kind of, that were said that from the school district that really kind of set me back. I think the two things, one was that, so the way I've been thinking about our relationship is that we're working together in the city on certain things, and that that the call them what you will, in the joint use agreement, they're referred to as parkland, and that the parkland is something that, you know, we share and we both give to the community, and partly in return for that, we've been working on things like the school strategy. I guess I was really surprised to hear that it seems like the school district is not seeing it that way, that you see them as your fields, and this, you know, multi-decade kind of use, and the fact that in many of our documents, they're referred to as our neighborhood, as a large portion of our neighborhood parks, is not something, at least tonight, not something that the school district particularly recognizes. I'm hoping that that's something that over time we can kind of reestablish. Otherwise, I really think that we, you know, as council, I think one of our, as a council person, I think that one of my primary duties is to provide park space for our residents. You know, I could list like top 10 duties, and that would be one of them. Particularly in a city like this, where more than other cities around us and others that I lived in, we're really growing. And we're going to be assigned, not to use a lot of jargon now, but the Regional Housing Needs Assessment is going to assign us thousands and thousands of additional housing units that we have to build, and we have to provide those people with parks as well. I was hoping we could work that out with the school district in providing those. And I would hate to have to kind of switch tracks and support the school district less and our parks more. So I really hope that, I'm hoping we can put this onto, item 8 so that we can revisit this as a council and find a mutual decision, a mutual arrangement with the school district that allows me to fulfill what I said, what I think is my duty to provide the parkland we need to provide to our residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Showalter?
Yeah, I kind of concur with all that's.
Did she freeze? I thought I froze. Okay, let me shoot her a message. She's frozen. Councilmember Abe-Koga, why don't you unmute yourself while we wait?
Mayor, if I may, I think there's power that's been lost in some areas, so I just got some messages, so that may be what's happening in some parts of town.
Okay.
The wind, so.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. Councilmember Abe-Koga, why don't you go ahead while we hopefully regain Councilmember Showalter.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Dr. Rudolph, for coming this evening and presenting your presentation. It was, I think, really helpful for all of us to hear more details of the plan and the process and so forth. I as a parent myself who've had 2 daughters go through the school system, I very much value the strong partnership that the city and the school district has had over the years. I've actually, thought of it as a source of pride because it is a unique relationship. And so my hope is that we are able to continue, and I think we can continue that strong relationship and make it even stronger as we see more and more the intertwinings of school issues with the city's issues. So in that regard, I'm hopeful, and I appreciate this opportunity to have this forum. And my hope is that we can continue to, dialogue, provide input, provide input from the residents as you move forward in this process. I guess the question is, how best to do that. Listening to my colleagues, I think there are some good suggestions. Frankly, I didn't want to go to this far, and we don't have to if the council is fine with your coming back and discussing this as a full council at some point. I think that's definitely an option. But the other thought I had was, and I know I shared this before, but I kind of refer back to my experience serving on the Los Altos School District Task Force when they were deciding how to use the new campus site in San Antonio. So I think, that I appreciate that having that say, and I hope that we can come to that some kind of process where we have similar say in what you ultimately decide. I did want to clarify a few things, and this was probably more for the public, but there was a comment about communication and the noticing, and that the city was only noticed, or half the residents. From my understanding, that was just what we normally do with projects. We notice up to 750 feet of the radius of the project site, and so that was the basis for that. But had we been asked to notice more or whatnot, we would have provided more addresses. So I just want to be clear that that was how that came about, and it wasn't in any way the city's intent to leave people out. So in light of that, I hope that moving forward we can just be, as do our due diligence in communicating. Also, just being clear as to what the purpose is. I've heard the varying different opinions about what should happen. I definitely appreciate that. I think at the end of the day, we're going to have to look at something. Try to come to something in the middle. I think we can do that. But I think as to get there, we're going to have to be very clear as to what the parameters are. So again, thank you for attending, and I look forward to continuing this conversation.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll try to be quick. So I agree with the sentiments expressed by my colleagues. I think the only thing I would add is I feel pretty strongly that we should provide some clear direction to John as a participant in the working group. So he's able. I'm glad he's empowered to participate in more than just a technical advisory capacity. But I feel that he needs to, represent a coherent vision from the city, and I think our comments here will be helpful in guiding that. And incidentally, thank you, John, for all of your work on this issue. I know it's one thing that none of us were really expecting, but here we are. And I appreciate your work as a member of the working group. And to the extent it's helpful, I do think that the boundary of the fence should be informed in no small part by the utility or the utilization of the field during school operating hours. It doesn't feel like it's necessary to fully enclose off the campus if, in practice, large portions of it are not really actively utilized by the students, which is why I'd asked the questions about the utilization, during instructional hours. So I don't claim any expertise in that, but I do think that could be helpful in guiding the work of the working group and discerning where boundaries should be. And that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ramirez. Councilmember Matichak, I see your hand again.
Thanks. I had a process question, and it's, can we right now talk about next steps and talk to the city manager and Dr. Rudolph about that, or do we have to wait till item 8 to do that?
Councilmember Matichak, this is agendized as just a presentation, a one-way presentation. There's no council action on this item, but a council member is welcome to bring up the topic at item 8 later tonight and request support from your colleagues on a future agenda item on this topic. And, okay, great. And then the details of that can be discussed also at item 8.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. So, City Manager McCarthy, I know that perhaps Councilmember Showalter's power, I think, is going on and off. So since it's a presentation, and hopefully this may come up later in the meeting, perhaps it would be okay to continue the item does that sound all right?
Yes, Mayor, I believe so. And it sounds like this will come up in item 8. So there'll be another opportunity to discuss.
Great. Yes. Okay. So, Dr. Rudolph, I see your hand. I will save my comments. Go ahead.
No, I just had a quick question because, obviously, our board you guys go a lot later than us. I don't know what item 8 or A or whatever this is. I can
explain. It's, go ahead.
Well, I'm just saying, so a couple of trustees have been texting me asking, do we all need to stay up for this? And so if you could just provide some clarification, would be great.
Sure. Item 8 is a standing agenda item for council member reports and requests, and the process to agendize a future item is often brought up at that time, and it would require majority council support to, for example, bring back a future agenda item to discuss this topic, and just for purposes of example, what the city position would be to inform the working group representative. That's just an example. So you could stay if you wanted to. It does come at the end of the agenda, though.
Luckily, these meetings are recorded, so you are welcome to enjoy the recording if you like, Dr. Rudolph, and you can pass that on to your trustees. It would just be, as the city attorney mentioned, just to agendize it for a later date for discussion. Since it's a presentation item, it's more for questions and comments. So I'm still, oh yes, Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Oh, so I was going to move to continue the meeting past 10 p.m., but I forgot you wanted to make comments first.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. I think that my only comments, since it sounds like from all of my colleagues, we share similar sentiments. So the only thing that I would add is just my thanks to Dr. Rudolph and his staff who helped prepare the presentation, to our community for providing their input. You know, the reason why I thought that it would be informative to have this presentation is council was getting a lot of feedback on this item, and I thought that the best way for us all to hear the information would be a presentation from you, Dr. Rudolph. You know, it gets into the, you know, I think having an open public forum for this dialogue is really what people have been needing, and I think particularly because we're in the pandemic, it makes it so difficult to connect, to get information, to get that communication. And so really appreciate your willingness to come, as well as the public, to provide that input that I think just, you know, might have been a little bit of a missing link for everyone to feel like more of a community and connected. So I just wanted to add that. Thanks. So I'm going to move on, and Councilmember Showalter can add her comments later. Vice Mayor Ramirez, I'll turn to you.
I'm sorry, Matt. I did have some more comments on the item 8 that may be helpful for council. I know council is going to vote to continue the meeting or not, and it's also possible, if council desires, to take a vote to rearrange the order of the meeting, perhaps, if there's council interest, moving item 8 up as a courtesy to Dr. Rudolph. That's an option to consider. It's certainly council's pleasure, though.
Okay. Well, if we move on to any item, we're still going to need a vote to continue past 10 p.m. I'm right, City Attorney Chopra?
Correct.
Okay. So why not?
And after that decision is made, there could be a decision to reorder the remaining items.
Okay. So I would like to close this item if possible. Dr. Rudolph.
I'm so sorry, Mayor Kamei. We can watch the video. Y'all don't have to rearrange your whole for account of us. Although I'm truly moved by the gesture, but at the end of the day, we can watch the video and we can get back to you. And I do want to say thank you for allowing us the opportunity to present today. It's been really great. I know it's later for us than it is for y'all, and I'm sure you all are tired too. But again, many thanks for allowing us the opportunity to come, and we look forward to working both with the city manager as well as Parks and Recs to try and come to an amicable solution for all of us that we can all live with.
Sounds good. And all we expect is some of those cookies, Dr. Rudolph. We want that's good.
I burnt them all. I was in the middle of the presentation. I wanted to get up to get them, and they're all burned. So maybe tomorrow I'll try again.
Perfect. That sounds great. So I'm assuming Councilmember Ramirez or Vice Mayor Ramirez has his hands up to continue like Councilmember Matichak, I also see your hand. So is it about this item?
So I was going to second the motion Vice Mayor was going to make, but also have another comment about, I think we should move item 8 to now, because we've got 58 people from the public still here, they probably want to hear.
Okay, so I'm going to go to the vice mayor so we can continue the meeting past 10 p.m., which is well past now. So Vice Mayor Ramirez.
So moved.
Okay, and then you have the second from Councilmember Matichak. All right. So next on the agenda is our consent calendar, but I'm hearing that perhaps we want to do a change in the...
We should probably first take a vote on the continuation of the meeting, and then...
Okay. All right, so we have a motion. Ms. von der Linden, can you do a roll call vote, please? Thank you.
Of course. Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks.
Reluctant, yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and Vice Mayor Ramirez, I see your hand still up. Is this?
I'll go ahead and move item 8 up in advance of the consent calendar.
Okay. City Attorney Sharper, do we need a second for that motion?
Excuse me, Councilmember Showalter is the phone number.
Okay.
Councilmember Showalter, if you can unmute yourself with *6.
So I'm going to continue the meeting while Councilmember Showalter works to unmute herself. The question that I had for the city attorney was, do we need a second? And then do we need to take a roll call vote on that second for the item 8?
Yes to both questions.
Okay, great. Councilmember Matichak.
I'll second it.
Okay. Ms. von der Linden. So we have a motion to move item 8 up now by Vice Mayor Ramirez, seconded by Councilmember Matichak.
Councilmember Abikoga.
Just a point of information or order, do we need to take public comment on these motions before we actually vote?
This is just a rearrangement of the agenda itself. It's not an agendized item. It's just it's a procedural reordering of the agenda. So no.
Okay. I thank you.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber. Aye. Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak, I see your hand. Oh, okay. So we've moved item 8 up in the agenda. Was there someone who wanted to bring an item forward for item 8? Councilmember Matichak.
Okay, so because I did have something to say. I think it's hard to come up with a really good solution here on the fly. And so what I would prefer to do is have our city manager and Dr. Rudolph talk about what might be a course of action we can take and bring that back to the council for discussion, and also take it to the school board for discussion. So that would be my motion. And at that time is when we would, if we still have the working groups, we would provide our perspective on what we would want represented in that working group.
Councilmember Hicks.
I also, like several members of the public, said that we could come up with a position paper and take a look at the joint use agreement. And I feel like maybe we need some sort of statement position from the council on what we expect out of an agreement, because what I'm getting out of the joint use agreement is it seems to be very different than what I thought when I've read it in the past. As one example, I thought I would get notice for something this important before the decision was made, and that it would come to the council level. And it seems like our current joint use agreement doesn't give us those things. So that's part of what I thought could come back to us.
Is that a friendly addition to what Councilmember Matichak had mentioned? Is Councilmember Matichak, would you be okay with adding that, or?
Mayor, or
yes.
Councilmember Matichak, I think you were speaking, you were on mute.
I know, I just realized that, sorry. I was just going to say that I think my statement about at that time providing input on what we would like to see would be sort of like the position paper. So yes, I agree with that. I kind of view the joint use agreement as maybe a separate topic, but obviously I'd like to hear the city manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Matichak and Councilmember Hicks. So yes, I would suggest that, so the working group's first meeting is February 25th. And I think council has provided all of your feedback, and I know we haven't gotten through everyone yet, but it is obviously enough for me and for our community services director to be able to represent the city's intentions in this first meeting. So what we could do is see how this first meeting goes. Our community services director will be representing the city's interests. Obviously, the superintendent has heard feedback from the community and will hear from all of you this evening. And then I think what we could do is bring back an item on the progress of the working group, and you all can form some sort of statement, if you want, Councilmember Hicks and Councilmember Matichak, as you suggested. We could do it prior to the meeting on the 25th so that they have that before they meet, or we could do it after the working group commences, after you see what the progress is like. The joint use agreement is a bigger, it is a contract, and it is, I think, a bigger thing that we're going to need to dive into with the city attorney's office and community services department. This is something that actually they have been talking about for the last few years. The goal right now, we have numerous agreements right now with the school district, and we're trying to get on the same page with a lot of items and put it in one agreement. So this has actually been worked on for quite some time now. So I think it's a little more complicated than us just bringing this back, because there's a lot of other components to it. So I would ask if our community services director has any other insight on that, but I think at least that's the process. So where I would, I guess, ask for council direction is the timing. Would you rather come back and maybe do a straw poll prior to the February 25th meeting, or after the meeting has started, and see how it goes? So I think that is a decision point that you could do a straw poll on.
Councilmember Abe-Koga.
I guess question, is that what we want to do this evening? Decide the timing, and if so, is that part of the motion? Do you have a proposal, motion maker?
So my personal perspective is I think it would be useful to provide the input before the meeting, but I also had raised the point that I don't think this is limited to the Montaloma school, because we've heard from other residents tonight about concerns about other schools. So I'm concerned about having that working group meeting for just one school when this is an issue that applies to all of them. But I would like to provide the input before these meetings.
Okay. Councilmember Leeper.
I think it would be valuable to have the input before the meetings as well. And I wonder if staff, given what we have going on with COVID and the program at the community center in terms of vaccination and everything else, would be able to do this in that time frame. I do think that you know, we've had a good ventilation of a lot of the issues here tonight, and so I think that staff has definitely gotten our drift and our general direction. One issue that was raised by one of the individual presentations was about the use of these park/fields during the COVID closure, and if families are allowed to access those fields during the COVID closure. And I was understanding from what was said that they had been told that they could not access the fields, but it seems particularly important for families to have that access now, given the distance learning and everything else that families in the community are going through. So I'd like to make sure that we include that kind of access during this time.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Showalter, welcome back. So we moved on from the presentation and we moved item 8 forward to now so that we can talk about agendizing what we'd like to do related to the topic on the presentation from Dr. Rudolph. And so I just wanted to catch you back up. So it sounds like Councilmember Matichak had some thoughts and a few others, and so I'm not sure if you wanted to kind of add anything.
Yeah, I'd just like to weigh in a little bit. I just power outage right at the right moment. What a bunch of what major punctuation that was. Anyway, I'm really glad we're taking this up because you know, in our country right now, we're really sort of facing one of the crises is in government trust. And I think this is fundamentally about, you know, how our, you know, local governments, i.e. the school board and the city, work together and how we behave in a trustworthy manner. And, you know, I think a lot of people feel like the language about the fencing was very, very short and not, you know, not really getting the point across that of what the school district had in mind in the ballot. And then there's just the other thing of, you know, we're really expected to spend money wisely as government leaders and to, you know, and to spend it on things that people think will be effective. And we've certainly heard that there's a lot of people who don't think that the fencing will meet the stated goal. And I think everybody, one thing we did hear though, is that everybody agrees that one, we want to make sure our kids are safe, and two, our parks are precious. So, you know, it's very important that we figure out, you know, how to make that all work. So I think the idea of weighing in a little more carefully before the meeting is a good idea. And sorry to have missed the rest of the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Just wanted to make sure you had an opportunity to add your comments as well. So Councilmember Matichak, was that a motion? Does anyone have a second?
Can you repeat the motion, please?
Yes. Councilmember Matichak, do you mind?
Sure. So the motion was to have the city manager and the superintendent get together and talk about a process to address this, and that prior to a meeting of a working group, the council would provide our perspective or state our position that we would like to see prior to any meetings of the working group, and also to expand this to cover all the schools, not just Montaloma.
Be glad to second that.
Okay, Councilmember Showalter. Sorry about that, Councilmember Weaver. I see your hand.
Oh,
was that the second, or would you like to add more?
I was going to second, but also suggest a friendly amendment that we ask for future item bring back shared use as a policy issue.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great. And Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'll support the motion, assuming that staff affirms that you all have the capacity to bring this back to us before the first working group meeting.
Okay. City Manager McCarthy, go ahead.
Thank you. So here's how I think it could work, just with the timing. And as Councilmember Lieber noted, our Community Services Director and his team are literally working 7 days a week on the vaccine clinic and many other items related to COVID. So this is a big lift. So what I think could work is we can bring back an item on February 23rd for council to give an official statement or position. I will work with Dr. Rudolph on the process that we will have going forward in terms of just especially the communication, providing updates to both council and the community. In terms of bringing back the joint use agreement, I would ask that council discuss this and determine this as part of your work plan process coming up. As I mentioned, this is a big lift and it's going to take quite a bit of time. So I think this is a bigger item that you all will need to discuss. And then I also want to note that one of the things that the Community Services Department intends on doing, which I believe can also be one of your work plan items, is looking at our parks master plan and our rec master plan and combining them into one strategic plan for parks and recreation. So those are two very big projects for the department. So I think we'll just need to have some more thought about the timing and wrap that into our goal setting and our upcoming process. Not necessarily that we would bring that back to council immediately. We'll definitely need more time on that. So if council's amenable to that, I feel like that's the best way that we can work through the workload and the other staff considerations we have right now.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you. So I can support the motion, but I would say that I guess my question is going to be, what kind of statement are we going to make? Because from past experience, actually seeing like the working group do its work and getting input or getting the feedback from the working group could be helpful in terms of providing the different options that are available. It's hard for me to say if we're gonna be expecting to take a position, for instance. I don't know, again, all of the parameters, all of the possibilities, and as well as the restrictions on each site. So it would be difficult for me to take a position or a position statement if it's, going to be that, which A through Z, which one are you going to pick? But if it's generalizations, I can support that. So I guess I would like to hear more clarity on what kind of position we're going to be expecting to take before the working group starts.
Do you want me to answer that, what I was thinking? So I was thinking sort of general, sort of like a policies as opposed to specifics. So not this fence goes here, but, we want it, give an example, even though this might not be a great one, we want unrestricted access to the fields, something like that. Versus, you can put the fence right here.
Does that answer your question, Councilmember Abikoga? Okay. So I believe we had a motion from Councilmember Matashek, seconded by Councilmember Showalter. I don't see any other hands or any other discussion. So it sounds like to summarize, and sorry if my brain's a little mushy, but it sounds like this will be agendized for our February 23rd meeting, where council will have the opportunity to give some general overarching comments, policy ideas about this issue, kind of holistically, and that City Manager McCarthy and Dr. Rudolph will be in communication while this is going on, and that shall we look into kind of other items like our Parks Master Plan or our joint use agreement, we can discuss that in our future goal settings meeting. Does that sound right? I'm seeing some heads nod. Okay, great. Okay, so since this item it's just a request for a future item with no action, we don't have to open it up for public comment. So I believe, City Attorney Chopra, should we still do a roll call vote, or is a straw motion via hands? All right.
Just hands showing a majority is fine.
Okay. So all those in support, if you don't mind raising your hands. Vice Mayor Ramirez, if you want to just verbally let us know if you're supporting it, that would be great.
I'll vote yes.
Okay, so that looked unanimous to me. City Clerk, all right, it was unanimous. All right, so hoping no one else has any other item 8s that they want to include, I'm going to close item 8 and then move back I'd like to move back to the consent calendar, item 4, but we've been going now for about 5.5 hours, so I think everyone could probably use a break. So if possible, we'll thank Dr. Rudolph, his board trustees, and the public. We will take a 10-minute break, if that works for everybody. And so I'm just going to say we're going to meet back at midnight. All right? If that works for everyone. Okay. I see heads nod. See you at midnight.
And Spanish interpretation services will be provided for item 4.2, the urgency ordinance extending residential eviction protections. These items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. The reading of the full text of resolutions and ordinances will be waived unless a council member requests otherwise. Would any member of the council like to pull an item? Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to pull 4.8.
Okay. So we'll pull 4.8. Any other council members? All right. Councilmember Hicks.
I'd like to pull 4.2.
Okay, 4.2. All right. So we have 4.2 pulled and 4.8 pulled. Any other items? Is there a, yeah. All right. Do we have a motion on the others for the balance of the consent calendar? Yes, Vice Mayor Ramirez.
I'm sorry, if you could ask for public comment.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that. All right. Does anyone have public comment on any of the consent calendar items? All right. I don't see any hands. I'll bring it back. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll move the balance of the consent calendar, including 4.4, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View amending Council Policy K2, Council Advisory Body appointments, and approving the Council Policy and Procedures Committee's recommendations from December 5th, 2019 regarding eligibility requirements for the BPAC, BAC, Performing Arts Committee, and Senior Advisory Committee to be reflected in each committee's bylaws, and the Council Advisory Body's Handbook to be read in title only for the reading waived. And 4.7, adopt a resolution of intention of the City Council of the City of Mountain View to vacate a public service easement at 939 West El Camino Real to be read in title only for the reading waived, and set a date for a public hearing to consider the vacation for February 23rd, 2021.
Great. Thank you. Do I see a second? Councilmember Hicks?
Yes, I second.
Great. City Clerk Von der Linden, do you mind?
Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks. Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Medichek.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. So we'll move on to item 4.2. Councilmember Hicks, I believe you pulled this item.
Yes, and we'll see if I can say what I intended to say this late at night or whether I can't get through it. But, a member of the public had written me and maybe the rest of you saying that the state extension of eviction relief makes funds available and at 80% of rent, and was wondering if we could get legal advice maybe from the Law Foundation or Stanford Law Clinic about structuring our rent program so that we're not basically paying 100% of what people were paying last year with our rent relief program. So I don't think this is the time. In other words, rents have gone down. It varies from one apartment type to another, but they've gone down for sometimes 30 or more percent. Yet for our rent relief program is paying 100%. So this, I would like to, I would vote in favor of 4.2, but it triggers the question to me of whether we should restructure our rent relief program. So it was just a comment, not something we would move on at this point.
Okay, thank you. Does anyone else have any comments on this item? All right, City Attorney Shepherd, should I open it for public comment as well? Or can we move to item 4.8?
Yeah, the prior public comment covered these items, so you're...
Great. Thank you. Thanks. All right. Thank you, Councilmember Hicks. Vice Mayor Ramirez, did you want to discuss 4.8, which you pulled?
Yes, I'll be brief. I fully support nominating Councilmember Matichak to serve as the alternate to the VTA board. I think she will do an excellent job and is qualified. I do have concerns about the bylaws, however, which staff attached. I think they need to be cleaned up. I learned from the Public Works Director that none of the Group 2 cities have, the city councils have not affirmed the bylaws or adopted them. They're totally ad hoc. Any composition of PAC members participating in one of these meetings, which are not staffed by VTA or city staff, can amend the bylaws, and that's happened. So in addition to moving the staff recommendation, I would like to seek the council support in directing staff to work on cleaning up the bylaws and ultimately securing the formal endorsements of each of the Group 2 city councils. So I'll go ahead and move that, and also 4.2, adopt an urgency ordinance of the city of Mountain View temporarily suspending evictions for non-payment of rent by residential tenants impacted by the COVID-19 emergency effective February 1st, 2021, contingent upon expiration of the statewide eviction moratorium to be read in title only, further reading waived, effective on February 1st, 2021 upon adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Abakoga.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and second that, and then if I could add some comments on item 4.8. Yes, I fully support Councilmember Matichak's nomination. I think she would be very well qualified to represent as well. I do support the Vice Mayor's addition, and even in addition to that, I think he mentioned, and I don't know if it's in the motion, but the concept of having a staff person at these meetings. Way back when I was a regular member of this group, we did have staff. After I left, apparently there was some concern about VTA staff being there, but as a result, what I've discovered in returning is that we've lost a lot of records of what's happened in the past, and the bylaws, as mentioned, were never ratified. There's a need for someone to keep records of all of these meetings, and so I would suggest that we also advocate for a staff person to be a part of these North County grouping meetings. I don't know if you would be willing to add that, Vice Mayor.
Yes, I agree.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion on item 4.2 and item 4.8, and seconded by Councilmember Abakoga. So, City Clerk Vonderland, do you mind doing a roll call vote?
Certainly. Councilmember Abakoga?
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks?
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber? Aye. Councilmember Matichak?
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez?
Yes.
Mayor Kamei?
Yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 5, oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on the agenda. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 2 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. Would any member of the public on the line like to make a comment on non-agenda items? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or press *9 on the phone. The clerk will display the timer on the screen. So I see one hand, and that is Tim McKenzie. So if we could just have perfect. If we could just do the timer, please.
Thanks for giving me some time. I would want to say thank you, council and staff. I got an excellent email yesterday that Mountain View will be providing free period products in women's bathrooms. That is great. Thank you. I've commented on this on and off for like a year and a half, so It's great that it's happened. I'll also add trans men menstruate, and we should expand to men's bathrooms. I'd also like to comment on comments from councilors and council members at the beginning of the first meeting of the year. One of the major themes that came through was civility in Mountain View politics. And I gotta say that calls for civility ring hollow and sound like Republicans on the national stage calling for unity while questioning the election results. If what we've seen recently counts as civility, we have different definitions of the word. I've seen council members using their position to castigate members commenting at council the first time. I can't think of anything more uncivil or anti-democratic than discouraging people from getting involved in municipal governance. It seems like the conception of civility is that there aren't curse words. The real basis of civility is respect. Respecting that even if we have different politics, we're working towards the same goal, that's improving our shared community. I'm a Red Sox fan, I'm dating a Yankees fan. I can find common ground across seemingly unbridgeable divides. It's really uncivil to ignore repeated good faith efforts to reach across the political aisle and bridge policy divides. I really am eagerly awaiting a response to one of the many emails to a council member that it would be uncivil of me to mention who it is without having spoken with first. And if I haven't heard back by the end of the week, I'll reach out to you again. I'm happy to respond to calls for civility. I hope to see similar behavior from elected leaders. And really, sincerely, thank you so much for taking action on the period products. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Alexander Brad?
This rain is hardcore, huh? I want to agree with Tim and also call for period products in all bathrooms because men also don't deserve to be bleeding all over their clothes. Like why? Gendered bathrooms are silly. Oh yeah, I forgot.
Okay, thanks, Alex. I'm assuming you're done there. Shawnee Kleinhaus?
It's a nice rainy night. We need this rain. A European study that was published just in December showed that high biodiversity in people's vicinity is as important for their quality of life and happiness as their income. The study showed that individual enjoyment of life correlates with the number of surrounding bird species. An additional 10% of bird species increased life satisfaction as much as a comparable increase in income. I think for Audubon, we all knew that, but it's really nice to see studies that corroborate this. So investment in nature and biodiversity is an investment in human Biologists believe that we now live through the 6th mass extinction event associated primarily with climate change, land use patterns, and practices. And I don't have a lot more time, so I would just say it's never been more critical to integrate ecology and rewilding and
Shawnee, I think we lost you there. Are you still there?
nature-based solutions into urban landscape. Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, my connection is unstable. So there's a new group in Mountain View. I think most of them probably gave up by now, wanted to talk to you tonight. They're looking to use all these to introduce into the urban landscape more native plantings and more nature and more green spaces in general. So I'm glad that Audubon, my group, can help and provide them with resources. And I hope that you will help them expand nature-based solution and rewild the city's parks, urban forests, stormwater infrastructure, and streetscapes. Thank you.
Thank you.
For listening.
Thank you. All right, I don't see anyone else with raised hands, and I don't think anyone else has called in. So I'm going to close oral communications and bring it back. Item 6, public hearing, there is none. So we'll move on to item 7, which is new business.
Item 7.1 is the hotel acquisition opportunity to address housing needs. And so I know that Assistant Community Development Director Wayne Chen will be with us. I'm not sure if Council would like to hear a brief presentation from Wayne, or if you wanted to forego the presentation to get into questions. But I wanted to see if people were. Councilmember Matichak, I see your hand.
I personally like at least some sort of brief presentation because while we might have all read the staff report, all members of the public might not have. And so I think it's helpful to provide an introduction to the topic.
Okay, Mr. Chen, you heard. Take it away.
Great. Thanks so much, Mayor and Council. And let me just take a moment to share my screen. Okay, could you confirm that you can see my share screen? Great, thanks so much. I'll make this brief. The purpose of this item is for the council to provide recommendation on the Crestview Hotel acquisition opportunity to address various housing needs. A brief background, as you know, the city applied and was successfully awarded Project Home Key funds as part of the state program with Life Moves, and that project is well underway. In October of 2020, the owner of Crestview Hotel contacted staff because he had heard about our application and wanted to see if the city had an interest in looking at acquisition of the hotel to meet various needs. We did talk about the fact that the state deadline had passed, but that there is a lot of potential alignment with various needs along the housing continuum. And we had talked about potentially a rapid rehousing opportunity to address housing needs for persons who may be experiencing or who are at risk of homelessness, and also for displaced tenants, given the priority that the council has on these two areas. Brief background on Crestview Hotel itself. It's located at 901 East El Camino Real, built in 1985 with 67 rooms. There are a number of two-room suites, a manager suite, and 53 one-room suites. All of the rooms are interior with amenities. There are 6 retail pads, and there are over 80 spaces for parking for both the hotel parking and the retail. Just to show some images here, this is the exterior of the hotel. And the hotel owner mentioned that there were recent renovations that were completed in the hotel. So you can see the updated furnishings and fixtures. There's a business center, a gym, and this is a lobby area. And then this is an image of the adjacent retail pads that you can see right next to the hotel. Over the past couple of months, after having preliminary initial conversation with the hotel owner, staff connected with the county, knowing that this may be a great opportunity to partner with the county in terms of acquiring and performing potential rehab or renovation work to convert this into a residential use. And so the discussions have included the county being the lead on the acquisition, given the funding resources that they have. We have talked about using city, CDBG, and home funding as a capital project activity up to $3.7 million. The process would include a joint request for proposals, is at least what we've talked about with the county. If the council directs staff to move forward in working with the county, and if the acquisition is successful, there would be a joint RFP process. There would be discussions of how to outreach to potential tenants, and then there would be certainly other elements to be further discussed with the county pending council direction. So this is the recommendation to have council direct staff to work with the county on this opportunity. And if council supports that recommendation, the next steps would include the following: county beginning the negotiation process with the hotel owner, and that would include very due diligence items as well. The city and county would develop an MOU to formalize the partnership that would be part of this process. We would be including the federal CDBG home funding as part of the fiscal year 21-22 annual action plan. It's a plan that the city does every year as part of the CDBG program. It would be for capital projects, and then we would certainly conduct public outreach to the adjacent neighborhoods. So with that, that concludes staff's presentation. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you so much. Do council members have questions? And I believe Mr. Chen is joined by some county staff that's also here. Mr. Chen, do you mind introducing who else has joined? Or who still remains?
Thanks for reminding me, trying to get through the presentation, but I did want to thank the hotel owner, Mr. Andy Patel, for reaching out to the city. I really appreciate that. He did join the call, but had to disconnect, so I will follow up with him afterwards. And we do have Consuelo Hernandez from the County Office of Supportive Housing. I believe she's still on the line here, so if there are any questions, we can also connect with her as well if it's needed.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Adekoga.
Thank you. I know this came up during another project, and I'm assuming, well, I shouldn't assume. My question had to do with eventual ownership of the property. I know that we were in some discussions with the county on some of the other potential Measure A projects. Has that been resolved, or is that going to be part of the MOU process?
So in conversation with the county, we were talking about two separate MOUs, one that would be specific to this hotel acquisition project, and then a separate MOU that would capture the citywide programmatic approach to projects. And in that second MOU is where we envision capturing some principles for how we would partner together on the various projects that we're looking at in the pipeline. And again, so that would be separate. Given the size of this hotel project and the acquisition and the funds that would be needed for this project, we would be looking at the county acquiring this site, but the city contributing that acquisition, the rehab renovation dollars. But we are in conversations on the other projects, such as La Bonita and the upcoming Montecito project for city ownership. So that is part of those conversations.
So our contribution to this project, could that be included in the citywide agreement?
That is at least staff's intent and understanding, and we would have, as part of further conversations with the county, of looking at incorporating the units for this hotel conversion, essentially, as part of the 200 to 250 under the rapid rehousing units contributing to that.
Okay, thank you.
Great, thank you. Do any other council members have questions? All right, seeing none, I'll move it over to public comment. If the city clerk doesn't mind, we'll just stick with the 2 minutes. So first is Robert Stromberg. Please unmute.
Good morning, council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Wonderful. My name is Robert Stromberg, or Bob Stromberg. I work with Destination Home. We're a nonprofit organization working to prevent and end homelessness throughout Santa Clara County, including in Mountain View. And we just wanted to be here this evening to thank you, the City of Mountain View, for your continued leadership in exploring and advancing permanent housing solutions for those experiencing and also those at risk of homelessness. With your recent endorsement of the community plan to end homelessness, we believe that the Crestview Hotel presents another exciting opportunity to bring much needed affordable housing units to Mountain View, and hope that you move forward with this project. Given the depth of the crisis, it's critical that we explore every opportunity to bring more affordable housing online, and deeply affordable housing, as quickly as possible. And as we've seen in other communities recently, hotel conversions are a very promising approach to doing so. This This is also the type of opportunity that will help our community achieve its bold goals to house 20,000 homeless individuals over the next 5 years. And we at Destination Home look forward to continuing our work with you on this important work and stand ready to assist the county and city staff as you explore this opportunity further. Thank you so very much for your time.
Great, thank you very much. We have a phone number 408 and the last 4 digits are 246. So if you just want to hit *6 to unmute yourself. Yes, we hear you.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
Yeah, I'm calling to say that it's John?
Go ahead.
Anyway, I'm calling to say that I can't understand what you're telling me to do.
You can speak.
Okay. I'm calling to say that I support the purchase of the hotel and the food space as is necessary to house all the people, all the unhoused people in Sunnyvale, not just the ones at Fair Oaks Park, although that's important too. They're important. The early loss concern situation is important. And I'm sorry, I'm really tired. Anyway, please do whatever you can to get more housing for these people who are living outside in cold and living in COVID. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks for sticking with us and calling back in. All right, J. Mo, please unmute yourself.
Hello.
Yes.
Good morning, respected Mayor and City Council members. Thank you so much for working so late. And I have been waiting for 7 hours to talk, and this is literally killing my family financially. Thanks for giving me this chance to express my opinion on this proposal. Many of my neighbors and I believe this is a project with goodwill, but not a good project itself, because so we want to express our strongest opposition to it for the following 4 reasons. First one is that it is turning the hotel into a homeless shelter because of the COVID, and that will harm the economy permanently, and the business will not be able to recover once the pandemic is over. We should not give up on the business and their workers. And secondly, it is the very extremely efficient use of the budget, because the Crestview Hotel has a prime location, which is next door to the Crestview community. According to Zillow, the zip code 94040 has a median home price of $2.4 million. It is by far the most expensive zip code within the Monterey region, and it's 50% more expensive than the other zip code within the region. There are much more affordable places to build such facilities. And thirdly, it has no families, because of the Crestview home owners will lose significant value over this proposal, punishing the hardworking homeowners badly like us in order to have another group of people is no fairness. And I have done research on the other successful home key hotel projects. For example, the Milpitas and San Francisco, none of them is located within the existing expensive residential community. So I believe that it was a key factor to their success. And lastly, housing choice voucher is the most effective known way to reduce the homelessness. And the data shows that reduced the homelessness rate by 75%, and President Biden is expecting.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Sophia Lee?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, I'm also a resident of the Crestview Drive neighborhood. Thank you for your effort to address the urgent issue of homelessness, but I also oppose this proposal because it's neither an effective way of solving the issue nor the wisest way of spending the budget.
I believe this plan would be unfair to the property owners in the nearby neighborhoods. My family spent all our savings to buy a condo here, and its value has already dropped by 15% because of the pandemic. If the value further drops due to this proposal, my family will face serious financial difficulties. Moreover, if the values of properties drop, the government's tax income will be affected, and the local economy will be hurt in the long run. It is also unwise to spend the budget to buy a hotel in an area with such high living expenses. It's not just about finding them a place to live. Even if they are settled here, they would have difficulty affording food, housing, clothing, healthcare, and transportation. Instead of solving the problem, this plan would create more problems and more maintenance costs for the city in the future. Therefore, I urge the City Council to find more affordable places to settle the homeless, and also providing housing choice vouchers to them, which is not only more effective, but also allows them to choose where they want to live and better integrate into local communities. I urge the council to reconsider this plan and tackle the issue with a holistic and long-term view, balancing the needs of all communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Kelsey Baines, please unmute. Kelsey, are you there? Oh, I hear something. Hello? Kelsey, I hear you now.
No, I can't hear you.
I can hear you. We can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes? Great. Okay, so I'll start over. Hi, my name is Kelsey Baines, and I just want to start by thanking you for your work to address homelessness and to tackle this important, very solvable problem. Homelessness is a state. It's not a trait of a person, and it is solved with housing. And it actually costs a lot more money to not house people than to house them. So housing is a really important and effective solution, and there is no evidence that affordable housing or housing for homeless people brings down property values. And I also want to address the idea that housing choice vouchers are a better solution. I worked for a housing choice voucher program called HUD-VASH for several years, and the difficulty with housing choice vouchers in expensive areas like Mountain View is that the payment standard is lower than the market rate rents. So it's next to impossible to find a place to rent unless you have a project-based unit to get people into using a voucher. So the bigger issue, I would say, is that we need affordable units, we need affordable homes for people, and this would be a great opportunity to get people housed in a high opportunity area with great access to resources, and just to be able to let people stay in the community, because the reality is a lot of the people who would be accessing these homes would be people who have just been displaced from the apartment. So it's not new people, it's not strangers, it's our neighbors. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Alexander Brown? Alex, you there?
Well, I thought I was.
There you are.
Can I hear now?
Yep.
Okay, this is awesome. Thanks for working on this, Wayne. We are in a crisis. We need to take action. Just listen to the rain outside and imagine if you didn't have any shelter from it. This is the perfect opportunity, and it's up to us as a city to take advantage of it. You know that I strongly support public housing, and this skips the hardest parts. So let's go. Let's do it. Come on. Sophia, if you're worried about food and clothing for those in need, I'm right there with you. I think we should also provide food and clothing to those in need. And if the property values in the area drop far enough, that's a great opportunity for the city to purchase more existing housing units to open up as decommodified public housing. So, hey, you know, it could be a win. All right. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Emily Ann Ramos.
Hello?
Hi, we hear you.
Perfect. My name is Emily Ann Ramos. I am with Mountain View YIMBY. Mountain View YIMBY advocates for more housing in our city and beyond at all income levels. We are Mountain View residents and workers who seek solutions to our area's housing shortage. We support partnering with the county in exploring this opportunity to provide much-needed affordable housing units for our vulnerable neighbors. Thank you to the mayor and the city council for leading our city to boldly fight the housing crisis. Thank you so much. I yield the balance of my time.
Thank you. Tim McKenzie.
Hi, thanks. Yeah, sounds like a great project. We're living through the second once-in-a-lifetime economic crisis of my relatively young life. And last time, big banks bought up money for housing for pennies on the dollar while everyone was kicked out of their homes and left with huge debt. There's an eviction wave coming. There was a state law that was passed, but it was rushed last minute, kind of behind closed doors. Tenant advocates say that there wasn't much opportunity for them to provide substantive comment. So it's great to see proactive steps from the city government to address the impending crisis that's going on and that we are living through and have been living through for a long time. And I want to echo Alex's point about maybe transitioning to public housing because, we should have housing as a human right. And for people worried about property value, that sounds like a legitimate concern, but housing, shelter is the base on Maslow's hierarchy of needs. Other problems don't matter if you can't solve your physiological problems. So we need to do everything we can to actually address each other, treat each other with humans and allow us to live full lives with dignity. So seems like a great project. Highly supportive. Thank you.
Thank you. Edie Keating, please unmute.
Hi, I would like to speak in favor of this project. And in terms of property values, when you have unsheltered homeless, I would think that would depress property values. But when you shelter the homeless, then you have a much healthier and community that I think would increase property values. I have been to visit a woman I know who is sheltering in a motel in Sunnyvale through the county, and she is very happy there and grateful to have her own room where she is housed at this site. And, to drive up to the motel there, you really don't know who's in the motel. Is it a normal motel or not? There's really, no difference visibly from the street. And she has a microwave and a mini fridge and is very happy with that situation. And the added advantage to this particular site is that it's on El Camino, which means it's near the bus. And so many homeless do not have their own vehicle or not a reliable vehicle. And being on the El Camino line really makes this site just about perfect. And yeah, and the county partnering with funds makes it even more perfect. So I strongly hope that you support this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Mellinger.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Richard Mellinger. I am Chair of Livable Sunnyvale, a local pro-housing organization, but I am only speaking for myself this evening. I urge you in the strongest possible terms to please acquire the hotel. It's never a good time to be homeless, but in the middle of a raging pandemic, in the middle of, we're seeing some truly horrible, cold, rainy weather. It's after midnight, so I'm perhaps not being succinct, but we're judged by how we treat the least among us. And whatever you do for the least of these, my brothers, you do to me. And I think that it is a very clear moral case. It is morally the right thing to do. Financially, Mountain View is going to be receiving substantial assistance to this. President Biden has just unlocked additional FEMA funding for cities to house unhoused residents in hotels. This is financially the right thing to do. This is morally the right thing to do. Please buy the hotel. Thank you.
Thank you. So I don't see any other speakers. So if we can bring it back to council. Do any council members have any comments, motion? Councilmember Abacoga.
Thank you. I'm just looking for other hands, but I don't see any. So I would go ahead and make the motion to move staff recommendation. And I just want to thank the staff, our staff, the county, and also the hotel owner for coming forward and offering the site. It's very seldom that we have opportunities like this, and so it's really, I think when we have that opportunity, we have to grab it. I'm really excited that we're able to do this. This has been in the works since last fall. We couldn't really reveal what was going on at that time, but I hope that our residents see that we are earnest in working towards providing different housing solutions to especially those in need. So with that, I will move staff recommendation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Hicks.
Yeah, I'm seconding and also seconding all the things that Councilmember Abacoga said, adding one addition, which is one of the things I like about this project is that we're scattering our homeless and transitional housing around to a number of neighborhoods. I know that there are a number of there's a homeless shelter down the street from myself and Councilmember Abacoga, and multiple other neighborhoods. In fact, one of the speakers tonight has a homeless transitional shelter coming near him. So I like that we're not putting them all concentrated in one neighborhood. And yes, so I'm excited about this.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Showalter. Sorry about the raised hand.
That's okay. Thank you. Yeah, I just like to bring up that I think this is a great project. I'm really glad that we're going forward with it. But I was also I thought it was very appropriate to see in the next steps outreach to the community, because clearly we got a lot of emails and we heard people speak tonight. They stayed on until after midnight to tell us that there's some local people who are concerned, and it always works better if you get the local neighbors on board. So I'm glad that will be part of the process. They have legitimate concerns about in their emails. They expect concerns. They're concerned about crime and also safety, and we heard about property values. So getting them information to help allay those worries and figure out are there ways, things they think that would help solve it. That's just all of the good. So great job.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Lieber.
Thank you. I too want to thank staff for their work on this, and the county and the hotel owner. I hope he's in one of our meetings so we can thank him in person for really having the patience to move towards this. And when we're talking about individuals in the community who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, I have to think that in this economy, if we really could identify each person who waits on us in a store or a restaurant who actually is living in their vehicle or doesn't even have that kind of shelter, we'd be really surprised. And I'm thinking of some of our specific retail workers who no one would ever guess that they don't have a place to live. And so I think that we have to fight grouping humans as just the homeless when they're really the people that we know but we maybe don't identify. And I just think that this is a wonderful step forward and providing homes for people. And as Edie Keating said, once individuals are just left on the street and allowed to decompensate, then it does become an issue and something that has some, very unintended or intended consequences. And so this is a great intervention. So it's a really good step.
Thank you. And then I had a question for City Attorney Chopra. I think that a hand raised as I was bringing it back to council. And is it all right to go and check and see if this is someone who's stayed on with us into the late hour wanting to comment on this? Can I go back and check?
Sure, you can.
Great. Okay. All right. And so I'm going to go back to this. This is somebody who raised their hand at the end. I'm going to allow you to speak. J Mo, you already spoke, and so we're not able to do more than once. So thank you. Okay. So it's a 650 number ending in 910. Can you hit *6, please? You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I actually raised my hand at the very beginning of 7.1, but I guess something went awry.
Oh, sorry about that.
Okay. I just wanted to remind everybody about the 6 unhoused folks who lost their lives on the streets of Mountain View last year. I won't belabor any other points. I just want to remind you all about those people. Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for your patience. Sorry about the technology issues. Okay, and this is a new speaker, so I'm going to allow you to speak. It's 2 minutes, and then we're going to bring it back to council because there is a motion and a second. Che Li, please unmute. Yes, we hear you. Are you trying to speak? Did you want to speak? Okay. I am going to bring it back to council. So we have a motion and we have a second. Did anyone else want to provide any comments on this topic? Okay, I'll just add mine, which are very quick. One is this is the first step. So this is allowing the city to work with the county on the acquisition of the site. And to the points made by my colleagues, there will be communication and outreach to the neighborhood. You will have full ability to give your input at that time. And the second, which Councilmember Lieber brought up, which is, often I think that there's an idea of what homelessness is, but truly the faces of homelessness are much more varied and diverse than we all know, especially now in the middle of a pandemic where everyone's circumstances are more than we know. Earlier this evening, when it was still yesterday, we discussed mental health, and nothing helps someone's mental health than having a safe and stable place to live. And that, is truly what we need to bring to our community. So just wanted to make those comments. And Ms. von der Linden, do you mind doing a roll call vote, please?
Councilmember Abikoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Manichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we will move on to item 7.2. Thank you to Consuelo from the county for joining us.
item 7.2, the CARES Act funding and appropriation. We'll have I think, a very brief staff presentation from Assistant to the City Manager, Kimberly Thomas, and Assistant Community Development Director, Wayne Chen.
Thanks so much. And as you mentioned, I'll be joined by Kimberly Thomas, who I believe will be driving the PowerPoint presentation. So we'll just wait a moment.
She is here. Perfect. Yep. Hi, Ms. Thomas. Do you mind unmuting?
Good evening, everyone. I'll get the PowerPoint going.
Great. Thanks so much. We'll have a very brief presentation on the CARES Act funding and appropriation. Just for spelling out what CARES Act stands for, it is the Coronavirus Aid, Relief, and Economic Security Act that was passed by the federal government last year. Next slide, please. Just as a outline, we'll have a quick background. There's discussion on the COVID-19 rent relief program and other programs for council your consideration to put CARES Act funding towards, and then your recommendations. Next slide. This slide is just meant to be an overview background of all of the efforts that the city has undertaken under the Together NV campaign, which includes food, other essential needs, rent relief, certainly, and small business support. So just wanted to, again, highlight the leadership efforts that the city and the council have undertaken these past few months to provide a comprehensive response to the pandemic. Next slide, please. So there are two recommendations. The first recommendation is related to the CDBG portion of the CARES Act funding, and that is to apply the city's round 3 funding of $609,200 to the city's COVID-19 rent relief program. And then the second bucket of funds is the CARES state funds, and that would be to fund a variety of essential services and needs. Next slide, please. As a brief background, the COVID-19 rent relief program was approved by council last year towards the beginning of the pandemic. It is administered by the Community Services Agency. And throughout last year, the council took action in several council meetings to provide additional funding to the program. Last year, a total of over $3.2 million were provided towards this program. And just wanted to flag that the asterisks, the two bottom lines, will be incorporated into the CSA agreement, so they will have those funds available very shortly as part of next steps. But of the funds that they have received so far, the first 4 lines, over 1,750 rent checks have been issued to date, helping over 1,000 households, over $2,100 per check. And of the about $2.6 million that CSA has received so far, over $2.35 million of that has been expended. And this has also been supplemented by fundraising efforts undertaken by CSA to supplement the city's contribution. Next slide, please. Based on staff's understanding of the resurgence in COVID-19 infections and the continued job losses, especially in service sector jobs, and also in conversation with CSA leadership and staff, rent relief continues to be a top priority to stabilize households. So the recommendation here for council consideration is to apply the full amount of this round of CDBG CARES Act funding for the rent relief program. If council supports this recommendation, there are some steps that we will need to take as part of the HUD required process to use these funds. It would include an amendment to a past annual action plan to identify the use of these funds for rent relief, There will be a 5-day public comment period, and then we are planning to return to council on February 9th for council consideration to formally approve this amendment, to appropriate the funds, and then authorize these expenditures to be incorporated into CSA's agreement. So with that, I'll hand it over to Kimberly Thomas for her programs.
Great. Good evening. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. City staff has worked with the county on this proposal that focuses on the key needs not already met by CSA. CSA is currently providing, as noted in Wayne's presentation, rent relief as well as support services like food services. The recommendation for this proposal for this portion of the state funding of the CARES Act is that motels would enable the city, through the county's auspices, to appropriate and utilize resources of the county to guarantee shelter for the city's most vulnerable COVID-19 patients. The cost for the period is from September 25th to June 30th, and it is not expected to exceed $141,000. with the motel costs being based on the actual use of motel nights by Mountain View residents. The second recommendation associated with the State CARES Act funding is to ensure that the assistance already being provided by CSA to the most vulnerable facing COVID continues. That includes those items noted, utility assistance, food assistance, and so staff recommends here another $30,000 be utilized for an agreement with CSA to provide assistance to COVID positive residents who are able to isolate at their home through the COVID-19 response team at CSA. The third component of the recommendation for the State CARES Act funding is for $94,800 to be used to continue and enhance a gift card program administered by CSA. In this case, making it more broad to be focused on food, but also essential needs that might be needed, and broadening that out to include 7 local organizations that are actively on the ground in Mountain View currently responding to the COVID crisis. These include a number of actors that you see, organizations that are very nimble and have major response to COVID. I'm noting on the screen, Hope's Corner, Move Mountain View, Life Moves, the Day Worker Center, Fight the Hate Ministry, Gift Grocery Program, St. Ignatius Food Distribution, and Reach Potential Movement. The funding recommended here is to coordinate this program for gift card distribution through CSA. These organizations, by the way, I should note, have assisted the City of Mountain View in being able to provide access to food services 7 days a week, and that information is available online on our COVID pages in multiple languages for all of our residents. Shown on screen here in the next 2 slides is a recap of staff's recommendation for the CDBG portion spoken to by Wayne, as well as the State CARES Act portion. Screen 1, screen 2. That concludes staff's brief presentation. We'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you so much. Vice Mayor Ramirez, I see your hand first.
Thank you, Mayor. I have 2 questions for Tom Myers, if he's available for questions.
If Tom's still on, he was going to attend.
Ooh, sorry about that. I muted myself. I moved him over. Mr. Myers, if you wanted to unmute yourself for Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes. Hi. Can you hear me?
We hear you and we see you. Thank you so much for hanging in there with us.
No problem. Yes, Vice Mayor Ramirez, you have a question?
Yes, thank you, Tom. So first, I think several of us have heard from families who have taken out loans in order to pay rent, and rent relief, as valuable as it is, can't be used to pay back that kind of debt. Right. The CSA have a financial assistance program to assist households that have paid down rent using loans?
No, we don't have a system like that in place at this point. We certainly can look at it. There are certain limitations with rent relief funds that are administered through various ways, but As you know, and you and I have talked before, I think financial assistance is one of the best ways that you can give people the opportunity to do things that they need to do, like paying back loans that they've unfortunately taken out to pay rent. So we do not have something like that in place. We certainly can look at that depending on the funding amounts that come in and where those funds come from.
Great, thank you. And then second question, Councilmember Hicks had brought up earlier the concern about rent relief perhaps sort of artificially keeping up rents. Does CSA staff have the ability and capacity to negotiate on behalf of tenants who are receiving rent relief to maybe bring rents down to where they might be now?
Right. I think that there is a legitimate question, and in fact, Councilmember Hicks and I have talked about that before, that there is a legitimate question about whether or not a robust rent relief program like the one we have here in Mountain View, it does artificially inflate rental prices. I do not have the economic ability or the economic education or the economic knowledge to know if that is in fact the case. I do know we have a very robust rent relief program. I do know that our case managers ask people at the beginning, they've been instructed to ask people at the beginning of the process, how much of this can you pay, so that it is not all relying on the rent relief program. I think that there are, I think it's a legitimate question. If we have a robust program like this, are we, where we actually have not had to turn anyone that qualified for the funds away, are we in fact artificially holding up those prices? And like I said, that's beyond me to know the answer to that. But I do think it's worth investigating, especially if we get different parameters coming from the state on these new programs that they will be coming on, that we can investigate that. I think that it's difficult for staff to ascertain, though, from discussing with clients, because our case managers are there to be the clients, and they can advocate for the clients, and in fact do often advocate for the clients in discussions with landlords. In fact, making sure that the landlord is participating in the program, is willing to accept a third-party check, and those kinds of things.
I could also offer some context as well to this conversation. I have had discussion with the CSFRA staff as well regarding this question. And based on the fact that about 1,000 households have been served, and if we assume that a good portion of them, perhaps even the vast majority of them, might be in rent-stabilized units, we know that we have about 15,000 rent-stabilized units. So 1,000 households is just a small subset of that portion. So although we don't have an economic study formally, it seems that it would require a much greater amount of funds to somehow artificially prop up prices. Additionally, some tenants may have leases, and so if they're under a current lease, it's the rent that they are paying, and it would be part of the lease, and so it'd be going towards paying rents that are part of that lease agreement. So it can really vary based on the situation, but that's some context that staff had in terms of looking at this question without some kind of formal study, but it seems like it would need to have a far greater amount of money to somehow artificially prop up rents on a market-wide basis.
And that makes sense to me, Wayne.
Thank you. That answers my questions. I have some comments for later, but that's all. Thank you, Mayor.
Great, thank you. Councilmember Matachek?
Thank you. So I seem to recall we had a discussion about should we change the parameters around the rent relief program with CSA, and I think we said that we would leave it up to CSA that if some applicants wanted just 25% of the rent, that would be okay. And so I'm wondering if CSA is seeing that at all or not.
And I wish I could answer that question. I need to get that, but I can definitely follow up with you on that to see how many of the clients that are coming to us are not actually needing a full rent, how much of them are taking a portion of the rent, and so forth. I can do that research for you.
That would be great. Yeah, I'm curious because since that's now that's the state law, I want to see how either effective or ineffective it is on what's happening here in Mountain View. Thank you. That's it.
Great. Thank you. Does anyone else have any other questions? All right. Seeing none, I will open up public comment. If people have public comment, please raise your hand. I see Alexander Brown, so we'll set the timer for 2 minutes, please.
You know, I never need that long. Tom, I just wanted to say thank you again for everything you're doing. I know a lot of people who are being helped by CSA right now, and I don't know what they would be doing without it. So thanks.
Great, thank you. I don't see any other people with their hand raised, so I'll bring it back to Council. Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to move the staff recommendation and just provide some quick thoughts. So first, I would like to see, if it's appropriate, a program that is a little bit more expansive, that would allow for the provision of some direct financial assistance to tenants who have taken out loans or have otherwise incurred other debt in order to pay off their rent. I think the rent relief program has been successful, and I'm grateful for I think former Mayor Abaitoga initiated that, and it's been strongly supported by the council. I'm grateful to Tom and CSA for administering it. It's been great, but I think what I've heard anecdotally is there have been a number of tenants who I think, feeling pressure from their landlord or just wanting to be able to pay the rent on time and not having the luxury of being able to wait for the rent relief, that they've taken other measures to stay current on their rent, and that has included taking out loans. So I don't know how many people that is, but I think it would be helpful to just sort of monitor that, and if there's an opportunity in the future to partner with CSA to address that concern, I'd be very interested in that. And then it's not, I think, urgent now, given the extension of the eviction moratorium, but when it expires, and it will, I do think we need to be prepared to provide legal assistance to tenants who are going to have some difficulty navigating a really complex, a legal framework, knowing how much they have to pay for what time period, what their protections and rights are, and what their responsibilities and obligations are. So I don't think we need to solve that problem today, but when the eviction moratorium expires and tenants start having to make up the rent that they've the rent debt that they've been accruing, I think it is important for us to figure out a way to make sure they understand, and rental property owners also understand what the protections and regulations are. And then finally, I'm somewhat sympathetic with the concern that Councilmember Hicks identified. A comparable unit in my complex, I live in a studio, rents for $200 less than what I'm paying. I happen to be on a lease, so I can't negotiate down until the lease expires. But I do worry about those tenants who are not really in a position to negotiate because they've lost income, and so they can't easily move out and be able to demonstrate to another rental property owner that their income is sufficient to be able to qualify, even at reduced rents. So they're kind of stuck. I think rent relief is great and helpful to keep them on top of the debt and in the unit that they're in. But if there was a creative way, again, in partnership with CSA and maybe others, to think of ways to help those tenants negotiate down where it makes sense, I think that'd be great. But in the meantime, this is the best program that we've got, and I think we should continue to support it. That's all I've got. Thank you.
Great, thank you. So we had some comments and a motion. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So I'll second the motion because I am supportive of the staff recommendation. But I also am very concerned about our small businesses. And I'm absolutely thrilled that the $250,000 that we allocated last time we talked about this for small businesses is now a grant program rather than a loan program. I can't tell staff how much I appreciate that change. It's awesome. I know it's a lot more work for us to do, but our small businesses add so much to our community, the vibrancy, the economic status of the city, that I feel like I personally would like to see if we could do more. So I guess I'd like to add to Vice Mayor Ramirez's motion to see if he'd consider adding that we would ask staff if it's possible if they could see if there are additional funds that we could allocate to a next round of small business grants. I did speak with the city manager a little bit about this, and while it might be hard from our current budget, that we might be receiving some funds from either the federal government or the state government that maybe we could look at to increase the help for our small businesses. And so I'm wondering if the Vice Mayor would consider a friendly amendment to include that, just to direct staff to look at it.
I'm comfortable with that, and I think the only question I would have for staff is that something that we can consider during the mid-year budget review, or are you anticipating an opportunity to disperse federal funds at another time?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Ramirez and Councilmember Matichak. To your latter question, no, I don't think that we would be able to include this with the mid-year budget update, only because we don't know yet what's going to happen with the federal stimulus. So, and actually our docketing is this week. So I think there's still a lot that remains to be seen on what Congress and the new presidential administration is going to do. Now, I will say, as Councilmember Matichak mentioned, the good news is that this president and Congress and our governor have signaled an interest in including funding directly to local government agencies that had been left out of the federal stimulus package last year. So it remains to be seen if it will pass, but it is possible. I do think we are in a situation that we have decreased revenues, and you all will receive the mid-year budget update in the next meeting on February 9th. So I think it's certainly feasible for us to look at this and see what happens, and then come back to council with options if there are additional funding opportunities down the road once we learn more information.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. Is there any other did council members have comments? All right, Ms. van der Linden, if you don't mind doing a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Abigoga.
Aye.
Councilmember Hicks.
Yes.
Councilmember Lieber.
Aye.
Councilmember Matichak.
Yes.
Councilmember Showalter.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Ramirez.
Yes.
Mayor Kamei.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all so much. Thank you to staff. Thank you to Mr. Myers. We appreciate it. All right, so item 8, we already did, so we'll move on to item 9, a closed session report. City Attorney Choco, do we have a closed session report?
Yes, we do, Mayor. Earlier this evening, the council met in closed session and authorized the city attorney to reject the claims of Selena Smith against the city of Mountain View and Joel Alejo against the city of Mountain View, and the votes were unanimous to on each of those.
Great, thank you. So we'll move on to item 10, which is adjournment. Thank you so much for joining us. Our next city council meeting is actually going to be Saturday, February 6th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. It's our council retreat. All right, and with that, we will adjourn this meeting at 1:15 a.m. Thank you all. Have a good night. Stay safe in the rain.